Okay, skipping the session. Skipping the session. To race session, we'll have 2 minutes of wait time.
Radio check, radio check.
As pings are quite high, we will wait a few seconds. Safety car is just going past the grid.
Well, welcome along, everybody, to the fourth round of Project Endurance Season 5 here in 2024. And what a race it's going to be. Longest race of the season so far. And we're at the Circuit of the Americas for the 12 hours of COTA. I had a great time calling qualifying and hyperpole yesterday. It was certainly a fantastic showing from all the drivers involved around this incredible circuit that opened in 2012. Of course, this being a 12-hour race, it's going to be going all the way until 11 p.m. Central European Standard Time, or summertime, sorry. And we have got a full complement of GT3 and hypercars ready to go here. I'm Reese Gardner. Kasper Martwicki is with me in the comms box, and Slavomir Mishkovsky is pressing all the buttons behind the scenes and bringing you these pictures. We're about to get off to the start, but yeah, there's an absolutely mammoth task ahead of all the teams today, Kasper. It's a difficult circuit here at COTA, and they've got to keep it going for 12 hours.
No, it's not easy. And again, this circuit is absolutely loved by all sorts of people. I would say, in my opinion, one of the most complete circuits you can have, because it's got long straights, it's got tight bends, it's got really fast corners, it's got the lot. So it sort of presents like a unique challenge to the drivers. And again, given that it's the longest race we've had so far, and it's building up to that 24 hours of Daytona for the final round, in a couple of months' time, there's still a little bit of time for that.
Your internet connection is really, really poor, so if you could figure that out, that would be really, really good.
We've already got some issues, haven't we?
Yeah. Camel Strategic there. Well, let's run you through the grid there. And 5 cars went into a hyperpole. A99 taking the pole position on the right-hand side as they start. A91 AOT Turtle Beach in 2nd place. Both Kitchita Mafia cars doing well. The A91 in 3rd place is 161 Project A car. One of the guys we've not seen so far in the season in 4th. Apex 1 in 5th. The 61 97 in 6th place, just missed out on a hyperpole. 32 GLS PXN car in 7th place, along with the 731 Mystic Wild card, which actually did really well in Istanbul last time out. 42 GLS PXN car behind them, and then the Shigalka Sim Racing Dream Team there ahead of the Royal 665 car. Let's keep going further down. Where's the stream? There's the stream. 175 Patronus Sin Team SD 175 ahead of the Guignado Bauerlamente there, ahead of the Metoda Naguada Esport. Last time we saw them was in Hockenheim, as they were filling in for one of the cars that dropped out at the just before the event. 14 Crota Racing Esports, 51 Apex 1 car. The 71 has pulled out due to not actually having enough people to get behind the wheel. 99 behind them. And then it's the 17 SE1 Vision Esports car rounding out the hypercars.
Indeed, Cubic System in the 31 starting on pole in GT3 alongside their championship rivals, the championship leaders at Apex 1. Then Skigalka, One Vision Endurance, and the Motor Reporter 24.pl Lexus starting in 4th with Grid White Tigers. Rounding out the top 5 in GT3, they're followed by Squadra Corsa Overcrest, 4 drivers taking part over the 12 hours there. Same for the other Lamborghini for Royal Racing.pl. Rivals Racing Team looking to make up places, as is Race Spot Academy. And Team Delta Infinite, another one of the cars that we've seen have these shades of success, as well as the AOT Turtle Beach Mercedes. Park Motorsport, we've seen some good stuff out of them before, hopefully more of the same here with the Kishita Mafia Lexus, one of only 2 Lexuses in this field. It is absolutely dominated by Mercedes with a couple of Lamborghinis sprinkled in there. Looking to see if the Brawn GP Endurance team and PMO will be able to make up places. And I'll correct myself, there is a 3rd Lexus here for Park Motorsport here. Again with a dazzling livery. There's Jaws, OC Racing Lifeless. They got a chance to do some extra qualifying laps because they had a technical issue and missed qualifying. Move Center Sim Racing Dream, one of the cars rounding out the field here. And then we just have AOT Elmar with 4 drivers once again at the wheel, and Race Spot Emeritus, one of the cars rounding out our field here. And then the Grid Racing 794. We're getting up to the end of the formation lap now, and tell you what, Casper, this is going to be an excellent start to this race. Circuit of the Americas, always fun to watch a race start here. We have the safety car pulling into the pit lane, and we'll be able to get the hypercar class going very shortly.
Mate, it's going to be brilliant. And again, that run into turn 1 is really important. It's uphill. You can brake late, but we'll see what these drivers do as they come around the final corner. Shanghai, Hockenheim, and Istanbul, and here we are for COTA for round 4.
Green flag, green flag, green flag.
Up to the grid, and it is green flag, and we are go for the 12 hours of COTA. 91's got a very good start, but it's 3 abreast with the cars a little further back, possibly even 4 into turn 1. The 2 Kitita Mafias are side by side. Couple of cars off track there.
Green
One
flag,
even
GT3.
2 wheels off the track there. GT3s are go. 99 trying to make a few moves around the outside, looking on with the GT3 start now, as again they're going 3, possibly even 4 abreast. Heading into turn 1.
Oh
the
my God.
Going for a very bold move down the inside.
No!
There's a Lexus, I think that's the...
the Motor Reporter car, the one that started in 4th. They've been spun around at turn 1. That's a disastrous start for them.
And they're still trying to go side by side with I think that was the Grid Right Tigers at the very back. There's a few cars cutting the S's. And don't forget, it is the curbs to the track limits, not the white line. Chaos at the hairpin at turn 11, and they're still side by side. as they head
Look at this
down the
pack.
back straight. 81, 133, 99. There's a few other crews in there as well, almost 3 abreast. As they're heading down into the braking zone for turn 12. What's going to happen here? Well, anything can happen here, realistically. Let's be honest. Is 99 trying to go around the outside? I think they are. It's 117 defending up the inside for the 175, working through 13 and 14. Can he defend it through 15? Here comes the 175. Back down the inside. Can't make it work. There's still 2 abreast. Heading through 16, but he's got the position now. Does the 117, but brilliant battles here in Texas.
My goodness, yeah, if you're in the midfield in Prototype, you're having a really hectic race already, and that's a long way out there for the number 99 OC Racing Lopen car, trying to keep their position, trying to defend, but it is AOT Turtle Beach who lead the way ahead of the 2 Casiata Mafia cars. This has certainly been a great start in the Prototype class, and a great start for Cubic System as well, who started actually in 2nd place behind FNL RT. They have taken the GT3 lead, and they're off to a very solid start. AOT Turtle Beach, just nice and calm. They have managed to get an excellent start off there. Looks like it's Jakub Tarasuk who's in the AOT Turtle Beach car at the moment, and he's absolutely nailed this start.
And they are, of course, reeling after the disqualification in Istanbul, which was given by the fact that they did not serve drive-through penalty within the allotted time. So they are going to be absolutely pushing to try and regain that championship lead, which was taken by the 51, I was about to say 61, by the 51 Apex One Cog with their win back in Turkey. So they're definitely going to be wanting to get back after that. But we're already 1.5 laps in now. There's the 21 AOT Almop. That looks like it's through the S's. A bit of a spin for the Mercedes, but doesn't look to have any major damage, hopefully.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, COTA is one of those circuits that has a lot of space to run off if you make a mistake, but there's plenty of hazards around the place, particularly those anti-cut curbs in the S's, and the GTs have a bit of an easier time of it than the Prototypes do. Well, the Niado Baulemente machine, another one of those reserve entries, currently, solidly in the midfield. We're seeing some positions changing here. Rivals Racing Team versus Squadra Corsa over Crest, and it looks like the number 20 Lamborghini has made that move nicely, already marching their way up the field, and the number 1 Apex One entry making the pass there as well. Looks like the number 1 had plenty of issues on the first lap, and considering they started in the top 5, they took part in the Hyperpole session yesterday. There's a lot to play for here with them losing so much in these initial stages. But SD1 Vision Esports finally, it seems, breaking free of that midfield battle in the hypercar class.
That was a brilliant move around the outside of turn 2, getting in for the inside on the S's. That was a brilliantly brave move. You were talking about the reserves. We've seen some quite good performances from them this season. Matilda Naguada, the 69 car, currently in 14th place. I know that's, again, it's early, so it's not necessarily a great show so far, but they were doing really well in Hockenheim at one point until they dropped back a little bit towards the end. So, these reserves are nothing to be counted out, especially with some of the pace that we do see. So, for instance, the 113, I'm not saying they could go for a win, but they can very easily go for quite good points, looking on with the 30th placed overall Apex One, number 1, the only GT3 car in the field for that crew. As their side-by-side contact there, that is the 69. We were just talking about them, and the 113. So the reserves are battling it out, and behind them, would you believe it, is the OC Racing car, which we've seen quite a few times, the Race Spot Academy car, the 246, having a little spot of trouble through the S's as well, but brilliant battling at COTA. And the 794 stuck on the field. I think that's out of the turn 11 hairpin.
Yeah, that's unfortunate there for grid racing, as, wow, there's a lot of jostling around in that 13th place battle once again. Looks like they've sorted themselves out. The 161 Project A entry, meanwhile, is another one of those cars that is coming from reserves, actually making their Project Endurance debut at this round. And what a team has been put together in that 161 entry. Still fighting for a position in the top 5 as Park Motorsports manages to defend from SD1 Vision for 17th place in the prototype class. Man, I mean, it's really intense already. I mean, look, even the more side-by-side in GT3 here. This is for 4th place. Quadricorsa Overcrest trying to get past the Skigalka 1 Vision Endurance Mercedes. They'll stay wide. They saw the Lamborghini coming from a mile back, but they'll try and get the over-under and keep the move going into turn 1. But you don't want to be battling this hard this early. It's all about getting into a rhythm at this stage. They're just losing time to the cars ahead.
You do want to get into a rhythm, however, the best place to pick up positions is at the start, because of course that's where the cars are much more clunked, especially in an endurance racing setting like this. You can very easily drop back quite far and struggle to gain positions, but we do typically see battles go on for the whole race around here, so you know, that's not necessarily something to be factored in. Side by side, 665 and the 32 as they're going through 16, 17 and 18. 117's got the inside line and keeps that position. The two Kichita Mafia cars, are they battling, or is that just a little bit of a timing glitch? I'm hoping it's a bit of a battle. We'll probably be able to see that in a second. Through the final corner and starting yet another lap does the 665. Yeah, it's been a hell of a race so far.
Yeah, certainly has. We haven't had anyone visit the pit lane yet. Obviously, despite the tussles we've seen on this first lap, no cars have gotten enough damage to warrant a pit stop, but have a look at this all the way down here. The 51 Apex 1 entry, and oh no, that's a big problem for the number 16 Skigalka Sim Racing Dream Team. They've come a cropper in the S's somehow. Maybe potentially some contact involved in that, but God, the battles are going off in GT3, aren't they? Tell you what, the number 1 Apex 1 car has absolutely left this battle behind. This is like a sprint race. This is like you know, top split GT3 on iRacing. This is some ridiculous racing that we're seeing at the moment in the middle of this field.
Lads, you do know there's still 11 hours and 50 minutes left to go, right? You don't want to be crashing out in the first 10 minutes, otherwise you're going to be sort of kicking yourself for the next few days. Believe me, it's not fun. 41 leading this pack. It's a big old pack. There's 4 and then 3 a little further back. As I was going to say, I saw 51 drop quite a bit, and then we saw them in the midst of the GT pack. So yeah, I'm not fully sure what's happened. Maybe a bit of a spin contact. Or something or other, but yeah, that's not quite a position to be in this early in the race, especially because, again, the 51 is sort of in contention.
I've just taken a look at the timing screen. They entered the pits 3 laps ago, so evidently there was some kind of damage on that car or some sort of technical issue they had to sort out, so they're already off sync compared to the rest of the prototype field.
That would explain it in that case. 709, 246. The two crews are battling the Streffer Racing team in the, well, seeing the very large rear wing and the very large behind of that car ahead of him. I thought it was a bit of a struggle for the 246. And meanwhile, he's battling with the Motor Reporter 24 car, who I believe it was that car that had the spin.
Yes.
Early on in the race. They're heading through turn 11 and now down the back straight. Permanent a little bit of draft action, but I don't think he needs that to get that move done. Well done.
Yeah, he was on the outside, and sometimes the outside line is where you want to be in these slow corners. You can get a straighter exit, but the Lamborghini diving up the inside of F and LRT here, the 222. has certainly lost touch with Cubic System, and the Royal Racing.pl Lamborghini, I was not expecting them to be this far up this early. They did qualify in the top 10 in GT3, but it seems like they've been focusing a bit more on the race setup than the qualifying setup, because they are making some big moves, running in third with still 11 hours and 49 minutes remaining.
Down the inside, tries the 69 Madonna Aguada car, but no move there ahead of the OC Racing car. They probably did focus more on the race setup, because obviously it's the longest race so far. There's still, 11 hours and 50 left to go. So, you probably should, in my opinion anyway, focus on that race setup, as there's cars streaming through traffic now. That's going to be a big factor around this track. Yes, it's wide, but there's places where you can't really do anything. Up the inside goes the 709. Can't really make it stick, though. Hasn't got enough of an overlap heading through turn one, but he's looking, he's thinking, he wants to make that move, you can tell.
Yeah, certainly, but there's no chance of getting a move done in the S's here unless the driver in front makes a mistake. And you see that in some places they're being very conservative with the curb usage. They don't want to be putting wheels too far off the racetrack. Not only is it a case of violating track limits, but also unsettling your car. Well, there's some teams that are trying to make moves in the S's, evidently. If you're talking about Hypercar, Team Delta Infinite trying to get past Park Motorsport. Remember that 97, I think, had a couple of problems early on, which put them a bit further back. This is another one of the cars that had those problems, the Motor Reporter Lexus, and looking to get the move done on Race Spot Academy. They're getting some great exits out of that hairpin, aren't they?
I was going to say, they've got a lot of pace down that back straight. Here we go, braking for turn 12. Can Race Spot get the outside line? They are side by side on braking, but I don't think he quite got the overlap. He's also side by side. That is the 117 and the Mystic Royal team. That is very, very close to contact. Tries back down the inside into 13, and that is contact. And up he goes.
Yeah, that's created some carnage there in the stadium section. SD1 Vision falling outside the top 10, and that's a dangerous re-entry for them. They get cleaned up by further cars coming through, and man, that was disastrous for the number 17, which incidentally now sits in 17th place. Full course yellow, of course, called by race control. So this will be an opportunity for a breather. Everyone calm the heck down, and we can get back racing very shortly.
I don't think I can at this point, because goodness me, the past 15 minutes, if you've just tuned in, and by the way, you've missed a hell of a past 15 minutes, we are under full course yellow. The top three hasn't really changed too much. AOT Turtle Beach leading by quite a bit. They've taken the baton and just gone with it.
Ending, still remember to not exceed 80.
Reminder not to
Green
go over
in 3,
80.
2, 1, and green, 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 we are racing again.
And we're back underway. The 69 car's gone into the pit lane, so that carnage must have done something to the 69 car.
Yellow on the start, finish straight.
There's another car off track. That's a 32 GLS PXN car going on the rumble strips on those sausage curbs. We're back under full green conditions.
Yeah, indeed. Well, keep an eye on the 61 Apex 1 entry as they try to get into the top 3, and also the Park Motorsport car, which we saw down the order in the prototype class early on, but that little kerfuffle coming into the stadium section certainly benefited them. The 32s continuing to have some issues here. That was the car we saw at a standstill on the front straight. Just be careful of how much anti-cut curb you take down into that corner there. Petronas Cintium SD Team 175 trying to catch back up to the Sister Royal Racing car. They have a Lamborghini and GT3. They also have a hypercar, and they're looking to make some moves here. OC Racing Lopen has to go wide there with a bit of contact, and that's going to bring Park Motorsport, Team Delta Infinite, maybe even the Skigalka Sim Racing Dream Team right into the midst of this prototype battle. They're trying to negotiate GT3 traffic in the middle of all of this. I wouldn't want to be one of these guys. Jesus.
Minute contact with the 24 there for the Park Motorsport, as the Delta Infinite does go around the outside through here, but he's going to lose crucial time in comparison to its rival at this point in time. Who are we looking on with? That is the 61 Apex 1 car back and sliding for the Corleone. Blimey, that could have been much worse through turn 2. Now this is a battle for the podium now, because the Kijita Corleone car is in 3rd place. But they've got a Lamborghini bit of traffic. I think that's the 666 wild car. Here he goes around the outside of turn 6. Brilliantly done, because it both negotiates the hypercar and the GT3 traffic.
Perfectly executed. Oh no! Project A though finds the wall, and that's coming into the S's. It looks like there was a bit of side by side there that they weren't able to come away from cleanly. They get back out on the track in the middle of a GT3 battle. This has been a chaotic start to the 12 hours of COTA so far, and they get hit again by a GT3 there. The donut entry, that's the Brawn GP Endurance car. Oh, I think there's a lot of tempers flaring here early on.
There is a lot of tempers flaring, I will agree, but it's providing brilliant racing. I don't want to be that guy that's like, oh, it's negative, but it's really like that. But, brilliant stuff being shown so far, but also some questionable stuff, I think, at best, can be said. Still some battles going on a little further down Turtle Beach. Try and go around the outside of the 83 car, is making it work through 13 and 14, has the inside through 15, and also has the hypercar traffic coming through, trying to make its way, which is actually a good thing because it's forced the 83 to go single file behind him.
Yeah, well, traffic giveth and traffic taketh away, as they say. If you're in a GT3 at the moment, you're just trying to avoid getting run into, really. And if you're a prototype, you're trying to avoid running into the GT3s, but you can't predict the movements of the cars behind you. They might want to take a chance, and there's some slipstream here for Niado Bolamente up the inside of Park Motorsport. They make contact in the braking zone. It looks like the 97 was trying to fire it towards the inside, but that's a little bit too touring car for this particular series.
I'm going to say that could be possibly considered as a move under braking, which could always be penalised. 32 off track again, so that GLS-PXN car not doing very well at all. Down the inside into here, 2 abreast is a death wish, but they're actually making it work. Surprisingly enough, it's rare to do. 133 retains the position, 97 through 10. Here comes who is that? That's the Delta Infinite. Round the outside, 3 wide into 11. What on earth are we seeing in COTA? Down the back straight. Here we go. Delta Infinite on your left.
He's got
Motorsport now on your left. The Delta Infinite's on your right. The Gnado car in the middle. And there is, of course, the Skigalka Sim Racing Dream Team car in the background. Gnata's got the braking. He's going to take the position ahead of these pair, who are still going to be fighting coming into 13. Park Motorsport thinks, doors slammed right in front of them. And that is that the... I thought this 16 got ahead of the 81, but that's not quite the case. What on earth are we seeing so far?
We're seeing chaos. As Race Spot Emeritus, meanwhile, has a problem at the exit of turn 1. They get going again just in time for the Apex 1. I believe that's the number 51 making its way through there. long way behind and all on its own. Apex 1 steadily making up some pace in the 61 entry here on the Kisieta Mafia Capone car, but GLSPXN Racing have decided, yeah, it's time to get some repairs done on that number 32. It did not look fun to drive at all. I mean, yeah, you're right though, Casper. This is quite a flurry of activity for the start of a 12-hour race. It feels like a sprint already.
God, it feels like an hour sprint at Brands Hatch, if I'm honest, with the amount of stuff that's been going on board with the 99 race OC Racing low pen car. Through the S's ahead of them is the 175 and the 665 Petronas Cintium and Royal Racing through the King Cat 10 and braking for 11. Crucial braking and crucial exit into and out of this corner, but he looks to have gone pretty nicely, especially because the 175, well, he's gone a little bit wide, so that's a position gained very easily, nicely done. Bit of a battle further back, and would you believe it, it's the 133 again, but with the 81 and the 16 this time, as they head down the back straight, not quite 3 abreast, but the 81 is going for it, down the inside into turn 12. The Gnado car tries to hang it around the outside, can't make it work, and is almost being hounded by the Shigalka Sim Racing Dream Team. But he has to take a step back for this one because the 133 round the outside into 15, being forced wide by the Delta Infinite car, giving him the very poor line and what he's going to be starting to gather as the marbles.
Yeah, and all of this fighting's brought the 2 SD1 Vision Esports cars into the battle as well. You saw them in the background, the 2 red cars, and they are right on top of this now. Probably going to be making a move on the number 16 shortly if that pace continues. But you notice how much of an advantage this has given the 97 Park Motorsport car, that purple machine up at the front of the pack. They've gone, run away!
I mean, can you blame him with the amount of stuff that's been going on? I don't think you want to be around any cars at this point in time, because for all we know, you could just get punted into a wall. So especially at this early stage in the race, where again it is very easy to make moves and drivers will be looking to do so, they will be going for possibly a little bit more outrageous moves. That the 16 with a little bit of lag, I think. Through the S's, so that's certainly something to look out for. But there's quite a lot of lag happening into turn 11. See what happens now. 133
full zero because we have high pings.
There we go. A little bit of high ping. So technical issues, but hopefully we can get past that. 133 and 16 down the back straight. Shigalka Sim Racing Dream Team trying to make a move.
2, 1, full course yellow.
Okay, another full course yellow. We're not quite sure what that was for, but there's evidently been some large incident on track somewhere. I don't know if it's involved. Oh, it's because of the high ping. My apologies.
Yeah. I heard Campbell mention something about high ping. I figured it was going to be a full course yellow for it.
Right.
But that is absolutely fine. 91. We've not seen them much, but that's because they've drifted off into the sunset. Well, the sunset's not for a good few hours, so they've still got a bit of time before they can actually do that. They head through turn 2, 899 in second, 61 in third, the Apex 1 car. In GT3 FNLRT in first place, Royal Racing in second, Squadron Corsa Overcrest in third place, rounding out the podium, the 217 Shigalka 1 Vision Endurance car in fourth, and the Apex 1 number 1 in fifth place. My name's Casper. Glad to have you all with us here for the 12 hours of COTA. I'm here with Reese. And I would ask, what do you expect to happen over the next 11 hours, 36 minutes? But I'll be honest, I'm not sure we can.
No, certainly not. It's always difficult to pick exactly what's going to happen over the course of a 12-hour race, you know? Like, if this race was an hour long, then we'd be able to tell you what likely would happen. But, there's so much that morphs and changes over the course of a long race like this, as we see pit stops happening in the prototype class.
Stabilizing the connection, so full course yellow will end in a moment.
Okay, full course yellow ending. I just wanted to say before we go back to racing, the 31 cubic system Mercedes, who was battling in the top
Oh,
three in
the dogs,
GT3,
don't exceed 80.
has only just come into the pits on the previous
Green,
lap.
3,
So
2,
keep an eye out for
1.
cubic system.
Green,
They're
green,
off
green.
sync at the moment, and potentially they've got some issues on board that machine. But full course yellow is over. We're back to racing with 11 hours and 35 minutes remaining, and well, we're still seeing fantastic battling in the area of the 133 as the Rivals Racing Team car gets on to pace. But man, look at this. Skigalka Sim Racing Dream Team. They have got a big battle ahead of them. Team Delta Infinite and, of course, Park Motorsport in the purple car just up ahead.
Yeah, and again, we've seen from both of the cars that it is going to be a very, very difficult battle. Park Motorsport and Team Delta Infinite, well, we've seen they will not give up a position, even if you paved them. So it is going to be very difficult for them.
Red flag. Slow down and
Red flag.
drive to the pit lane and stay there for a moment.
Okay. So we are now under red flag conditions with 11 hours 34 minutes to go. I imagine it's due to a little bit of a network problem, but I can't confirm that as yet. Let me see if I can find that out soon.
Yeah.
I imagine somebody's going to put something out about it.
Yeah, I imagine. Well, yeah, this is basically a free reset for a lot of the drivers and teams here as everybody pulls into the pits. I'm presuming race control will have taken a screenshot of the running order at the time the red flag came out, and depending on what the issue is, how long it takes to solve.
Red flag is caused because and second crew didn't have full course yellow ended on their side. That's the reason for red flag.
Okay, so they didn't know that the full course yellow had actually ended.
So there's like a
system didn't pick it up.
Yeah, desync issue potentially. The plugin's
Probably.
acting up. Yeah.
Oh, we love it. But yeah, I mean, this is going to be a hard reset for some of the teams, and if it's going to be anything like what we've just seen, I think we're in for another cracking half hour once this gets back underway.
Yeah, I certainly think we are. I mean, this is probably the most active start to an endurance race I've ever seen. I mean, I've somewhat gotten used to it with Project Endurance so far. There tends to be a lot of aggression in a lot of these drivers, but yeah, I'm still not quite used to seeing how hard and fast and close the racing is over the process of first couple of hours. But yeah, red flag conditions will have everyone coming into the pits now. They slow on down and got to make sure that you don't make any passes for position. They want the running order to be preserved when comes time for the red flag to end.
That is a lot of GT cars right behind each other.
Mm.
Oh my word. Goodness me. I mean, there is a lot of cars on the grid. I think this is the largest entry list we've had this season so far. I think we're looking around about 44, 45. So there is a lot of cars that we can look at. And pretty much all of them are providing brilliant racing. So I'm very much enjoying this race.
You can leave the server now.
And if you are enjoying this race as well, don't forget we've got two more.
For next comments.
We've got two more after this, because we've got 12 hours of COTA, we've got Portimao 6 hours, and then the big one in, I believe, October, the 24 hours of Daytona. That is bound to be a good one.
Oh yeah, certainly. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the rounds to come in this fifth season of Project Endurance. We are going to be waiting a bit for the 6 hours of Portimao and then the 24 hours of Daytona, but I'm certainly hyped for the closing stages of this season. You know, there's so much racing that takes place. It is only 6 rounds, but I mean, let's just add them together. 8, 14, 23, 35,
Yes.
41 plus 24. That's 65 hours of racing that we're doing over the course of this season. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Yes, it is 65 hours of racing. Thank goodness my Maths A level came to use there. But yeah, and we've had some brilliant racing so far. Started in
Stop
Shanghai.
with the things. I will be notifying you about everything, so just please be patient. We need to figure that out.
Everybody's trying to figure out, trying to get questions, and all of that sort of stuff. And I cannot blame them. I only hope that it's not going to be like the Nürburgring recently.
Yeah, certainly. only getting 8 hours or so worth of action over the course of a 24-hour race. It's certainly not ideal.
Yeah, I think someone did the actual maths. I think it turned out to be around about the no, that's the Spa race. I was going to say 7 hours 44, but that was the 6 hours of Spa. I think it was around about 8 hours worth of racing. But even if we do get a reduced race, something like that, it's still going to be brilliant just because like around this circuit, there's so many places where you can actually make a move.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we saw so much evidence of that in this first half hour, didn't we? This is a Formula One circuit built by Tilke GmbH through and through. It's got those signature design aspects like the heavy braking zones into tight corners, coming into straights. And, you know, obviously that style of racetrack has its critics, and for very good reason. But I think it's provided some very interesting action here in Project Endurance.
Yeah, it is one of Tilke's better racetracks, I think. Sort of not quite up there with Sepang, but it's still quite good anyway. And it provides brilliant racing for any type of car, or not even car. Bike racing around here is very good as well for MotoGP and the like. So for round 4, I don't think we could have picked a much better venue.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, you see the elevation change around this place as well. Obviously, there's quite a lot of flat parts to this circuit, but when the elevation does change, it brings a great aspect to this layout. And if it weren't for those elevation changes, it'd certainly be a lesser track for it. Of course, you know, Project Endurance has a pretty long history, and this is the first time since season 1 that only 2 classes are taking part. It's sort of updating the to the real life situation in global endurance racing, where LMP2 has fallen off the world stage, and so LMP2 cars no longer taking part in this series. But I think the action that we've gotten, you know, I don't think we really need LMP2 anymore. It's there's more than enough action for my tastes with just 2 classes.
Oh, there's definitely plenty of action, and actually, Le Mans is next weekend, and LMP2 will be back for Le Mans, so that is going to be brilliant to see them come back. I can't wait. I'm wanting to go to the ELMS.
Okay, just letting you know, the race will be restarted to finish it like scheduled, so we'll still end up in the race at 11 p.m. We had a red flag on lap 14, so the grid will be set from lap 12. We will publish the order in a moment, and we'll let you know when the server is booked.
So the race will continue to go until 11 p.m. European, 10 p.m. UK time, 5 p.m. Eastern, Eastern American, and for all of the times, please convert. Because I don't know all the times is off the top of my head, unfortunately.
Yeah, indeed. Very easy to plug those times into a time zone converter. But yeah, the long and short of what Camille was saying there is that the clock is still running. Technically, we're not going to be getting a full 12 hours worth of racing, but everything's still being conducted to that 12-hour time limit. So that might change up how the teams approach the rest of the race here. They would have been going into this expecting to be able to complete full stints early on. A full fuel tank takes about an hour to an hour and 15 minutes in the GT3 class, and lasts about 50 to 55 minutes in a hypercar. So we ended up getting that red flag before the basic stint length had passed. So that's certainly going to be some numbers that the teams will be plugging into their calculators.
We did also see a little bit earlier a few cars coming into the pits for whatever reason, whether they needed to or whether they just fancied to. But there were a lot of cars that were sort of coming in just before the red flag. So it is going to be really interesting to see whether those cars that did come into the pits are going to have an advantage come the restart of the race, hopefully in a few minutes' time, because of course they won't have to come into the pits in, say, half an hour after the race restart. So they're going to have that full tank of fuel, possibly those fresh tyres, and all of the advantages that come with both.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I believe the rules would be under red flag. Basically, you're allowed to refuel the car and put a fresh set of tyres on. So it's a full reset for a lot of the cars in this field. And I think they will be starting in class order, not overall order, but I can't be quite sure. There's potential for the, say, the 51 Apex 1 entry to get a little bit of an extra leg up. Remember, they did have a disadvantage early on. And there's a few cars I can think of that will certainly be praising this red flag period, like the Cubic System number 31 GT3 and a couple of others just besides.
Yeah, there's going to be quite a lot of cars that are going to be very happy that
we've had some technical issues with the stream, so we don't have exact positions. We try to figure them out. Sorry.
Ooh, technical gremlins. We do love to see that. But yeah, it's some of these cars are going to be cursing the fact that it's happened. So possibly the leading AOT Turtle Beach car, who had a pretty decent gap ahead of one of the Kichita Mafia cars, they're going to be pretty irritated, one would imagine. So, and possibly the leading GT3 cars as well, as we are here at COTA. But sort of, again, it's sort of like you said with traffic. Traffic cometh, traffic taketh away. Same with red flags. Red flags giveth, red flags taketh away.
Yeah, they do. And I think the 91 AOT Turtle Beach entry is going to be the one of the ones saying red flag taketh away, because they'd worked themselves out to a very nice lead indeed. When the red flag had come out, they were nice and calm. But this gives a chance now for the 61 Apex 1 entry and the two Kichita Mafia cars to have another go at grabbing the lead off of them. The AOT Turtle Beach car missed out on taking pole position in the hyperpole session by just a few hundredths of a second. So I think on race pace, they're a lot closer to everyone than they were. And we're going to be seeing some big moves from them.
Yeah, and I mean, you said it yourself, a couple of hundredths was the difference in hyperpole between AOT Turtle Beach and pole position. So it is really close it is really tight, especially in hypercar, because it is just the one BMW hypercar. As you can see, the crews that did go to a hyperpole, the 222, the number 1, the 31, the 217, and the 996 for GT3, they all went into the top 5 hyperpole session, and that's your hypercars there as well. The 899, the 891, the 61, the 91, and the 161 Project A car, which have actually been doing really well. We did see them running up very, very high quite early on. I think they did drop back a little bit, but regardless, for a reserve with the caliber of drivers that we've got, that's some pretty good going.
Yeah, certainly is. We've seen some excellent performances from a lot of the reserves that have taken part thus far, and I hope that we see more of them in the final couple of rounds of the season after this one, because more competition is always good. You don't always want to see the same cars at the front every single race. You want to see some variety, and those reserve teams are certainly giving us that variety.
And there is going to be plenty more where that came from, because these guys are going to be here, but they're also going to be at Daytona. Daytona's got 24 hours. Daytona's got a lot of space for quite a lot of cars, and we see it in real life every time. Plenty of moves being made right across the whole circuit, and the same goes for here. It is, well, in the UK, it is almost 10 to 11. We're about 50 minutes in to this 12-hour race. We are under red flag conditions. I thought he was going to say a little bit more there. We're under red flag conditions for some sort of system technical gremlins have shown up here in Texas. And yeah, it's again, I'm gonna keep saying, because it has been, but it's been a brilliant race so far, and I'm just hoping that it stays like that.
Yeah, I'm hoping the same. I mean, if anything, I'd hope that things are a little bit calmer. I mean, it is entertaining, obviously, seeing all of the scintillating battles and contact and what have you that we saw in the first half hour. But I think this is providing a good opportunity for all the teams to have a little bit of a reset, not just for the cars, but for their brains as well. I think everyone was just getting a little muddled up in all of the action that was going on, and now they had the chance to say, okay, we're going for this restart. It's basically take 2 for the start of the race, and they would have learned what the nature of the racing is like, how to avoid those incidents. At least that's what I'm hoping. At least
I'm just looking in one of the paddock chats, and the Shigalka Sim Racing Dream Team crew, and I think their affiliated GT3 crews as well. They're playing Gartic Phone. Which for anybody who doesn't know what that is, it's basically sort of like Pictionary kind of thing, where you have to draw a thing, and then you pass it on to someone else, and then you have to type out what you've drawn, and then that typing gets passed on to someone else. They have to draw it, and so on and so on and so on. It can get really weird. I've played it a few times, believe me, but good to know that these guys are having a little bit of fun in the red flag.
Yeah, pass the time somehow, some way. Always good to see. Yeah, man. I'm just hoping that we get back to the racing very shortly, because it's certainly not nice looking at an empty racetrack and just waiting for issues to be sorted out behind the scenes. But man, with the action we saw so far in these initial stages, I think we're going to be on for a good restart when it eventually comes.
We definitely are. Red flag was called on lap 14, so we should be taking the standings from that lap or the lap before. I can't remember off the top of my head which it is. I think it's last time the leader crosses the line, so it will be right when the 91 crossed the line to start that 14th lap, I do believe. But of course, we will get updates and we will give them to you as and when we do get them. Welcome to Texas. And it's been a very good welcome, I think.
Yeah, has been a good welcome. And I was there for the pre-welcome yesterday in qualifying and Hyperpole, and just seeing the cars go absolutely all out around this circuit was a real treat to see. Some great performances took place in that session, especially when the top 5 in each class had the track all to themselves in the Hyperpole session. But, well, they're going to have to negotiate an awful lot more cars once again when we eventually get back to green flag racing. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be fun. We're just waiting still on updates from race control as they sort out the starting order for the end of this red flag period. But yeah, they did say end of lap 12 was going to be the point at which they would get the results from.
Okay, so a couple of laps back. One thing that we did see in that race is, well, we did see many things, but one of the big things that we did see is those reserves really getting in there. I'm talking sort of the Project A, the 133, the 69 Metodo Nagualta car, especially in Hypercar. They've really been sort of getting in there, and they're still showing that, okay, we've not done the full season, but we're still
Grid
damn
looks to
good
be
at racing.
set. We are checking. We won't be able to make it for 12, so we will restart probably 10 past 12. We will confirm that in a moment.
There we go. We've got a rough estimate start time. So in just under 20 minutes time is sort of the target at this point in time. But yeah, these reserves have been doing very, very well.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it just before. You know, the 161 was certainly the one of the stars of the show for me, and the Project A entry. You see here, of course, that Kamil Struzik is the only car in the server right now, apart from our producer Slabomir. I'm not too sure what the revving up is all about, but you know, anything to bring some noise to a very quiet racetrack at the moment.
Well, it is very quiet, and this shot is really showing sort of how high the elevation is for turn 1. I mean, it is a really high corner. You can afford to brake late going into there. I think we're just going to get a sort of bird's eye tour of the circuit, which wouldn't be a bad thing, or are we going to get a safety car lap?
Not sure. We'll have to wait and see. But yeah, that run up to turn 1, it's very reminiscent of the run up to the first turn at the Red Bull Ring. I do like braking zones like that go straight up a hill, because it dares you to brake that little bit later. You know, there is an argument for longer braking zones being better for racing, but I tend to take the opposite viewpoint. If there's a braking zone where it's possible to seriously shorten it by pure physics, getting driven down into the road, then I'll certainly take that. But turn 1, of course, is the highest point on this circuit, and the elevation change is very flowing indeed. The S's section off to the right-hand side of the screen is one of the flatter areas of the circuit. It was inspired by the Beckett's S's at Silverstone. There's an awful lot of turns around this place that take inspiration from other iconic Formula One circuits, but I do like this interpretation of the Beckett's S's. It can be a little bit frustrating in the driver's seat to negotiate with the anti-cut curbs, but I do like the decision to make the final right-hander of that complex double apex. It certainly brings an extra element of difficulty into that section.
Yeah, I've been to Silverstone myself, not on an F1 weekend, but for GB3, if anybody knows what that single-seater racing series is. And yeah, watching cars go through Maggots, Beckett's, and Chapel is a brilliant sight to watch. And same goes for here. Pretty much any machine that goes through that section looks absolutely amazing because you go in really quickly, and then like you said, you've got, I think this is turn 6, maybe turn 7. It's double apex. You've got to go a little bit wide, and then you cut back for that second apex just before.
So the starting order is going to be on announcement channel. There will be one note. It will be mentioned on that channel. The server will go online in 10 minutes, so 12 cease time, and 5 minutes of practice then for you to join. Then we will have 2 formation laps. We have to do 2 formation laps as the leaderboard requires that, and we will start with 657 minutes, of course, adding the formation laps, so 650 minutes of running, and also 1 long stop less, so 5 long stops till the end.
Okay, that's an interesting decision there, because usually in races like this, there was originally set that the drivers, the teams would have to take 6 long stops. Now, if you're not familiar with how endurance racing and driver swaps work on Assetto Corsa, basically a long pit is Assetto Corsa League admins' way of equalizing the competition between teams that have, say, 4 drivers and teams that have 3 or even 2 drivers. If you have a certain amount of long pits to take, where you're held in the pits for a longer amount of time, that allows you to take a driver swap. It allows you to get some extra service done to the car, but everyone has to do the same amount. And so, there isn't I'd say a disadvantage to teams that have more drivers. And if long stops weren't a thing, they'd have to spend a bit more time in the pits switching between all their drivers.
The lineup has just been released. Let me quickly run you through it. The 91 AOT Turtle Beach car will start at the top. Then is the 899 Mafia Capone, the 61 Apex 1 in 3rd, the 891 Kichita Corleone car in 4th. So they're still staying up there after starting very highly. Nicely done for the Kichita crew as we're looking on at turn 11. The 42 GLS PXM car in 5th place, 731 Mystic Royal team in 6th. Then it is the 665 All Racing Croca PL, the 175 Petronas Cintium SD, 99 OC Racing, the 133 Guignado Bau Elemente car, the 97 Park Motorsport, the 80, is that 81 or is that 61? I think it's 81. Team Delta Infinite, the 16 Shigalka Sim Racing Dream Team in 13th, SE1 Vision in 14th and 15th, 17 ahead of 117. Project A 161 in 16th, 17th is Metoda Naguada Esports, number 69. 51
As one of you is asking, the restart procedure will be the same as the start procedure.
There we go. Apex 1 in 18th, Kurita Racing Esports in 19th, and the 32 will start at the back of the hypercar field. Then for GT3, Cubic System will lead them to green in first in class, and then onwards we've got the FNLRT 222, the 666 in 3rd place in class. 20 Squadra Corsa Overcrest in 4th place. 5th place is the 217 Shigalka 1 Vision Endurance. There we go on to the number 1 Apex 1, the number 41 AOT Turtle Beach car, who will start 27th overall. The 83 Rivals Racing Team, and then the 49 PMO Endurance Team Red, the 996 Motor Reporter CLDNF car, the 775 Kichita Mafia, the 246 Race Sport Academy, the 709 Strefa Racing Team, the 820 Team Delta Infinite, the 907 Park Motorsport car, the 24 Donut Liveried Brawn GP Endurance 283. I think it's 283. Grid White Tigers, 98's the Jaws liveried OC racing car, the 997 Park Motorsport car, the 46 Racebot Emeritus, Move Center Sim Racing Dream Team, the 275 at the back of the grid, and then just behind them it's the 921 Sim Racing Fanatics Hungary, the 2180 Elmar, and the 794 Grid Racing car. Quite a lot to get through there.
Yeah, plenty of cars taking part in this round, the 12 hours of COTA. Yeah, so in about 4 minutes' time, the server will go back up. The drivers will have 5 minutes to join, and then at 10 past the hour, we'll get our 2 formation laps, and we'll be able to get back to green flag racing. Honestly, this building on screen at the moment is one of the reasons that I want to visit Circuit of the Americas. I'd love to go all the way up to the top and have a real great view of this beautiful circuit. This is one of the defining aspects of it, and have a look at that. Slavomir right on cue, giving us the virtual view there. Look at that. You can see pretty much the whole track. It's beautiful.
You could probably see Austin from here. Good grief. You can see at the very far end, that's the turn 11 hairpin. You can see cars all going all the way down that back straight, braking over turn 12. Flipping heck. Oh my word. That is one hell of a view. And imagine even just standing on those stairs anywhere, like even halfway, because you're still up in the air. You can still see a decent portion. Well, I can imagine anyway. Not that I've been to America before, but it's a brilliant sort of viewing point. And we love you, Sławomir, for doing that. Oh my word, that looks amazing, even in game.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's something to be said for the quality of the external terrain in this rendition of COTA as well. I mean, they've shown the karting circuit on the outside as well. I love the immersion that this version of the track is giving. Obviously there's more detail on the circuit itself, which is understandable, but you go outside the track, you can still see all the objects that are there in the real world. And man, I really love this. This is fantastic. Nice POV shot of going down the stairs. And
I wouldn't suggest going all the way down the stairs. There's quite a few stairs to go down.
Well, I mean, considering how fast he's moving down them, he's probably going to get to the bottom by the time the server goes back up.
Probably, yeah, probably. But even then, you can still see, like, we are a couple of flights down, but you can still see everything that's going on track. And it's why people love this track. It's because it's a great track, yes, but it looks brilliant as well.
Yeah, and I think it's very rare for a circuit of this nature to be able to see the whole thing from one location, or essentially the whole thing. And a very pertinent spot to put it as well, right in the middle of the multi-apex right-hander towards the end of the lap that is, of course, inspired by Istanbul Park's Turn 8. And you'll be very familiar with that if you watched the race broadcast of last round of Project Endurance. The 9 hours of Istanbul.
Server is online.
Oh, server is online, says Kamil Struzik. And we'll be able to jump back in very shortly. Man, I'm already seeing a flurry of cars entering the server on my live timing. We're already up to 16 cars in, now 17, now 18. They are registering like mad. They all want to get in there.
Look at that tail on the observation tower. That just looks amazing. That is brilliant. I'll be honest, that tour gave me goosebumps multiple times. I shouldn't be hoping for a red flag, but that looks brilliant. Thank you very much, Sławomir. Dziękuję bardzo. But let's get back to the racing at Bay. Drivers are now going to be joining in. They do have 5 minutes to set a couple of laps, should they do so. Although around here, that's, 2 laps, if that?
Yeah. Oh, well, I think it'd still be, excuse me, a good opportunity to get used to the cars again, get yourself into that race mode. Of course, they'll be reset on fuel and tires as well. So for some teams, this might be the first time in a bit that they've had a full tank on the car and cold tires to start off.
God, weren't we just here? Yeah, definitely. The extra fuel, the extra tires will benefit those that didn't actually come into the pits. So that is going to be an advantage. So we're not going to see any pit stops really until just gone past the, possibly the 2.5 hour mark. So possibly the 2.5 hour mark realistically. As we're looking on with a lot of cars that aren't actually going to go out, as far as I can see. There's a few that have gone out, just to sort of dial back in. But there is a lot of cars that will not be going out, and I cannot say I blame them.
Yeah, you know, for some teams, for some drivers even, and I think I'm one of them. It can sometimes be better psychologically to just be sitting in the pits before going out onto the track. I mean, for some drivers, getting out there and doing a couple of installation laps is a good way to get back into the rhythm, but sometimes you just need that little solo time by yourself in the pit lane to get yourself ready. Wow, man,
2 minutes left to join the server.
we're getting a garage tour now, it seems.
We're getting a really comprehensive tour of what a garage looks like, which is pretty empty. But I don't mind that. Here's what it looks like at the...
Oh, look at that!
Oh, that's brilliant!
They got their own team trucks. That's awesome.
I love that. Oh, there's Apex 1, there's GLS-PXN cars, there's another Apex 1. That is...
RF and LRT.
Yeah, there we go. The FL Racing team. Who else have we got? The Racing Studio. They've got their own truck. Oh, this is brilliant. Oh, there's a few more Apex 1 cars as well. And that is the Polish Motorsports organization.
Excellent stuff. You know, it's these kinds of details that we as commentators don't really pay attention to that I love. And it's one of the reasons why I love sim racing, you know, and the fact that we have leagues out there like Project Endurance that create their own versions of various tracks. You know, you get these personal touches that you don't often get in other racing sims. It's really nice to see.
Is one of the crews with one of the trucks painted, the GLS PXN car, the 42. The one which had, I think it's best to say, the better look of the twain. Yeah, indeed. Some very nice design choices being made on those trucks, and some brilliant design choices being made on pretty much every single car in this field. I mean, I've commentated many a league in my time. I've raced in many an endurance league, and I think this field that we're seeing in Project Endurance, one of the best presented fields I've ever seen. Some beautiful professional looking liveries on all the cars here. I'm skipping the session, just trying to get quickly to the two formation
Remember
laps.
to press the drive button, 2 minutes of wait time, and yeah, we will follow the safety car as on the previous start.
Oh, look at that. All the cars are lined up. This is a brilliant view because you can just see all the cars. It's just, I think...
Okay, just information for you. First sector will be on pit limiter, so please try to not hit me. And after sector 1, we will start normal formation lap.
The first sector's on pit limiter. Please do
also,
not hit me.
Reminder that we will have 2 formation laps.
Which, given what's happened at the start of the race, is a fair thing to mention. I think.
I agree. It's good to have that little reminder. Look, this racing is supposed to be a non-contact sport. These aren't touring cars. We're not going to biff each other off the racetrack here. So yeah, like I said before, this is take two for a lot of these drivers and teams. They'll be able to reset the way they're approaching this race.
Oh, that was brilliant. We do love a bit of humour from the Stewards Association, who, might I add, have handled this very well. And I'd just personally like to thank them for actually handling this really
25 seconds.
Yeah, indeed. Camille and the crew, they run a very tight ship here at Project Endurance. Indeed. And yeah, he's going to get ready to pull away here after the 2-minute hold time completes, and we'll lead the field around for those 2 formation laps, and then finally we'll get back to racing in the 12 hours of COTA now with I presume something around
there's a car going early.
Yeah, don't go just yet. Got to wait for everyone else to pull away in front of you as the safety car makes its way to the front of the queue.
One thing that I did see that
car
is
in the front,
quite funny.
We can go.
One thing I did see that was quite funny, at the back of the safety car, it does say follow the safety car, not smash into the safety car or do anything else into that. So again, an added little reminder that you shouldn't biff into them, as it were.
I think the problem is, though, that text on the back of the safety car is a bit small, hard to read if you're too far away. So if you try to get closer to them to get a bit of view, you kind of get the message a little too late, probably.
Yeah, I mean, I am a
between
spectacled fellow.
275 and 21.
I am a spectacled fellow, so I do have to sort of lean in to try and read that sort of stuff. And yeah, thank goodness I'm not racing, otherwise poor either Kamil or Wojciech would probably be halfway around in the S's by now.
Yeah, indeed.
Okay, all good.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, get another chance to tour around COTA nice and slow. We didn't get a chance to talk about this sequence of turns, the end of the S's. It's one of my favorite pieces of the racetrack, just because, you know, you're trying to keep the weight on the fronts through that section. You obviously don't want the car to over-rotate, but having a pointy front end is ideal for that first sector at Circuit of the Americas. And I said it last night in qualifying, that turn 9, which is before the one that we're looking at going down the hill, so satisfying when you get it right. If you find that you've nailed the exit of that turn, it's probably going to be a good lap.
Yeah, I've done COTA in F1 in Project Endurance, not in Project Endurance, in Project Cars, that's the one. And I've done it in a few other games as well. Turn 9 around here for me is one of the most difficult corners on this circuit, and if you get it bang on, it feels brilliant, because you need a good exit, because it's a bit of a long drive, because it's through a kink. You can go flat through there, and then braking for turn 11 again, that's absolutely crucial. But it's an uphill, it's just, pardon me, a slowish left-hander, so it is a very difficult corner technically to make, but brilliant if you get it right. Same goes for the corners before, turn 8 before it as well. You've got that right-hander which goes on for quite a bit, and then you've got to turn off. So it's sort of an immediate twist of rotation.
Lap number 1 ending now, so 1 more to go.
From one way to the other, it's brilliant if you get it right.
Yeah, but it's so hard to get it right is the thing, you know. Circuit of the Americas, like, it's a great circuit, but aside from Sector 1, it's not a track that I find flows particularly well, depending on the car that you're driving in. You know, the especially the second and final sectors, very technical in nature, and you'd ideally want to. Oh, that's nice. A couple extra cameras being set up in the sim to follow the safety car around. Like this opening section through the S's is very much a driver's circuit in that area, but the moment you get towards turn 11, basically the rest of the lap is all about making sure you have the setup right, being sure that you have a stable car under you that manages to point its way into turns easily but doesn't oversteer too much on the exit. Traction, I think, is paramount in the final sector.
Yeah, and I mentioned this at the very, very start. It has got, I would argue, pretty much everything. Because it's got a driver section where you need to do it yourself, where it's much more reliant on the driver. It's got fast corners, it's got slow corners, it's sections which rely more on the car, more on the setup, more on mechanical grip. So, you know, it is very much a driver's track. Well, not driver's track, a track for everyone. It's got something that everybody likes, whether it be the S's, the uphill to turn 1, the section that we're going to come to now, the switchbacks through 12, 13 and 15 as well. It's got something that everybody pretty much can like, which is, again, why a lot of people absolutely love this circuit.
Yeah, for sure. Well, Wojciech Trzynski at the wheel of the safety car will be pulling away very shortly and making his way into pit lane as the field now sorts themselves out. The GT3s, I presume, will be leaving a little bit of a gap to the prototype class.
80 kilometers per
there's
hour,
any more
formidable
shenanigans.
file, no overtaking. GT3 leader, turn car length gap to the last hypercar. Good luck on the start.
Good luck on the start. Yeah, good luck on the start. They are very much going to need it. Wojciech Trzynski, it's not an easy name, believe me, I know. Is coming into the pit lane now. We're on board with the 899, the leader of the two Kichita Mafia hyper cars. Take two in Texas as they come around turn 19 and then coming to the final corner uphill once again. And we'll see what these guys do. FNL RT in second place, Cubic Systems in first in GT3. Waiting for the green flag to go. And there it goes. We are underway once again. It looks to be a very good start for the Mystic Royal team. They're going to be trying to make a move. The 891 Corleone car's going to try down the inside. Is he going to be able to? The 791 dives for it. A little bit of chaos through turn 1. Airborne goes the 133. That is, I think, the Gnado Bauelemente. They went a little bit airborne. GT3, the 5 wide, going into turn 1. Oh my word! The Race Spot Academy car is in that, as is the Royal Racing. The FNL has taken a lead.
Around.
And the reporter car got involved in there. I think the Royal Racing Lexus, not the Royal Racing Lexus, the what's it called? The Kichita Mafia Lexus. That's the one. Thank you. Kichita Mafia Lexus got involved in there as well as. Oh my word! Once again, we've had one hell of a start, but instead of the Kichita Mafia car in second, we've got the Mystic Royal team up there.
Yeah, very interesting start indeed. The 731 on an absolute charge here, probably taking advantage of the situation and getting right on it, as Project A will have to give up the position to the VoyalRacing.pl car, or will they? Ooh, gently does it. The Gnado Bauelemente car getting involved in all of this as well. The 161 gets up the inside, but they're going to back out of that one and give up 2 further positions, it looks like, to Apex One and SD1 Vision Esports. That number 51 Apex One car there is one of the ones I'm going to be watching intently, because remember, they had to take that early pit stop for whatever reason, and they are on the back foot coming into this red flag. It's given them an extra chance to make their way up the field.
Raw GP and Parker battling as well, as are AOT in 27th. Down the inside on the Motor Reporter 24 car, the 996 through 16. He's not been able to make that move, but they're still side by side as well. a little further back. But no move made on the 20, but in goes the Streffer racing car. Brilliant move through turn 19. That was pretty daring.
Certainly was. It looks like the Lamborghini is going to be in further trouble there as well as oh no, the Park Motorsport car was turned around making contact with the Lamborghini there. So they've lost out massively at the end of the second lap of this restart. So just take it easy, guys. Make your way through. Don't push too hard. I mean, they're already disobeying my commands, aren't they? The amount of drivers diving to the inside of turn 1. The Apex 1 Mercedes with a massive disadvantage here at the start. You know, they took an early pit stop in the first green flag run and turned around at the first corner on this restart. So they've got a lot to fight up here. They're a long way down at the moment.
They are very, very long way down, but they will be looking to make a move. Oof, locking up there is the OC Racing Lopen car, the number 99, as they head through turn 13 and 14. I believe that's a dinosaur livery on that car. Can't off the top of my head remember what the name of it is. But again, love OC Racing because they bring these sort of animal liveries, which we have seen in real life as well. Down the inside goes the Royal Racing car, forces the race spot 246 wide. But the race spot will have the inside through 13, or will they? Slightly deep. Can the Royal Lamborghini make use of that? Not quite. Is he going to get the switch back through here? He looks for it. He goes for it. Can he make it stick? They are still two abreast into turn 16 now. Brilliant racing. It's Race Spot Academy, I think, against the 666 Royal Racing, but he has to stay behind for now.
Yeah, I think the Royal Lamborghini is on the back foot as well. Remember, they got up into the top 3 in GT3 before the red flag was called, and now they've had a little bit of extra trouble on the restart here as SD1 Vision 117 with some big issues there through the S's. So we're starting to see it once again. Cars having trouble through the S's, and the OC Racing Lopen car will try and go for it at turn 11. That's a big dive up the inside. Have they gone too deep? Probably. A little bit of contact there with the SD1 Vision car, and both of the SD1 Vision esports machines back together once again. Bit further up, this is the battle for, it looks like 5th. Petronas Cintium SD team trying to keep Park Motorsport, Kisiata Mafia Corleone, and the Skagalka Sim Racing Dream Team car behind them. This is some very intense racing once again.
This is brilliant stuff. The Kishida Mafia cars are really struggling on this restart. They were 2nd and 4th, they're now 4th and 6th. So maybe that start lost them a couple of positions. We're on board with the 97 Park Motorsport car as we head through turn 19. Now, we saw these guys in the first race. They will not give up and they will not stand down from a battle if they can. The 39th place Good White Tigers and the 46th Race Spot Emeritus. They've had a bit of a spin. Looks to be... I can't really tell where that is. I think that's back end of the S's.
It is. Yeah, the second last corner of the S's, in fact. Well, we'll turn our attentions further up here because it looks like Apex 1 is in the midst of this scintillating battle for second place. Once again, AOT Turtle Beach have decided to put on the afterburners, and they are absolutely skipping away with a 3.5-second lead right now. And Mystic Royal team, we didn't expect them to be up into these positions, and it seems like their race pace is starting to drop a little. They're a bit of a cork in the bottle. Look at how many cars they've got behind them.
And honestly, this is going to be a problem for them, because if they keep running ahead, they're obviously going to be burning more fuel, but they're also going to be burning a hole in the air for the cars behind them, which coming into this corner hit, it's very easy to make a move on the brakes. We've seen it many a time already, and we've still got 10 hours and 40 to go. But no move being made there as yet. Well, I shouldn't have said anything, because in goes the Kishida Mafia 899 car. They're still too wide because he's gone a little bit deep into 13 and 14 through 15. Is he going to try and make a move on Mystic Royal car? I thought he was going to try. but he was just getting ahead of the Apex One. So Apex One off the podium and cuts the corner, possibly. But again, it is the curbs that is the track limits, not the white line, I should mention, because it is easily missed, but it is the curbs where there are curbs that are the track limits. PMO Endurance Team red, no blue Endurance Team this time around. Bit of a struggle through the S, as is the 820 gets out of the way, thankfully. Yeah, that's my reaction as well. But yeah, again, a lot happening on this restart.
Yeah, plenty of action as per usual, but yeah, it seems like the end of the S's is the most popular place to have incidents. Speaking of, hello GT3 traffic, that has completely flipped the battle for second place, and Mystic Boyle all the way down from 2nd to 8th now in the space of a few corners.
GT traffic got in the way. Traffic giveth, traffic taketh away. We know that very, very well. So this is going to be very interesting to see what happens now with the 899 leading this pack. What can the 731 do to get back up there? Well, he has to defend from the 81 Team Delta Infinite. And if his race pace is going to continue to struggle, he could split this hypercar pack up even further. As the 14 is right on the back of the 117, as is the 17. So Kirito is in a bit of a one vision sandwich, if you were.
Yeah, for sure. It's certainly difficult to negotiate battles like this early on in a race. The Kirito Racing esports car, yeah, in the middle of the SD1 Vision sandwich right now, but it looks like one of them is trying to make the move. And, well, hello, we've got the Royal Racing Lamborghini with a big angry pack of cars behind them here. Wow, they've got the Park Motorsport, they've got the Moto Reporter car, they've got AOT Turtle Beach, and they've also got the Squadra Corse Overcrest car in behind them here. So this is the battle for essentially 5th in GT3 right now, and it looks like there's upwards of 5 cars involved in it.
And that could very easily be more. Kichita Mafia, well, no, that's different. That's very far down. What?
This is the lead. This is the GT3 lead right here. Looks like FNLRT's in trouble. Cubic System trying to come through, and the Skigalka One Vision Endurance car is just behind them as well. This could get interesting.
Here we go. Has he lifted off, possibly? I don't think he has, because he's still defending the position, giving the outside line to the Cubic System car. They're still 2 abreast. Careful for the Shigalka One Vision Endurance car in the background. Contact, a little bit of a bash, but rubbing is racing, as we very well know. And in comes the Shigalka One Vision Endurance saying, yes, I'd like some of that if I can. Can't quite make that stick, but he is very much looking at the back of that Mercedes, saying, I'm coming after you whether you like it or not.
So Cubic System leads the way in GT3. That's going to be significant for them because their championship rivals, number 1 Apex One, still a long way down in the field. That's another Mercedes that's come a cropper on the inside of turn 12 there, as this fight is continuing for second place in Hypercar. It's a 3-way fight at the moment between Apex One, Cacciata Mafia Capone, and the Petronas Cintium SD team, but the second of the Cacciata Mafia cars is rapidly gaining here as they try to negotiate the GT traffic.
There is a lot of cars that would very much love to get involved in that battle. We're looking on with the number 42, or now the 794 in 43rd place overall. Let's look at the AOT Turtle Beach car ahead of them, on board with the Squadra Overcrest car, going through the S's. Yellow's on track. Oh, back end. Hello. Little bit of a problem for the 41, losing a little bit of time. We are back under green conditions, but we could see a move here. Here comes a Lamborghini, the number 20 down the inside through the kink. They are 2 abreast, heading to the hairpin at turn 11. The 921 car, the Sim Racing Fanatics. We've not seen very much of them. They're off.
Yeah, they're back to the garage now. Unfortunately, it looks like a retirement for them. They were one of the reserve teams for today. But the number 41 still trying to defend here from the Lamborghini. This is such an intense battle. Remember, these guys are racing some way down the field as, oh dear, that's a problem for the OC Racing Lopen car. Down to 20th now, last running in prototype. And I'm not too sure what happened to them to have that eventuate, but big problems.
Just had confirmation that the 921 is a DNF, so we had the first DNF of the race so far. The sim racing fanatics for Hungary, they are the first DNF of this race. We've still got 43 more cars on track, and 2 of them are the cars that we're seeing on screen that are having a good old battle here in GT3. A few more here. The 61 trying to make a move. The PMO car struggling again, considering a pit entry. But don't go for it. Let's go back to this hypercar battle. This Pike Motorsport against Apex One, up to the top of the hill, into turn 1. Apex One has the inside line, but can Mark Motorsport get the switchback?
Oh, beautiful.
That is a brilliant move. Outside line for turn 2, though. That's not quite ideal where you want to be, and you can't really go too wide through the S's either. So you have to give up the position, at least for now, especially because there is GT3 traffic in the middle of that as well. So they have to negotiate that, heading through turn 6 and 7.
The Apex One car's wide.
Deep goes the Apex One car, so that is a position gained for Park Motorsport, and there's even more GT3 traffic in there, but they are getting past it relatively all right. The 61 could have a better drive out of turn 10 into turn 11.
By the way, I remind that
the position we know traffic gives.
This race, but you need to report it on your team's channel pinging PESA. Thank you.
Just a reminder that drivers do need to report the actual incidents. 2 abreast down this back straight. Park Motorsport goes back into the slipstream and then back out of it into turn 12. Another GT3 traffic is a donut liveried Brawn GP Endurance car into turn 13 and 14. 61 down the inside. Can he make his stick? He's got GT3 in the way. So the 97 even can go for a tighter line down the inside. That's exactly what he does. And that is, hopefully, at least for now, a position gained. But it took about 2/3 of a lap to do.
Yeah, negotiating GT3 traffic all the while. Massive, massive battle. But Park Motorsport now hold on to a podium place, and they're about to catch up to that GT3 battle that we were watching over the course of the previous laps beforehand. I mean, just look at the mixture of cars that we've got at the moment. I'm amazed at how quickly the prototype field has come around to lap the GT3s.
Ooh, tries to remove, does the 81 hits? Hits, I think that's the 175.
Petronas, Cintium, yeah. Careful on the re-entry, mate. Dear, oh dear.
Yeah.
Oh, he keeps trying to inch forward and get going, but there were more and more cars coming through. The track is clear now, but, wow, that's a shame.
That is a shame. They're sort of inching and edging forward, and then unfortunate there for them, but they are back on track in 15th place after being really, really high early on. Ooh, bare contact there. I think that is the 665 and the 81. The 81 ahead. Trying to negotiate the Race Spot Academy car. I think a little bit of a rub with that Mercedes for the 81, so possibly scrubbing a little bit of speed down the back straight.
Yeah, would have had a disadvantage, and now the Royal Racing.pl car is going to make up another position in their fight back up through the field as they try to negotiate the GT3 traffic. They don't want to hit the team car. That's the other Royal Racing car and the Lamborghini there in GT3, and that's a nice exchange between them. But now, Apex 151 and 81 Team Delta Infinite finding themselves in each other's shoes as they make their way through the GT3 traffic. Man, everywhere you look, there is something going on here. Even the AOT Turtle Beach 41 has caught up to the rest of that battle for 5th place in GT3, and the 161 sweeping around the outside there to get the move done and move themselves ahead then of the Motoreporter Lexus.
Yeah, that is going to be a brilliant battle. The Motor Report car we've seen so far this season be quite good in battles. So it's going to be interesting to see if they continue through here. Battle for 4th, 61 and 891, heading into the S's. It's Apex against Kichita Mafia. We've seen this quite a few times already in this race through the double Apex turn 6, and then switch it left for turn 7. Again, a lot of switchbacks through this section. You've got to constantly turn from left to right to left to right. One of the more punishing sections, possibly on the whole calendar, in terms of driver stamina, driver fatigue. Could be seeing quite a few mistakes in the back half of this race.
Yeah, to say nothing of the mistakes that have been made already from quite a few teams. You know, if it keeps going on like this, I think we're going to have a very intense 10.5 hours still to come.
Oh, very much. Ooh, 41, I think, hits the back of one of the hypercars. I think that was the Mr. Royal car, currently in 8th place, who's lost touch of the cars that they were leading initially. They were in 2nd place, but a little bit of a mishap through the S's. They're down to 8th place. 32 having a little bit better luck this time around, doing much better in 12th place. Hopefully that continues. And behind them is the 133 Gnadabala Mente. That is for 13th place. That is what the back end of a Lexus looks like. On board with the 203 Grid White Tigers, trying to go down the inside of the 997 Park Motorsport car into turn 12. Can he get the switch back? Not quite. Is he going to be able to go around the outside? This is going to be interesting to see, but I think just forcing him a smidge wide is the Grid White Tigers car, so that is 39th position overall, at least for now.
OC Racing Lopen, meanwhile, getting the move done, and not without a bit of contact there on the Kirito Racing esports car. Yeah, Kirito have had a bit of a rough run of things to start off this race, but I think they would have avoided too much damage from that. It did look like a big hit, but I think latency played a part in making it look a bit worse than it likely was. But now, OC Racing Lopen, they've got a lot to work out here as they try to make their way back up through the field, and struggling to get past the Lamborghini. There is the Kirito Racing car, but they get it done on the exit. Here comes the 17 SD1 Vision esports car. They've lost touch with their team car in 16th place. Some issues evidently for them getting through the GT3 traffic. But, you know, as the race goes on, as we've seen more time elapse and more teams, you know, show their strategy hands, so to speak, we should get a little bit more space between cars and things should calm down a little bit. But, you know, every time the prototype field comes through on the GTs, there's always potential for something, as Race Spot Academy is going to make the move up the inside of Squadra Corsa. Easy does it, and move done. And here comes the Lexus.
And he make it work. They're still side by side with the Squadra Overcrest cars. The Motor Reporter goes past them both. That is brilliant stuff from the Lexus. We've seen before. These guys love to battle, and they do it very, very well. And that is just proof of concept. Up to 26th place, overall 6th place in class. So that is a cracking move.
Yeah, indeed. You know, that's exactly what you want to see as a chasing car. If you have two cars in front of you, oh dear, looks like a bit of a problem there for the GLS PXN 32. Yeah, you said they were doing well. You cursed them, unfortunately, it seems.
Sorry, boys.
Yeah, but yeah, if you're chasing a two-car battle, they go side by side through that stadium section. You're rubbing your hands and licking your lips like, yes, this is the move. This is where I'm going to get them both. And you play your cards right. That's exactly what you end up doing. It looks like SD1 Vision have gotten past Kirito Racing, and Kirito now running last in the prototype class. But they don't want to be last. They are still all over the back of the SD1 Vision car.
Battle for the wooden spoon. If you know your Six Nations, you know what I'm talking about. Into turn 11. That is certainly something to look forward to. The 17 and the 14 do battle very nicely. 81 and 42 battle for 10th place. This is to get into the points. Because remember, only top 10 get points. There's contact spin there.
He's around.
For the 42, he is around, and he is on the apex as well, but there's no cars coming through, so he will be okay, and thankfully...
Position redressed.
Exactly. So, well done to both crews for a good little bit of sportsmanship. Right, back to the battle for the wooden spoon. Into turn 15. Forcing a little bit wide is the 17, so no opportunity for a move for the Kirito Racing Esports, so he has to stay in last place, but will be hankering for a move to get back up there.
Yeah, they absolutely will. Well, we keep an eye here on the Squadra Corsa Lamborghini, which it seems has not had a single opportunity for clear track ahead. They've been involved in a battle pretty much the whole way through, even taking into account the half-hour of racing we got before the red flag. They were right up in there. And, well, currently sitting in 8th in GT3, could be looking at 7th if they play their cards right. They have the AOT Turtle Beach car behind them as well, who's facing off against a lot of pressure. The wooden spoon battle in prototype is looks like going the way of SD1 Vision at the moment. The Kirito Racing car taking a little less of a tidy line through the S's.
I was going to say that's a little bit wide. They weren't able to cut back to that second apex. Well, speaking of Apex, Apex 1 is in 29th overall, 9th in class.
Good improvement.
Yeah, very much a good improvement, doing very well for the number 1 crew. The number 41 crew, however, is still behind. I'll be honest, I can't remember who they were battling, but one car that we know who they're battling, the 69 on the 99, Dosu Racing and Metoda Naguada. Move done on the brakes, but the food team goes back up the inside. Can he make it work through 14 and 15? Not quite. So the 69 has been able to defend very well from the Metoda Naguada car. For anybody who doesn't know what Metoda Naguada means, it roughly translates to method for hunger. So basically food. So the food team.
Okay, fair enough. I'm learning more and more about the Polish language every time I go through one of these broadcasts. And, here we go. The Squadra Corsa car was trying to have a move there on the Race Spot Academy machine, but, man, it seems like... Oh, no! Oh, dear! Okay, looks like Squadra Corsa might have had a half spin there, and they've had to give up the position. Oh, no! Another problem for the Apex 1 Mercedes. Oh, they just made their way into the top 10 in GT3. And they'll fall well outside it now. Not the first time we've seen that car turned around. Remember, that's the championship leading car in the GT3 class. They don't want the race to be going this way.
Definitely not, because again, only top 10 get points. And with 12 hours on the board, there is a lot of points that you can pick up. One Apex 1 car that is doing much better is a 51, coming down the inside. Into turn 12, that is on the number 16 Shigao Cat Sim Racing Dream Team, but he falls back in line. You might be wondering, wait, wasn't there meant to be 3 Apex 1 hypercars? Well, you're right. The 71 had to pull out due to not having enough drivers, a little bit of contact. That's the 133 and the 175 from what I can see. The Petronas Team and the Gniadabao Elemente car heading through 13 and 14 now, so but a bit of spin, and I imagine a little bit of contact going deep into 15. As Rubbing is racing. Hello, 69 gets past The 99 once again, so still trying to defend from that 17th position, defending with all of their might and all that they have. As they head through 18, around the outside, can he make it into the inside, into 19? A little bit more pace through there, but the 69 is forced off and onto the curb.
Line. Oh no! Oh, contact on the way into the final corner as well. I don't think the driver at the wheel of the 99 is going to be too happy with how that battle went down.
No, definitely not, especially because the 69 was forced wide, and then that felt like an have that from the full black car. Here's the Squad Course Overcrest car, stuck behind the 246 Race Spot Academy. In goes the 14 Kirito Racing Esports car, so possibly picked up a little bit of damage, or just comes in early for a pit stop, who knows. On board with the 775 as he tries to chase after, if I can get my live timing. Oh, there we go. Who are they chasing after? They're chasing after the Apex 1 number 1. As here comes the Park Motorsport trying down the inside on the Mystic Royal team, who is now in 5th place.
Yeah, Mystic Royal team, we saw them going down the order somewhat after running in 2nd place for some time, but they're gathering it back up. They've gotten some consistency back, and that'll be a nice opportunity for them to try and get some more championship points on the board. If I can just look at past race results here, the 731 is
finished 5th place in Shanghai, did not start in Hockenheim, and finished P13 in Istanbul. Currently 10th in the standings with 16 points. So this is, if they can stay in that top 10, they can very easily climb up, especially because there is more points. I think it is 1.5 points for this race, just because obviously it is a bit of a long distance. But it is going to be interesting to see if they can stay up there. OC Racing a lifeless car, as we see the Mystic Royal car coming through. A lot of hypercar traffic around our little Jaws livery shark. Squadron Course Overcrest and Race Spot Academy still having at it into turn 12. Taking an outside line is the Squadron Overcrest car, but he cuts back to the inside through 13. Can the 246 get the switch back? Yes, he can, just about. They are still 2 abreast, and here comes the OT Turtle Beach car. Can he get past them both now? Looks to be getting past one, because he's 2 by 2 with the 246 Race Spot Academy, heading through 16, 17, and 18. This is brilliant racing, provided by GT3. A little bit of contact as well won't help the AOT Turtle Beach, both taking a slightly modified NASCAR line, and then into the final corner. The AOT Turtle Beach has finally got past one of the cars that was fighting ahead of him.
Yeah, finally. They ended up making the move, but I don't know if Race Spot Academy will be protesting the Lamborghini, because technically they did get a better run out of turn 12 by going off the racetrack, and that's how they set up the move coming into the stadium section. So maybe that's something for race control to look at. We're not too sure. 51 Apex 1 briefly gets ahead of Park Motorsport for 6th spot, but Park Motorsport's going to try to take it right back here. They'll have the inside line for the start of the S's, and Apex 1 makes contact with them. A big slide there for Park Motorsport. They're off. Both cars off the track.
Both cars off the track.
Yellow in the S's.
And an extra little bit of contact as well. Careful for rejoin. It was pretty much back on the racing line. Thankfully, there wasn't too much in terms of other cars, so you could rejoin relatively without too much trouble. But yeah, a little bit of contact, a little bit of a helping going off track. Their rivals racing team, 25th place overall, 5th in class, trying to get past the 24th placed 996. But we've seen these guys will not give up and will go for an outrageous move if they can, but no move being made quite yet.
Yeah, that Lexus is doing very well to hold on, aren't they? The lone Lexus in the top 5 at the moment. FNLRT trying to keep the Royal Racing.pl Lamborghini behind. It looks like they've had a nice comeback in terms of pace. They've gotten some consistency back. And they've got the Skigalka One Vision Endurance car and the Cubic System Mercedes right ahead of them as well. That is your top 4 in GT3 right there in the same frame.
1, 2, 3, and 4. That's how close racing can be here at Project Endurance. 10 hours, just under 10 hours and 20 to go. We are in COTA. That's your 98 OC Racing Lifeless car. Looks to be, I think that's the hairpin at 12. It's hairpin at 1. Yeah, that's 16. Even trying to figure out where we are. And yeah, looking on with the 222. My name's Casper. Glad to have you all along with us. I'm along with Reese. We'll be here with you for the next just over an hour before we have a few other people jump in. GT3 battle. This little battle that's going on for what is essentially the lead. Your top 4 within a single shot. Who's your bets on if you had to put them on?
If I had to put them on, probably Cubic System right now, because they're obviously in the lead, but they've got a solid advantage over the rest of that pack, and I think they're driving with a little less pressure on because their main championship rivals, the number 1 Apex 1 entry, still trying to work their way up through the field and overcoming multiple issues as the number 69 shuffles the purple Lexus out of the way there. The 997 Park Motorsports entry evidently having a bit of a demo derby of a race, as has been the case for a few cars in this field. Looks to me like we might potentially see a Lamborghini get up into the top 3 if the 666 keeps up the pace that it is. Does seem to have a nice advantage over the Mercedes coming through the stadium section, but everywhere else they're just desperately searching for a move.
They are desperately searching for a move. We were briefly on board there with the 666 Royal Racing car. We're now on board with the 51 Apex 1 car. Ahead of them is the number 16 Shigalka Sim Racing Dream Team, and he's had a poor exit out of turn 20 and heading up to turn 1. They are 2 abreast, but probably not for much longer into turn 1. He has got the advantage and the inside line, but can he cut to the switchback? Block pass there for number 51. Brilliantly done, up to 6th place.
Yeah, and the 51 has got a lot to play for here. They are the championship leaders in hypercar. Interesting stat here of the 3 rounds that have been done so far. So Apex 1, they've got a second, a DNF, and a win. AOT Turtle Beach, on the other hand, they've got a win, a second, and a DNF. But of course, there's 9 points between them because different points are awarded for different race lengths. So, I think that AOT Turtle Beach in a good position right now to try and take the championship lead back, or at least narrow the gap. But I'll tell you what, that number 51 is starting to creep its way up, as for a brief moment it looked like the 666 had gotten into 3rd place, and it looks like they're going to keep it just for the time being. The FNL Racing Team Mercedes trying desperately for a move up the inside, trying to keep themselves in touch here, but they are losing time now. They're battling a bit too hard, and that's going to allow Skigalka and Cubic System to run away with this lead in GT3. The Apex 1 car sweeps around the outside of the both of them, and it looks like the Lamborghini's gotten them.
Lamborghini up into the podium positions in 21st place overall, 3rd in class, of course. Looking over the 820 Team Delta Infinite, 37th place so far. The Metoda Aguada, I think that would have been a long stop because they were in there for quite a bit. So, of course, normally in a 12-hour race they have to do 6, but because of the red flag, that has been reduced by 1 from the Stewards Association, so they only have to do 5 long stops instead of 6.
Yeah, so getting one of them out of the way early there and potentially a driver change at hand for that car. The Niado Barlamente machine chasing down OC Racing Lopen for 16th overall. And both of these cars you would think would be higher up the field, but they've both suffered plenty of issues, been involved in a couple of crashes and spins along the way. And we still have 10 hours of this race remaining. The battle is intensifying here again for what is now second in GT. It looks like FNL have gotten back past the Royal Racing Lamborghini, and now Skialka One Vision Endurance. It looks like they've actually fallen from second to fourth there. They obviously had some sort of coming together in the S's, potentially with a prototype, and they've lost touch with Cubic System.
Yeah, they've lost touch. Ooh, spin there for the other car.
Oh no.
But that is turn 11, and ooh, I thought he was going to let it go again.
Okay.
So we're all right. We're back to green. We're looking on with the 175 ahead of the OC Racing Lopen car. Tries for a move. The 175 defends unnecessarily, I'd say, simply because, of course, he's a little too far away for a move, but not through here. He's got the GT traffic ahead of him as well, so need to negotiate that carefully and safely. There's a Squadron Corsa Overcrest car in 25th place. Ahead of them is the Rivals Racing Team 83.
That's awkward.
Side by side through here is awkward on any day. If it's two separate classes, well, that's just even worse. Through turn 19, bouncing over the curbs that are there. There's possibly a move into the final corner as well from the Squadron Corsa Overcrest car. He's going around the outside of that final corner, but I think he has that move secured.
Yeah, looks like it. So that'll calm things down momentarily in the battle, but we check our way forward to the 8th place fight in the hypercar class. Park Motorsport still not quite getting past the Royal Racing.pl 665. It seems like they've gotten a nice run out of the S's, but how much energy has the Park Motorsport team been saving up here for a potential run down the back straight? I mean, you say that defensive move a little earlier from the other car was unnecessary, but I think they're just preempting a dive because there's been so many of them so far in this race. Plenty of moves being made from a long way back.
There has been a lot of dives. There's also been a lot of dive bombs. Some would say even nuclear bombs in that sort of instance, because they have been coming from that far back that chaos ensues, and all of that sort of stuff just happens. And sometimes it's brilliant, sometimes it works, but most of the time it really, really doesn't. 41 ahead of the 246 Racebot Academy. 26th and 27th overall. Here's the 665 right back behind the Park Motorsport car. We've seen this before, I think, with these guys in this race. I think we have. So it's going to be brilliant to see an encore.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. A little bit wide out of turn 1 there for the Park Motorsport car, so that could be a chance there for the Royal car to make its way back past, but they'll have to stick single file through the S's. Clear track, and it's the first time in a while that either of these cars would have had a totally clear track ahead of them. No GT3 traffic to mess up the battle any, but yeah, for the time being, this is the spot where I saw the Royal Racing car getting a good run, and it seems like they keep nailing the exit of the S's there, but I think they'll have to settle in to that position for the time being. So now, Royal Racing.pl, the Lamborghini 666 in second place. We've got the Skialka One Vision Endurance car behind them, trying to get those positions back. In the middle of it all, this car, the 222 FNL Racing Team machine. This is continuing to build in intensity. This battle is far from over.
And again, this is for second place in class. Second place is a lot of points, especially for someone like FNLRT, who have sort of really been up there. They're third place in the standings. with a P7, a P1, and P4 in that specific order. So, you know, they're definitely sort of trying to get into that championship battle. And if they can pick up second place, even third place points on the number one, who is, again, leading the championship at this point in time, that is going to be a massive points advantage going into Portimao and then into Daytona in a couple of months' time.
Yeah, indeed. Any points you can get, you'll fight for to the very end. The Cubic System, they're keeping a solid gap over these guys. The Lamborghini and Mercedes behind, not quite able to get it done here as there's contact between Rivals Racing Team and AOT Turtle Beach. This is the battle for 8th in GT3 at the moment. They got one of the race spot cars behind them as well. It's, oh man, like every single time we have cars going through that section, I think it's one of the real melee sections of the track, because there's so many lines possible. You can get great exits, but you got to be careful on your entries. There's a lot to see in that section of the circuit. And look at Royal Racing. They're trying to get it done here on Park Motorsport. Try and straighten it up as much as you can. That is a better exit from the hairpin. They're going to get them.
They are going to get them. They are two abreast down the back straight, heading into turn 12. He's got the move done. Does Royal Racing with Park Motorsport, says, have that. I'm not having that. I want that position. He goes back down the inside into turn 12 through 13. It looks to be the switchback attempt from the 665. He's going to have the outside through 15. Park Motorsport can easily just force him and shovel him out of the way, and that's brilliantly done by the Park Motorsports. That's up to 8th place for the black and purple car.
Yeah, and all of that back and forth has given an advantage to GLS PXN Racing, the number 42, the red and black car just behind them. This has been a great opportunity for them to make up some time. And could they break further into the top 10 from here? I think it's a pattern that I've seen emerge quite a few times in this race. You have two cars involved in a battle, and they're focusing too much on each other. They're not quite looking at the cars behind and seeing how they're taking advantage of the side-by-side through those slower sections of the circuit. Meanwhile, this GLS PXN racing car is waiting with bated breath for another opportunity, hoping that the Royal Racing car will have another run at Park Motorsport.
He's definitely going to be looking, especially because he is that close to the cars ahead. The 133 Guignado Baulemente is in the pit lane as we speak, as we head into turn 11. Just over 10 hours to go. You might, for those of you that have just joined, you might also be wondering, 25 laps in just under 2 hours. How? What? Huh? We had a red flag which restarts the counter. So I should explain, because it can be quite confusing for those who are wondering, how have you only completed 26 laps in this time?
Yeah, indeed. The early red flag for some technical bugs behind the scenes has certainly messed up the predicted way this race was going to go. But regardless, the drivers will now be getting into their respective rhythms, particularly in this battle. Looks like Royal Racing managed to get a little bit of a run here on FNL Racing Team. There's a bit more space between those cars than when we last looked at them, and the Skigalco One Vision Endurance machine in the 217 just behind and monitoring the situation, waiting to see if there's a mistake maybe from the Lamborghini.
Green flag.
Not to scare anyone, but I have just seen something in one of the Polish paddock chats, which says Ping Shazatro, which for those of you that obviously do not speak Polish, it translates to Ping has started.
Oh dear.
So, very much oh dear. So that is certainly going to be something to look out for over these next few laps, because if we do get ping enough that it does heavily affect racing, we might be going into a second red flag. So worth keeping an eye out. You might be also wondering, how have we not had any reports, penalties, whatever, when so much has been happening? We haven't had any decisions come in. So we are sort of waiting with bated breath, to take a phrase that you said earlier. But here comes the FNLRT car. Down the inside into turn 1, common move, but switchback performed by the 666, and he says, no, you're not having that easy. Retakes that position, takes second place back from the lime green car.
Yeah, it was an optimistic dive from the 222, and it's the kind of move you'd expect at turn 1. That corner is built for those kinds of moves, widening up so much towards the inside as you come into the turn. But it's all too easy for the car you're attempting the pass on to just come right back at you. And it seems like the exit of the S's wasn't exactly nailed for the 222 either. So now they've given up even more time to the Royal Racing Lamborghini. And it looks like Skigalka One Vision are going to have to wait a couple more corners for a move as well, because they have another one of the prototypes coming through to get that done. I believe that's actually the overall race leader, the 91 AOT Turtle Beach there, that's just making its way past them all.
A lot of good racing being presented here. 10 hours to go, just over 1,002 minutes if we're going to be specific. We're on board with the 665 in 10th place in Hypercar. AOT Turtle Beach lead. There's one of the grid cars smashed, I think is the best way of putting it, smashed into the 665 Royal Racing PL car. That is going to cause some pretty hefty damage onto that hypercar. They are not going to be happy with that.
No, they're certainly not. Yeah, that was a massive, massive crash that we just saw, and it's a further bit of trouble for the 665, because they were hovering in and around the top 10 all race so far, but who knows how much damage they've gotten from that. The prototype's obviously a lot more fragile than the GT machinery in this race. The fighting still continuing, meanwhile, for positions just outside the top 10. Project A, they managed to get into the Hyperpole session and qualified very solidly, but they've not been able to capitalize on that so far in the race. Back here with SD1 Vision Esports, the 117, which has been steadily climbing its way up through the field, largely due to pit stops from other prototype teams.
Well, speaking of pit stops for other prototype teams, the 113 and the 69, they're technically right behind the 17. They were making their way through GT traffic earlier today.
Oh, no! Oh, Kisiata Mafia and Apex One come together right in front of that second place battle in GT3. And the 61 has managed to get on to second spot here. Careful, careful, PMO. Easy does it. That's a blind exit to the corner. You're not going to be able to see a car stopped there until you're out of the corner and already committed to it. But man, the Kisiata Mafia Corleone car was running in second very nicely indeed. And they were battling hard with the Apex One entry. But man, what a coming together that was.
Second place in GT3 was almost involved in that second place battle for Hypercar. So all the seconds getting quite close together. But that was one hell of a move. And yeah, that is going to be quite interesting to see what comes out of it. Should mention, I mentioned Bing problems earlier. Just been chatting with Jakub Tarnowski, one of the drivers for the 24 Brawn GP Endurance, and he's been saying it's now better, but around half the grid earlier had around 90 to 100. So we're back to okay, but worth sort of mentioning. 117 down the inside of turn 13 on Project A.
Yeah, and it looks like they're not going to fight that coming into the left-hander. They'll just keep their eyes peeled from behind, because the number 32 GLS PXN car has been steadily creeping up to this battle.
battle's going to be really really interesting to see if he can get in the midst of that, because the 117, well, they've had their fair share of stuff happen to them earlier in the race. Most of it in that first pre-red flag race as Project A. Yeah, Project A thinks he looks, but doesn't pull off the move. Thankfully, it probably would have been a further dive than this battle here.
Looks like position redressed there for the COTA Mafia Capone car on Apex 1 there. So avoiding the full ire of the stewards, but I would assume that incident would still have been reported, and there might be a penalty coming Apex 1's way for that unfortunate move. The cars that that incident happened right in front of are on screen right now. The battle for second in GT3 still blazing away as Cubic System blazes ahead. They've managed to get around a 3-second gap, 2.5 seconds now over these guys. And I mean, the amount of battling that we've seen between FNL Racing Team and RoyalRacing.pl, it looks like Cubic System, it's advantaged them for the time being, but we're starting to come to the point where the GT3 field will be thinking about pit stops. We'll have to keep an eye out for that.
Definitely. Well, we definitely will see who goes for a long stop, who doesn't, because we are 2 hours in now, so it would make sense to sort of use possibly one of your long stops. If with 5 now, you could use one on average every 2 hours, and you'll be good as gold on that. But it is, of course, up to the drivers and the teams how they use them. I'm not particularly a strategist, so I'll leave that up to them. A flurry of cars are coming into the pit. 665, Royal Racing 117, the 175 Patron Cintium cars in there as well. So there's a lot of cars that are coming into the pit lane. I think that was yellow in the S's, which we're coming up to now. But we look to be back under green conditions. I think we're okay.
Yeah, for the time being, but look at that dive there from the Apex 1 entry. Oh my lord. Oh, this is not good. I think is that the number 51? Yeah, I think it is. The 51 right in the midst of this. They got the Corleone car and the Mystic Royal team up behind. It looks like a lapped car in the midst of all of this too. Makes the dive, gets the move done on the exit of the corner, and they'll stay ahead for the time being. But man, COTA Mafia and Apex 1, they just can't seem to get out of each other's way right now.
No, they can't. I think that was COTA Racing Esports that was stuck in the middle of that. We're looking on with another battle here. That's a 24 against a 246. The Race Spot Academy against... Ooh, careful. Don't crash into each other, boys, especially at that speed. That could be a pretty big incident if something happens. 24 down the inside of the 246. OC Lopen locks up in the background, goes a little bit deep around the outside, tries the 24 on the Race Spot Academy. The sort of Neapolitan-looking livery does look like a bit of ice cream from the side anyway. As they head into 16, careful hypercar, but he's managed to traverse that just on.
I think that corner, the third looks like a more satisfying one to go through a traffic hero pro drive to keep running out. issues aren't just affecting the race server, they're affecting the broadcast a little bit too. This is certainly interesting to see, as diving into the pits as the 61 Apex 1 entry from third place, from second place I should say. So this is the first move to the pits for the Apex 1 team.
I don't know about you, but I thought he was going to go dive on the 899 into the final corner. It wouldn't have surprised me if he did that, but I'm just saying that's what I thought was going to happen. Red White Tiger's struggling through the S's off again as we head through the S's with the 203 who's just gone off track there. AOT Turtle Beach currently in the lead, 16 seconds ahead of the 899, but that's sort of fluctuating between maybe 15, 16, 17 and 18 even as we head around the lap as a whole. But they seem to be running away with it.
Yeah, AOT Turtle Beach have no competition right now. And I think it's the same story in both classes. The leaders have just been able to get away because everyone behind has been fighting so hard with each other over position and just costing each other time. You know, and I think that's a credit to how close the race pace is amongst our two classes here. But at the same time, if you're in that kind of position, if you're chasing the lead, you have to make a decision. Do you go hell for leather and absolutely try to gap your rivals behind, or do you just let them go? Do you just let them fight amongst themselves, potentially make a mistake, focus on your own race, focus on your own strategy? Races like this, especially with how long it is here at COTA, you are buying a ticket to the end. That's the only thing you need to focus on in these early stages of the race. It is a sprint in some ways with the style of racing that endurance racing has turned into, but you don't want to go full sprint.
No, definitely not. You do need to pace yourself. There is a famous saying, in order to finish first you have to finish. So
yes.
There is that, as well as the 69 has come into the pits once again. But yeah.
Oh, they went back to pits. They've retired the car. Something's gone wrong for the number 69.
Ooh, ouch. That's a shame, because I thought they would have possibly gone for like that extra points finish.
Yeah. Would have been nice to see, but evidently there are some issues out of their control. Mystic Royal team getting past the Casieta Mafia Corleone car in the S's. It's not usually a place you see big moves being made in prototypes.
Not necessarily. That was a brilliant move through 7 and 8 as well. So brilliantly done by Mystic Royal. They're not struggling anymore, really, are they? We did see them quite early on have a smidge bit of a problem. But they seem to have got past that, at least for now. Might be possibly a full tank problem, like running on a full tank. But regardless, problem is solved, at least for now, and they're back into 4th place, or are they? Boxed in by GTs. That's the race spot, I think, Academy car and the OC Racing Lifeless car. Here comes the 891. Again, also boxed in by GT Traffic, and they go 3 wide into this section, actually, for a brief moment with that's the race spot Emeritus car, even, my apologies, with the OC Lifeless car. That was a brilliant move by the 891.
Yeah, and immediately they go for the pits. So, you know, the door opened wide and they walked straight through. Now the door opens for their first pit stop after completing 33 laps. So we've seen some earlier pitters in the prototype class that include SD1 Vision Esports 3 laps ago. Park Motorsport pitted last lap. Oil Racing.pl 665, the 175 Petronas Cintium SD team, and the Kirito Racing Esports car off strategy compared to everyone else. They pitted 15 laps ago and are still running basically last in prototype at the moment. but for the vast majority of our prototype field, still trying to extend these pit stops. The 61 Apex one we saw pitting some time ago. It was a couple of laps, actually, and they've come out around 7th spot, and they'll be trying to get past the GLS PXN car soon, I would gather. But we'll keep an eye here on the OC Racing Lifeless and AOT Elmar machines. This is an excellent little bit of fighting that's going on here right at the back of the field.
AOT Turtle Beach have just come into the pit lane, knowing the Apex 1 crews. For all we know, they might even send them straight back into the next day over. So oof, that is a very interesting method in terms of defense. They're in a very tight line, going deep, and then trying to make the corner much slower than you normally would. But it's worked, so you can't really complain on the behalf of the race spot Meritos car, the number 21, as they head through.
Drive-through penalty for car 217, ścigałko Envision, Endurance, incident note number 4.
There's incident notes coming out now. I shall give them a read and see what happens.
All right, well, AOT Turtle Beach still in the pit lane right now, and this might be one of their long stops that they've gone for here to get it out of the way. GLS PXN Racing 42 and the 81 Team Delta Infinite car both in the pit lane at the moment, joining our former race leaders as, oh my lord, the race spot and OC Racing cars. They're having a whale of a time right now, and that's not exactly a reference to the shark livery of the Lamborghini. They've got a lot to deal with right now. They've got cars coming at them from all sides, some of them being prototypes, some of them being lapping cars in their own class. So much going on here as the first flurry of pit stops is still yet to fully materialize in the prototype class. But we do see that the 217 Ścigałka One Vision Endurance GT3 is in the pit lane. Looks like that's the first of our real scheduled pit stops in the GT3 class.
That won't be a pit stop. That is a drive-through penalty from basically going a little, as far as I can see. Just giving the description a quick read. They were not going side by side at the start of the race, and then breaking the starting line will be punished with the drive-through penalty. So that's what happened. They've also picked up 3 penalty points for that one. 3 penalty points also go to 246 Race Spot Academy and a 5-second penalty for moving under braking and blocking, and also 15 seconds and 4 penalty points to the.
Around goes a prototype, the Park Motorsport Lexus coming together with them. I didn't quite catch who that prototype was, but yeah, well, that's another little bit of inter-class contact. One of many, I think, still to come.
I was going to say there's going to be quite a lot more. The hypercars are now peeling into the pit lane. There's only a couple more to go, I promise. The 709 Strefa Racing team, they've got 4 penalty points and 15 seconds for overshooting, braking and causing a collision on the 203 Grid White Tigers. This was about 20 minutes ago. 2 decisions that don't actually result in anything is the 921 Sim Racing Fanatics Endurance Team Hungary had a bit of a kerfuffle. What's happened?
Oh, that's another kerfuffle for the number 69, the Metoda Nagoda car. Not the first time we've seen them off the circuit, but it looks like this one might be terminal. That seemed like a huge crash that they'd gone for, and actually, yeah, they've gone back to the pits again. Looks like confirmed retirement for the number 69. Not sure what caused that incident in the first place, but certainly not what you want to see. Meanwhile, Casieta Mafia Capone from the lead coming into the pit lane. Our prototype field working out their pit stops very nicely. But remember, we've got Apex 1 with a 4-lap undercut, and we've got Casieta Mafia Corleone with a 2-lap undercut. So we'll have to wait and see how things work out once everyone makes their way in. We're still waiting on pit stops from the Mystic Royal Team 731, the 16 Skigalka Sim Racing Dream Team, and also SD1 Vision Esports number 17. It looks like pretty much everyone else in the prototype class has at least one pit stop on the board.
Well, actually, the first two that you mentioned, they've just come into the pit lane as well. So I would argue perfect timing. Not anything like that. It's just perfect timing.
Well, there goes the 61 to the lead.
Oh, good stuff. Well done. Well done to the 61. I think it's the first time they're leading the race. But yeah, quite a lot of penalty incident notes are all coming out in one go, as it were.
Yeah, so the AOT Turtle Beach car, who started on the front row and was leading the race for the majority of the running so far, I think we can confirm that was a long stop for them because they're down in 15th at the moment. Short pits, I would imagine, for Apex 1 and Casieta Mafia Corleone. So the running order will be a little out of sync. We've still got some teams that haven't started taking their mandatory long stops yet. And maybe this is a ploy by Apex 1 to try and get one of their cars out there with short pit stops to start with and potentially affect the strategy of other teams there, which may end up helping the 51, which, remember, is the overall championship leader.
Teams should. There is a sheet where the long stops are logged, so for us to use, then also for PSA to have it sort of logged, and they're not updating it again. No. Irritatingly enough, they all say 0, which they should say if they've taken one, then they've taken one. But that's besides the point. But anyway, looking on with the OC Racing Lifeless, the 33rd placed car. Currently, that is, 14th in class, the 98. Careful for a little bit of hypercar traffic. I think that's the 133 Guiado Baueramente. Sounds a little bit Spanish, if I'm honest. Which again does go to the fact that this is very much a global series. It is, yes, mainly Polish. However, there's teams from all over the place. So, again, it just speaks to sort of the caliber of racing that we've got.
Yeah, quite a high caliber of racing indeed. And, you know, this is still a very Polish-dominated league, but there are some international teams out there. I think the number was about 89% of the drivers in this field are Polish in origin. We've got a few internationals competing. We have a Dutch team. We have a couple of UK teams competing in this one. But, man, you look at those spreadsheets showing the entries, and it's just Polish flag, Polish flag, Polish flag, Polish flag. It's it's quite interesting. And
I don't mind.
No, I don't mind either. But I have to wonder if there was a team from Monaco or Indonesia competing, then the spreadsheet would get a bit confusing.
It would. Believe me, it would get pretty confusing. Listen, I'm Polish myself, so I'm quite happy with seeing all that representation. But genuinely and generally, you know, there is a lot of different nationalities that are represented in the series, and it is just brilliant to see that everybody's sort of come together around this one thing. Yes, they can get a little bit angry because someone bashed into them or something, but here comes the 709, dives into the final corner on the AOT Turtle Beach car. Now they're heading up to the top of the hill. Possible retaliation opportunity here. Turtle Beach has got the pace, he's got the inside as well, which could work depending on how you force the other car to go. 709 does go for the cutback, but a little bit more speed taken through that first corner does mean that AOT Turtle Beach does retain 23rd place, 4th in class. All right, cool. Set 9 hours 40 to go. Apex 1 leads from 891, 731, and 117. It's Kajita Mafia Corleone ahead of Mystic Royal, ahead of SD 1 Vision. My name's Casper. Glad to be with you. Reese will be back in just a moment. We're looking over the 709 in 24th place, trying to chase after the AOT Turtle Beach car. The Strefa Racing is, I believe, one of the reserves, so they come in at longer races, and if they are asked to fill in by someone else as they break for turn 12. We're here at Circuit of the Americas, based in near Austin, Texas, of course, mainly known for being an F1 venue, but goes for absolutely everything else. The 217 is right on the back of the Strefa Racing team, so maybe that fight earlier isn't necessarily good for them.
Yeah, no, certainly not. And don't forget the 217 had just come in for a drive-through penalty as well, so they're out of position by quite some way, and they might just have a pace advantage over Strefa Racing team here. They're going to go for the move at the final corner, and it looks like it'll be done cleanly. Not much fight from the Strefa car, but they might be able to come back coming into turn 1. It seems like these guys are still racing with very much a sprint racing mentality. We're not seeing much backing out of maneuvers here. They're all pushing as hard as they possibly can. Look at that, the Strefa car getting a much better exit from turn 1, but they can't do anything. A prototype's coming through.
A prototype is coming through. I think that was the 133, the 97 Park Motorsport car, which we've seen across this race is an absolute beast of a battler, coming into the pits off of 7th place. The 133 Guignado Bauelemente coming down towards turn 12, again one of the reserves. Trying to get past that was the Park Motorsport car. SD1 Vision and Mystic Royal in 3rd and 4th place, getting up close and personal, coming now down the back straight. Careful for the Squadra Corsa Overcrest car as well. A little bit of GT traffic. Don't bash into them as we head down into turn 12. No real move being made, or is there? He's giving it a go. He's looking. He's thinking about it, but can't really pull it off into 13. Again, we've seen a lot of moves into here, but discretion, the better part of valor, thinks better of it.
Indeed they do. Man, I mean, there's still so much intense racing going on here. I get the feeling this is going to be the definition of the race. Another announcement there. Unfortunately, I missed there from race control. But yeah, the racing that I've seen here, it definitely doesn't feel like an endurance race. This is going to be tiring for everyone involved.
Oh, definitely. Well, it's not tiring for me because it looks absolutely brilliant. I might be tired after my next stint, but we'll see what happens. But it is genuinely brilliant racing, as per usual. The Mystic Royal team car is in 3rd place. Less than half a second behind is the SD1 Vision, but he's been caught behind the Park Motorsport car, and the Corleone car's off.
Oh no. 2nd place running. They do still have a big gap of the Mystic Royal team, but that's a slow re-entry onto the racetrack. I don't know if that was contact with a GT or another prototype, but either way, not the place you want that to happen, especially coming onto that long back straight. That's another thing they're going to have to think about when it comes time for their next pit stops. They go for a short pit again and try to make up that time before they have to get their long stops out of the way.
There's a couple more penalties coming through. 4 penalty points and 15 seconds for number 46, Race Spot Emeritus, for overshooting, braking, and causing a collision. The number 1 Apex 1 reported the number 83 Rivals Racing Team. They're getting a drive-through penalty for a massive dive bomb, along with 5 extra penalty points as well. There's still 3 more that have just come in as well. The 665 has got 15 seconds for dive bomb and spin, causing the actual justification being, and I quote, multi-class collision. Which, well, that's definitely one way to put it. The number 81 has also picked up a 15-second penalty for overshooting, braking at turn 1, giving the 175 Sim Racing Dream Team a little nudge and a spin. And 3 penalty points and 5 seconds for the number 20 Squadra Corsa Overcrest car. Also, again, for overshooting, braking. So overshooting, clearly a big problem in this race. I mean, we've seen it already.
Yeah, plenty of times, and it's just a consequence of the circuit, I think. There's quite a few turns here off long straights that are super tight, require super heavy braking, and I mean, if you fancy a move up the inside, you're going to go for it, endurance race or not. You just got to be careful with how you execute it.
Definitely. You have to be careful generally with dive bombs. You want to try and be sure that the car will sort of, I don't want to say comply, but will not turn into you when you're dive bombing. You also don't want to be dive bombing from Louisiana. You want to be dive bombing, you want to be diving in a little distance away, not halfway across the track, which we haven't quite seen to that extreme, but it has been bad in some cases.
Yeah, it has. And I just hope that things do calm down a little further as the race goes on. I think we're past the point now where we're seeing huge battles and moves being thrown left, right, and center. I think now with 9.5 hours remaining, we are at the point where the race will enter its proper rhythm, which of course was disrupted thanks to that red flag about 2 hours ago. So, as things stand, oh dear,
right.
Another problem there for the OC Racing Lopen car. It seems like every time we look at that car, they're on the back foot somehow. They show really good pace, but they just can't seem to escape those gremlins.
No, they do show good pace, and I absolutely love the OC Racing guys. So, it is a shame, but racing is racing, unfortunately. There's not very much you can do in that sort of incident. The only thing that you really can do is sort of push on, keep going, and hopefully, I suppose, just try and do better next time. Looking back on, again, this battle for 3rd place, Mystic Royal and SD1 Visual on 7, as they're heading now down the long back straight. I think it's over a kilometre. It's like 1.2. So a lot of time on full throttle here. And then braking just after the 150-metre board into turn 12.
It's been a good run for SD1 Vision in the previous 20 or so laps. I think they were one of the teams to take a short pit stop, not take one of their mandatory long pits, and they were languishing in the lower reaches of the hypercar field for some time, but they could have a move up into the top 3 if they play their cards right here. Mystic Royal team, they've been driving well too, but I think SD1 Vision might have a little bit of an edge here. It'll only be a small one, but any edge is worth something in a race like this.
Any edge is worth something, and again, I'm thinking in 117, they had a dire first race. That first half hour did not go to plan, and they've thankfully in this second race been able to recover and get up to that podium battle. But makes you think, if they didn't have that and they were starting at the top end come the race restart, what could have been really?
Yeah, certainly. I think you can say that about quite a few teams in this 5th season of Project Endurance. We've officially entered the last half an hour of this first commentary stint of the race, and I've certainly had a good time. I do apologize for the couple of occasions where I stepped away in the last 15 minutes or so. I had a couple of things to take care of behind the scenes, but when I have been here, it's been fantastic, and the racing is still just as intense as it was here. A little bit of shuffling out there. Mystic Royal team moves off the provisional podium positions. SD1 Vision Esports finally making that move and getting it done, but not without a bit of fight back.
Oh, he's definitely gonna give the oomph, as it were. Definitely want to fight back, and he is in 3rd place now. He has to keep it on the grey stuff in order to actually finish this race. There's a little bit of traffic that could get in the way there, but overall I think he will be all right there.
Yeah, he'll be able to get the Park Motorsport Lexus on the run into turn 1 and potentially get the Motor Reporter Lexus on the exit too, so won't lose much time. The Mystic Royal team car had to work a bit harder there, shuffling the Park Motorsport Lexus wide in turn 1. And, well, they might be able to clear them just before they get to the S's. So, yeah, it looks like the Mystic car having a bit of a tougher time getting past that traffic. Sometimes that's just the advantage of track position. It's something you're thinking about all the time as a prototype driver. Personally, in my racing exploits, when I've raced in endurance leagues, it's been in prototypes. So I know what these guys are going through.
Racing blue flag.
Okay, blue flag notification there. Yeah, I know what these guys are going through. You know, when you do enough laps around a place like this, you get a sense for, okay, I'm this distance from the GT3 ahead. I will be able to clear them by X corner, or I might have to back off into the next couple of turns, focus on the run out onto the next straight. They're constantly thinking about that all the time.
A little bit of an update. Well, an update. A new penalty's just come in. The 97's got 3 seconds for a slight tap causing a minor multi-class collision. That looks to be going through the S. There's a little bit of footage attached here with the Park Motorsport car. But I think, yeah, it's a minor collision. It's nothing major. So that is all above board, as it were.
Righto. Race control steadily working through those incidents here. For the time being, it looks like this battle has concluded between Mystic Royal Team and SD1 Vision Esports. They do have the AOT Turtle Beach car behind them there, and that is they're currently a lap down on these drivers thanks to taking their long stop earlier. So keep an eye out on that number 91. They've got they've got a lot that's going to be changing around for them in the coming hours. They're a bit off sync to the rest of the prototype field, but on net time they should still be the leaders of the race when we next come to a pit cycle. And the likes of Apex One, Kisiata Mafia, Corleone, SD1 Vision take their first long stops. I love the sheer intricacy of the racing in the prototype class as things stand. 61 Apex One entry, they're just trying to focus on clean laps at the moment. They are way out in the lead by nearly a minute, threading the needle through 2 Mercedes GT3s. tell you what, they might have a big lead, but it's anything but calm.
Oh, it is anything but calm, definitely. AOT Turtle Beach probably do have the net lead because, of course, they have gone for the option of a long stop. But that does usually entail a different driver behind the wheel. I was worried he was going to hit the GT car there. But, well, there's another one that probably almost could have in the background as well. So, again, a lot of stuff still happening, even, say, an hour and a half after the red flag restart.
Looks like a bit of a catch-up here for the Mystic Royal team car. Meanwhile, SD1 Vision losing a little bit of ground as they were making their way through the 666 Lamborghini, which, thanks to the pit cycles now being all done in GT3, GT3 class is now being led once again by a cubic system, but AOT Turtle Beach moving up into second, Squadra Corse Overcrest up into third place, the 666 down to 29th, and I get the feeling that was a long pit stop for them. They only just made it back out 8 laps ago. So again, the field's very jumbled at this stage, and we're not quite sure how things are going to shake out for the minor positions, but we do know how things are going to shake out for this one. Mystic Royal team still trying to find their way past SD1 Vision Esports and conclude this battle in their favor, but the red car's going to fight it as much as they can, and it looks like AOT Turtle Beach got into them there. Remember, that 91 is a lap down on these guys at the moment, but the effective race leaders, this is going to be interesting.
That is going to be very, very interesting. We're looking on with the 899, who's trying to get past the Apex 1 car. He's going to use the outside line. Is he going to be able to make it work? Deep, slightly lock up goes the 51 to the opposite side of the track, blocking off the 899, and that is position retained, at least for now. But again, there is 9 hours, 22 minutes and change left to go. This is not a sprint, and I'm not sure the drivers realise that.
Yeah. The attitudes, I saw it back at Istanbul as well, a lot of aggressive racing goes on in the early hours of these races, and it's the quick and the dead essentially in Project Endurance. So it's certainly good as if you're a spectator, but I think if you're one of the drivers and teams involved, you'd like things to calm down a little more than this.
Yeah, because obviously whenever there's stuff happening, there's an increased possibility that you could be involved in a bit of a crash. The AOT Turtle Beach car is trying to unlap itself with GT traffic in the middle as well. That's not going to be very easy to do as they're heading down the back straight. This is not for position. This is something the AOT Turtle Beach car could unlap himself. Rubbing its racing, we know that, but goodness me, not quite like that. Deep into turn 12, he might have to give that position back.
Yeah, that was clumsy. That was a bit clumsy there from the AOT Turtle Beach car, but we'll leave that up to race control to decide. Regardless, that has put some space now between Mystic Royal and SD1 Vision Esports. Still holding on to third, just letting all of that happen behind them. The Mystic Royal team has only 2 drivers at their disposal, so it's going to be some hard yards for the 2 of them involved.
It's going to be difficult, but it's going to be very interesting. Here's a move for 26th place Grid White Tigers around the outside of AOT Elmar, as they head into turn 11 as an option to go for it into that hairpin. You've got a lot of time and a lot of distance that you can draft as they head down this very, very long back straight, and then see if they can make a move a little too far back, I think. but these guys are no stranger to a dive bomb. The grid racing car does defend. AOTL Mark cuts back. They're side by side into turn 13. Can't quite make it stick. Goes for the switchback. Hasn't got the pace. Can't get alongside. And then into 15. It goes for a smidge of a dive bomb. Goes over the sausage curbs. And he's lost a lot of time.
Yeah, I mean, the track widens up a lot into that left-hander, and it's tempting to go for the move up the inside, but you got to remember that if someone's going wider into that turn, they'll be going for a late apex. They'll try to cut back, and once you've committed to turn, and it's very difficult to open the steering and go straight, because you'll overcome the track limits otherwise. So you need to just be mindful of that if you're in the midst of a battle.
Of course, speaking of track limits, I'm just looking at the race director's notes. And I quote, during this round, you can exceed the track limits up to 10 times. 11 violence of track limits going to result in a drive-through penalty. But the system that we have is that if you slow down your pace, you will not receive a warning. But obviously, you should stay within the track limits, because otherwise you are at risk of picking up that penalty.
Yeah, plenty of risk. You got to try and balance that risk over the course of the next 9 hours and 18 minutes. Well, in terms of battles, there's only really a few at the moment. The grid racing Mercedes going for the 37th position overall with Team Delta Infinite, and getting it done. Looked like a bit of a poor exit for the 820. Let's see if they can get some of that pace back.
I'm going to say that's a brilliant drive out of turn 15, but straight over the curbs.
Go again.
Yeah, I was going to say, trying the IndyCar line, but with all the curbs that are out there, that's not quite ideal. Going to be a very bumpy ride for any car that goes over there. There's an FNL RT. That is FNL RT lapping these guys. They have to get out of the way, of course. But they're going to try battling contact as well. They're side by side, and he's got right back past them.
Yeah, right back past indeed. So Team Delta Infinite need to take stock of where they're at the moment. Mystic Boyle team starting to catch up again to SD1 Vision and the Project A car, all on their lonesome right now. Mystic Boyle, they just seem to be gaining a little through traffic, and they're going to have a big chance here, because look at the amount of GT traffic SD1 Vision's having to deal with. The OC Racing Lopen car as well. There's so many adventures this car has had. Now side by side with Project A, 4 position coming into the S's. Who's going to blink first? It's going to have to be the OC Racing Lopen car, but a little bit of GT traffic could offer them the chance to get by. Not quite.
Nah, not quite through here. It is very much single line. If you can get double line, usually overtaking through traffic, yes. But very, very rarely other than that. So it's quite difficult to make a move. Not impossible. We have seen it a few times so far, but difficult at best. 41 cars in the running at the moment, because I think the GLS PXN car looks to have retired as well. The number 42, the one without all the luck that the sister car has had in this race so far. 9 hours 15 to go. The 61 leads 51 laps into this second race. Yes, second race. We did have a red flag, and so we had a pretty much a fresh restart with the timer still ticking down. So it's sort of take 2, as it were. The 891 in second place, the SD1 Vision in third, and the 731 in fourth.
Yeah, good deal of interesting racing yet to come here. The OC Racing Lopen car still struggling to get back past the Project A machine. they are all over the curbs. And I noticed in the slower sections of the circuit, they are struggling a little bit more for grip. I'm looking at the live timing here. It looks like the low-pen car and Project A both pitted at the same time. But whether or not they've decided to take tyres is another matter entirely. I think at the very least, OC Racing Lopen has been struggling for stability for quite some time. I mean, we saw even more towards the start of the race, they had great flashes of speed, but they just had trouble keeping the car stable.
Yeah, quite a lot of mistakes were creeping into that 99 crew, so hopefully they can sort of get their problems under control, at least for these next couple hours. Could also possibly be slightly damage induced. It wouldn't surprise me. There's been a lot of incidents, so if a little bit of damage has caused it, it would not surprise me in the slightest. Getting past the Project A car, taking the outside line into turn 12, being nudged off almost by the reserve full black car, but parks it on the apex on 13, forces Project A161 to sort of have to drop back a little bit. So nicely done by the OC racing car, which if anything proves they can race, they just need a little bit extra pace.
Yeah, that they do. Just a little bit of extra pace, which is so hard to come by around Circuit of the Americas when you're trying to make your way through GT3 traffic. The Mystic Royal team starting to come back now on SD1 Vision. This car has had plenty of adventures of its own. Could still be in contention for a podium by the end if they keep their pace up, if they stay out of trouble. And a little bit of clear air will allow them to just go head-to-head here with SD1 Vision, see if they can consolidate on a very strong top three at the moment. There was a flash of GT3 traffic up the road. They'll probably get them by the time they come to turn 11, so I don't think it's going to be much of a problem for either of these cars. Just need to be careful about where you place it.
Yeah, it looks to be, I think, one of the race spot cars. Of course, there is two. There's the Academy, the Emeritus car. But I think they'll clear it just before turn 11. In fact, they might even clear it. Here's 246 as the Academy car. There's one. Here comes the other. Side by side into turn 11. Bit of contact.
Oh, God, around they go. Both cars come together.
Straight.
Yep, and yellow flag. Oh, yeah.
Green.
Yellow flag and then green flag. And, well, the battle for third has now gone a bit further back. And GLS PXN Racing has been granted a few extra seconds in that fight. They now sit about 5 seconds behind the SD1 Vision car, which is evidently starting to have some issues there. I think there was a lot of damage that could have been taken in that incident.
Yeah, easily. So we could possibly see maybe a retirement. I wouldn't imagine, but we could see it if the pace does go off a cliff. We see them lose quite a lot of positions, but we'll see what's happening with that. Hopefully in a few laps, but they both seem to be going on for this next lap. So at least for now, they're still going to be running. It is almost 1 o'clock here in the UK, 2 o'clock in Europe. Apex 1 leads Hypercar.
Oh dear.
Green. I think green flag. I think they're both fighting to say the same damn thing. And Cubic System leads GT3 here with 9 hours 10 to go.
Yeah, problem for the Gnado Bolamente team. Immediately going to the pits, I think, after coming out of the penultimate corner there. Convenient place for it to happen. You can immediately go into the pits and get some damage repair, but again, that'll put them off sync to everyone else. And even with full course yellows, it's not ideal because, when it comes to a full course yellow, everyone slows down in their place on the racetrack. It's not like a conventional safety car where you get the field bunched up and you gain some time back. That strategy element is basically gone. The only way they'll be able to gain a little bit more is by another red flag, as it looks like the 117 SD1 Vision Esports car has taken to the pits. Evidently, they are indeed damaged and want to get some of that repaired.
Yeah, I can imagine there would have been a lot of damage that was delivered to either car, really. So it doesn't particularly surprise me. I think there's another car that's off track there.
Yeah. Like one of the Apex 1 cars, maybe?
That's what I thought. Yeah, it looks like one of the Apex 1s. Black and full white.
Oh, not again. Easy.
Leave the One Vision Esports cars alone. What have they all done to you? 203 Grid White Tigers off track. That looks to be turn 12 and spins in sympathy. Thank you.
Yeah, that they do. Well, they get back going again with a nice donut. Turn off the traction control for a couple of seconds and whip it back around. They'll keep on going. But Park Motorsport already getting into the back of that number 17 SD1 Vision car once. I want to try and avoid that. But, oh, hello. That's the Apex 1 car making its way through, of course, lapping here. I'm not sure if it's the 61 or the 51 that's just gone through there, but considering that they're stuck behind a GT3 and I see the 61 losing time on the live timing, I think that's the overall race leader that just made its way through.
Looks to have been, could have been a move through the S, which again is a rarity at best. It would have been the 51 then, because that's turn 19, so it was the 51.
All right, yeah.
But here we go into turn 11. Now these guys do love a good little battle. As they head now down the back straight. The gap has opened up a little bit, but again, we've seen many a time into a good few of these corners. They're not afraid to go for a dive bomb.
Yeah, indeed. And remember the 51 off sequence with everyone else. They were one of the cars to take a long stop, I think. And they've been steadily trying to vault up into the top 10. They have a championship lead to keep, so they'd ideally like to get those moves done quickly where they can. And if they can, unlap themselves, they'll certainly take that chance. They do have 30 seconds to AOT Turtle Beach, who were the race leaders throughout the first stint of the race.
Currently in 7th place. They're now within that minute, like you said. So it's going to be very, very interesting to see if and when they can catch up. It has now gone 1 o'clock. We will be shortly changing commentators, I hope. I will stay here after a little bit of a break, but Reese will be, I imagine, you're in Australia, so probably go to a bit of sleep.
I am. Well, actually, I'm going to go straight to another commentary commitment, essentially. The Majors 24 on iRacing is going to be getting going in about an hour's time, and I'm going to be commentating the first and last 3 hours of that. So, yeah, it's all endurance all the time for me.
That is absolutely brilliant. Well, I'll be here. I'll pop off, but then I will be back because I am a little bit hungry and I kind of would like to eat something. So I will be back in about half an hour. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Racebot Academy defending from that looks to be the Motor Reporter car, I think, behind them. As they head now down the back straight. But that'll be, I think, it for us for now. Thank you very much, Reese, for joining me for this first stint.
Thank you. It's been an absolute pleasure. I love this series and can't wait to see how the race turns out.
Can't wait either. We'll pass you over to Ethan. I will be back shortly, and we will see you all soon. Take care.
Hello everybody, I am Ethan. I will be commentating the next few hours of this Project Endurance race. We have 9 hours left of the race. At the moment we're watching an amazing battle between the SD1 Vision Esports and Park Motorsports, both LMP cars, as they're catching a little bit of GT traffic. Looks like 3 or 4 LMPs quite close together. Great racing. I've been keeping an eye on the side of the race so far, and it has looked very, very eventful so far in the race. I think we've had one red flag due to a little bit of desync issues between some of the drivers. So we red flagged, restart the session. Now we're back to racing 3 hours later. So at the moment, your standings for the top 5 in LMPH is Apex 1 leading, Mystic Wallol team, and then Waller Racing, Team Delta Infinite, and then AOT Turtle Beach in 5th. As there's AOT going slowly there out of turn 1. Oh no, they're just letting a few LMP past. But yeah, to GT3 front pack, the leader is Cubic Systems, followed by Squadra Corsa Overcrest. In 3rd, you have Shigalka One Vision. In 4th, you have Move Center Sim Racing Dream. And in 5th, you have Rivals Racing Team. So lots of names we're used to seeing, a couple of new names from what I remember. But Apex 1 being at the front is a common occurrence, but it's how far away are they? They're only 40 seconds away. So it's a gap that could be closed. I'm not too sure on the pit stops and stints, so this could just be due to that. But at the moment we have Royal Racing coming to the pit lane, the 665 car, as Team Delta Infinite go through turn 1. A little bit of locking there, but everything seems very neat and tidy, pushing the track limits as much as they can, trying to do that every lap without getting a penalty, because it's a 10 cut maximum for this race. Once you get your 11th track cut, you will receive a drive-through penalty, I believe is the sanction for that. But for now, you've just got the OC Racing LMP car just trying to make its way through the traffic. The Dragon car, which I can't quite remember the name of at the minute. But yeah, you can see the line is very much take it straight to the apex over that crest, it seems. As these are some quite highly skilled drivers. It's there is a pre-qualification to get into this series, so each one of these teams would have done some sort of pre-qualification to show their pace, so that the league isn't a mix of new sim teams just trying to do endurance and high-level teams. They're all very well-established high-level teams, at least in Poland, it seems, because this is a quite strongly Polish league, but we are expanding out to be a global organization at some point. For now, we have got plenty of international teams at the minute, but you look at the entry list and there's a lot of Poland, which it's great to see that it's a strong league in its country, but we are definitely trying to expand it to a wider audience, possibly needing multiple layers, multiple splits for running races if we get a large enough amount of entries. But for now, it's the one very highly skilled split at the top. So we watch the P2 Squadra Corsa Lamborghini coming down the back straight. The number 20 car, not a car that I have seen much of. I'm going to look into that. Onto the back straight, we're on board with the Braun GP24 car. There we are. Just letting a lapping GT3 pass with a little bit of difficulty, possibly, as that's car coming in. Ooh, taking a lot of that sausage curb, and there's a bit of a collision between two of the Mercedes GT3 cars there. That is not what you want to see. The Braun GP Donut Media car taking just a little bit too much of that curb, hitting the sausage curb and going a little bit up into the air, as we have the Park Motorsport car in 39th overall. I'm not sure where that is in class. 39th overall, taking a little bit of a whack on the front. Both cars probably not going to be faring the greatest when it comes to damage now. The front end might be a little bit weaker. So I might have to drive around like this track. From what I've driven, the track and car is quite an understeery combo.
Thanks.
As you're constantly pushing the car through, especially the high-speed first sector. And so trying to set up the car for the slow-speed final sector, where it's very much get as much rotation as possible, and then the high-speed first sector, where you're just trying to rotate it through the corners without losing it, sort of keep the momentum, switch to the corners. But down into the final sector, as I was saying, you can see very low speed. The pack bunches up a lot through here. As the GT3 is taking a very tight line through that section, and on board with the SD117 car, SD1 Vision 17 car, just trying to get past these GT3s, but struggling a little bit. It's round the outside of turn 18. I believe it's turn 18. Getting past all three GT3s as you have the Park Motorsports car crossing the line with just under 9 hours to go. In 11th position, as the 18th position, the 117 car is in for a pit stop. So we will see if this is a long stop or not. They've fallen quite far down there at the back of the pack at the minute, so could be them falling back due to taking a long stop, which means we'll just have to wait for the pit stops to pan out before we can see the full leaderboards. As up into T1, two GT3s fighting out, but that's not them fighting out, that is lapping, I believe, because they don't. No, 36. That's battle, yeah. That is a battle. They're pushing very hard on each other, but race spot just about eking out, and now there's an LMP getting just in between them, so the grid car would be hoping that the LMP can disrupt the car ahead in some way so they can close up the gap to gain the one vital position, because every meter of track you are ahead or behind a car can change your strategy significantly, as they both open up the back straight quite a lot, not getting too close to the apex there. But grid car have the slipstream now, pulling out to the left, and they are side by side into the braking zone. Can they make the move stick? Squeezed into the middle, give enough room on the outside, and grid do make the play stick for now, as there's an LMP following up onto this battle. So that's getting very close indeed, but everything is nice and clean. No multi-class collisions, which is very unfortunate when we do see them, but just struggling to get the car round as it's just trying to pull out and out of the corner. But we want the car to keep turning at the same rate, as the grid are pulling a little bit away in this final sector, which will be perfect for their strategy, as they can be higher up the grid. Wheelbox at the moment. Up to T1 again, not quite as much battling as last time. I'm noticing that all the gaps are spreading out quite a bit now, as we are just over 3 hours into the race. So it's been a lot of action to cover for Reese and Casper in the past couple hours, but it did quieten down a little bit, and this gap's spreading out again. coming onto the back straight. The gap is a lot wider than what we saw one lap prior. At the leading car at the minute, the Apex 1 hypercar. Let me pull up the standings at the minute. Where's the stuff? Ooh, we have the GT3 of
Yellow SS.
Streffer Racing spun round in the first sector, actually, just out of T1. So they either struggled on the exit or could have had a slight tap round from possibly a lapping LMPH or a battling fellow GT3, as SD1 Vision Esports are falling quite far behind now. They've fallen into the GT field, so that could be it for their race, possibly. The pit stop's taken a while. But leading GT3 at the minute is Cubic Systems, with Shigelka 1 Vision in second and Squadra Corsa in P3. So that's changed a little bit, most likely due to pit stops, though, as Cubic Systems pushing track limits quite hard as they get all the way off the curb there. As we watch the Petronas Synthium SD catching up to a GT3, but the Kyoto car, the Group White Tigers car that we were watching earlier battling with Race Spot has ended up on the outside of the final corner, just trying to get back on track safely, leaving just about enough space for cars around. Now it's just getting back up to racing speeds as we jump back to the Petronas Synthium SD team and the Kyoto Racing Esports, trying to catch them they're not trying to catch them, they're going into pit lane to take their pit stop, as the Synthium SD team now just try to pull away, as they are making a long stop and swapping drivers, I think, because they disconnected and then reconnected because they fell quite far down. So we're now on board with a Lamborghini, the Lopen Lamborghini. Lopen X. I'm not sure who this can be, I forgot. Lopen X Lifeless. There we go. They got Lopen X. No, OC Racing X Lopen and then OC Racing X Lifeless. So Lifeless are the team helping run this GT3 car for OC Racing, as they come down the back straight, going for the slightly left field choice of the Lamborghini compared to most of the field going for the Mercedes. But they're making good runs with what they have. They're finishing races and they're not dead last at the back, seconds off the pace. They're keeping very good pace. They're keeping very well up with these Mercedes. As they come swimming round turn 18, all the way around the outside of a fellow GT3. And to finish the lap, they have gained the position. Is that gained position? No, that's lapping, I think. I'm trying to pay attention. Just hopping in 15 minutes or so. It's just catching back up. Yeah, COTA going up and down the timing boards while taking their long stop. As we watch Park Motorsport, who are being hunted down but by SD1 Vision. Just over a second separates them as they close the gap. Taking all of the track limits you can, getting right over the curbs, straightening out the circuit as much as possible, as they have to take an extremely tight line to try and get past the Lexus GT3 just cuts him off a little bit in this gap. Now a bit more than what they might want it to be. Braking to the hairpin. Now down the back straight we go. On board in the driver's eye cam. Can they get past before they cross line, as we watch the 3 GT3s end up in the mirror? Just about everything getting very tight and close, but no contact, which is just how we want it. Motorsport is non-contact sport. We like close racing and a little bit of rubbing, but nothing race ending. As we watch the Team Delta Infinite GT3 just trying to catch the back of the Park Motorsport car there. Seeing, can they get past? Can they look down the inside a little bit for a move? Or are they relinquished to the lower quarters of the grid? So they're pulling away a little bit, Park Motorsport seem to be, but it's a lap by lap sport. Each lap can be completely different to the last, as they let a lapping car by, I believe is the Brawn car. Let's see as we have the timing grid rattle through the last couple cars. Now down the back straight, the SD1 car makes their way, number 17, just trying to hold on to the back of this Park Motorsport car, not lose the top 11 and lose out on possible positions. getting a little bit dicey there as the 666 car, the 666 Lamborghini making its way past the race spot 46 Mercedes there. These cars extremely closely matched, all mostly down to driver's skill and the skill of whoever engineers the setup for the car. As a little bit of very close racing there between the Park Motorsport LMP and the Lexus there. It's all getting very close between the battling LMPs there. But everything is keeping itself on track very nicely.
Car 24, Brown GP, blue flag.
As we have blue flags for the Brawn GP car there. Presumably they've been running full pace in front of either a few GT3s or been battling the stronger class a little bit. Is through 10, 17 to 10, 18. Let me track map up. It's oh no, it's 16, 17, 18 there. Ooh. As the final corner was taken by the SD1 Vision, still hunting down the back of the Park Motorsport 97 car. As they are keeping the gap consistently close, but not quite able to completely close it and get past. Through the sweeping S's there to the never-ending corners of turn 8, 9. Over the crest. Ooh, there's a little bit of a commotion at the top of the hill. There are lots of cars in the same place, maybe a little bit of pushing and shoving, but all the cars are still going, so it should be fine for everyone. Looking at the timing screens quickly, the front few cars have gone quite long on this stint, so they should be due a pit stop soon. 35 laps for both Apex 1 cars. Oh no, one Apex 1 car's in pit lane, while the two front runners both on 35 laps. Apex 1 and Mystic Racing Team, Mystic Royal. Keep an eye on Apex 1, and if they come out of pit lane. For now, Park Motorsport still being hounded by SD1 Vision, but they can't quite get close enough to make the move. Don't want to try and take too much out their tyres to push them back too far in the later stage of their stints. They're just trying to keep the tyres a little bit so that they can push just as hard for longer. As looking at the nationalities for this race, while we do have 143 poles, we have some new drivers. We have 3 Hungarians in the Hungarian GT3 team, the 921 Sim Racing Fanatics. And we have 1 Dominican Republic, 1 Croatian, and a Ukrainian as all new entries into this race, entering through either a wildcard spot or COTA pre-qualifying. Just looking at the information here quickly. We have 160 drivers in total in the series. Only 17 of them being a nationality other than Polish, but hopefully as the league expands, we'll see that percentage get higher and higher. For now, both leading teams have just entered pit lane, it looks like. So Park Motorsport still have SD1 Vision pounding the back of them, just trying to force them into a mistake more so than trying to push their way past. It's going to be a lot better for their tyres if they overtake that way, but they've been looking there for a while. I might try ask the driver of that SD1 car to give me a detailed drawing of the diffuser, just because he's been looking at it for so long. But as we come over the crest and down to the hairpin that takes us onto extremely long straight, as the Grid White Tigers again have found themselves off of the track a little bit. Is that at the final corner? That's at the final corner again. Are they just taking a bit too much commitment into there? Are they struggling with the car? Or, ooh, that doesn't want to turn, does it? Ooh, that was... It's an interesting dynamic of what the car was up to there. It's just doing a little burnout to rotate itself. As SD1 Vision have now gotten past Park Motorsport, a move we didn't quite see. So possibly a mistake, possibly just down that back straight they've pulled out to the side. But through this last couple of corners, they enter into pit lane, so they get in the way of them a little bit just to gain themselves any time they can against them, and then straight into pit lane to change tires and or drivers. As the 99 Lopen car in pit lane there in P14 at the moment, as we watch our P4 running Mercedes, the PMO Endurance team, red in 4th place GT3 wise. Number 49's been having a quiet half hour at least, what I've caught. Got a little rainbow at the back of their car there. As 3.5 hours into this race, it is climbing down a bit over most of the grid, but there are still definitely points in the grid where lots are going on. We look at the what position? It's the 61. The leading 61 on Team Apex 1, just taking its way around the long sweep in 16, 17, 18, I believe, getting past the grid Mercedes there and taking itself exactly to 8 hours and 30 minutes remaining in this race. As the 133 in P13, only 2 drivers taking part for this 12-hour race, so they will be having a lot of long stints for each driver, or they've made sure to have the entire day free to get consistent changes in every few hours, just so they don't get tired of driving the same loop for 5-6 hours if they do push each other that far. As another team with only 2 drivers, it's a lot of mental strength to have a team of 2 drivers in a 12-hour race. You'll see a lot of 3 and 4 driver teams, so you can have a driver completely step away from the race, but these smaller teams, as they are struggling with stability a little bit, it looks like maybe they've had a little bit of a tap and had some damage, or this is just how they like their car, or the tyres could also be a factor. As we look at the P2, another Apex 1 car, the 51 this time, in P2, 20 seconds off the lead, but with a 50-second gap to the 891 Kishita Mafia Corleone car behind. So a decent gap as they are near the front of the pack. They are at the front of the pack, not quite leading, but a 1-2 for the team. 8.5 hours to go is pretty nice.
Yellow in the SS.
Not quite sure. Oh, yellow turn 6 as
Green flag, green
Green
flag.
White Tigers. Green flag, that is, as Green White Tigers are struggling with their car a little bit. It seems getting a little bit wide everywhere and letting one of the Apex 1 LMPs past. Coming down the back straight, doesn't quite have the same top speed as the LMP cars there. There's that grid car getting a little bit loose on the exit there. That might be a little bit of a sign to the struggle for the driver is what we're seeing.
Yeah, and at this point, hello everyone, I am back. And at this point, we are sort of 3 hours in since the last red flag restart, so it would make sense to sort of, if there's a bit of driver fatigue, especially if they've been in since the start, possibly go in, because this is a difficult and demanding track.
Yeah, and I was just thinking, is it the driver or would it be the tyres? The tyres are getting a little bit near the end, but they're 29 laps down on this stint, so they've not got long until their pit stop, but it's if their driver wants to do those last couple of laps, or do they want to come in early, if they have the spare drivers, take a 3-4 hour break and then come back more refreshed and more energized than they are at the minute with the car.
Yeah, I mean, it could be both. It is, again, a very demanding track. That first sector, you're constantly turning from left to right to left to right. It really does a number on your arms. And then that's that section after the if you back straight is really difficult, especially if you're trying to battle with another car, just like the 29 and 30th placed cars, the OC Lifeless car and the Kichita Mafia car. They're doing exactly that heading into turn 15. It's a really difficult section, and it can be incredibly taxing on not just your tyres, but also on your head if you're in there for a really, really long time.
Yeah, definitely. When you're staring at the screen, trying to concentrate 100% for 2-3 hours, it can definitely do a number on your mental state, as well as just your fatigue as you drive with 100% concentration, looking at only there's a couple million pixels on a screen, but when you think about it, it's not as much as it's not as detailed as trying to race in real life, which is a lot more physically taxing as it throws you around. But especially if you're someone that's driving with quite a high level of force feedback in a direct drive wheel, as Mystic Royal struggled a little bit on the exit there. The car sort of bogging down, getting beached on the curb, maybe.
I thought that for a brief second as well. Yeah.
Just sort of a little puff of something underneath the car, and then the car's not exiting out the corner.
Yeah, no, I thought that for a second as well. It did look to be a little bit stuck. Thankfully, that's not the case.
No, it seems to be something that I'm quite good at doing, beaching a car on the curbs. So
don't even I am quite good at that as well. But yeah, 8 hours 25 left to go. It is Apex 1 and 2. We're looking on with the AOT Turtle Beach number 41. Mercedes currently sitting in 25th place. I think that works out to be about 7th in class. I think, have we only had 4 retirements so far?
I don't think we've had a retirement since I've been in. So
because the 117 one vision
sector
car,
3. The beginning of the sector 3.
The SD1 Vision, they look to have retired as well. As the AOT Elmar's in the pits as well, could possibly be a retirement. The PMO car in 24th place at this point in time, also in the pit lane. So, we're about 2.5 hours after the red flag restart, and there is still quite a lot happening.
Yeah, definitely still a lot happening all over track. So at the moment we have both Apex 1 and 2 Cheetah Mafia in P4 and GLS PXN Racing taking up P4. All quite hefty gaps between those cars as it is, as we have the I'd presume lightest car on the grid, fully carbon fiber from Project A there. Stripping off every bit of weight to get the car going as fast as possible.
Yeah, and of course they are a full black livery, which one would imagine will certainly help, because you're not putting any extra paint on top of that, on top of the BMW hypercar base that you have. Because you could just easily run it in plain carbon fiber, which we're seeing much more in F1 irritatingly, but that's besides the point. That is very much besides the point.
As hypercar and endurance racing as a whole is definitely becoming a more well-known and respected form of racing than it maybe has been compared to things such as F1 and shorter form racing in the past. Now we're getting a big influx of people watching things such as WEC, and obviously where this is beginning to grow as an online endurance thing, I think we've jumped right in the middle of it, so everyone can come look at some very high level endurance racing here at Project Endurance.
Yeah, exactly. Like with the sort of advent of, well, I think advent's the right word for it, but with the increase of people getting interested in endurance racing, what with WEC, what with IMSA as well, it is really interesting to see. As here comes the Cheetah Mafia car down the inside. This is for 24th place overall down the inside into the first corner uphill.
Will be off for some time. As I said earlier, I will be providing you with screenshots of the situation. Just remind me sometimes on Discord, sorry for the issue.
A little bit of technical gremlins in regards to live time. But a great move there for the 775.
Yeah, as we have the Lexus of Cheetah Mafia trying to close down that 5-second gap to the car ahead while they're being pushed by Move Center Sim Racing Dream here. Down the back straight, does the Mercedes have the oomph to get it past, or at least catch up to the back? But I was going to say about how all these cars looking so different and being at very similar paces, I think one of the benefits and intrigues of something like any sort of endurance or GT racing especially. And the LMPH classes in both IMSA and WEC are getting bigger and having more different constructors and chassis in them, but all the cars are able to do near identical times. It's just whoever gets lucky with the bop on a weekend.
Yeah, no, BOP. BOP is quite a big factor in that sort of stuff. But WEC is, like, endurance racing as a whole is expanding. We've had so many different teams, constructors, manufacturers come in, and there's still more that are going to be coming as well. Aston Martin is set to start next year as well, so there's already possibly 2 more cars coming in, joining the field. So, you know, there is this golden age, this new golden age sort of thing. I know the golden age is sort of the 80s and 90s, I think, with Group C and all that sort of stuff. I might be confusing that with... No, I'm not confusing that with rallying, because rallying is something else. But anyway, it's still that sort of, you know, the popularity, because it is so much simpler. And it is better, with all due respect to LMP1, the actual regulations are better than what we had. Because with LMP1, you were given your car has to be this, that, the other. There were much more restrictions, whereas with a hypercar, you only have to hit a certain power, hit a certain weight, hit a certain window of downforce, and hit a certain window of drag. And as long as it's certified also safe by the FIA, along with a few other like minor elements, you're free to race it pretty much. So there is that sort of, it's much more accessible. That's why there's teams like Van Wall, Isota, Fraschini as well, they're getting involved. So there is that sort of expansion of ability to join. The bar has been lowered, which in most cases is not a good thing, but in this case it very much is. Yeah,
because it allows for close racing between teams such as like Porsche and Ferrari, who have huge budgets to spend on this, and teams like Van Wall, Isota, who probably don't have the same budget as someone like Porsche and Ferrari. But another interesting fact about those regulations is that those drag and downforce coefficients that they need to be hitting is only in a straight line. So it's all about how they can create, how they can use most of that maximum during the cornering phases, where you'll find lots of teams finding the benefits.
Yeah, exactly. So, you know, there is that. Again, you said it yourself. There's plenty of ways that we can go, and one thing that I constantly get pointed out to myself is the best way to see it, like the variety that there is with the variety of shapes and engine noises. Oh, that was very, very close for the Project A car, almost getting hit by the 91 AOT Turtle Beach, who we were just on board with. They're heading now down the back straight. Voil's 3 seconds down, so something must have happened. They were very, very close. Down the inside goes the AOT. Turtle Beach locks up the left.
The SS. Green flag.
But heading into turn 13, the 91 AOT Turtle Beach does seem to have that position wrapped up, at least for now.
Yeah, was quite a clean move, just sort of later braking, more confidence into the corner as the GT3 doesn't quite help Project A keep with them there. But as we were saying about the difference between LMP1 and LMPH, if you were to give someone like a silhouette of each of the LMP1 cars, they wouldn't be able to tell the difference. While now we've got LMPH, you give them just the silhouettes and they'll be like, oh, that's a Porsche, that's a Ferrari, that's a Toyota. And it's very easy to tell, but then all those cars look drastically different, but set almost identical lap times, and it's just who has the stronger weekend that decides the winner.
Exactly, there's that, and also the difference in engines as well. Because, for instance, Cadillac have a big thumping great V8, right?
Yeah,
because
living up to the American name.
Exactly, right? So Cadillac have got a big thumping V8. I think Porsche have got some turbo V6, whereas Lambo, I think, have a V10, right? So you've got that variety of engines, it's the variety of noises, it's all this sort of everything is different and sort of, yes, new, but it's brilliant, and that's what draws people in, right? But let's focus on the racing. PMO Endurance trying to go down the inside on Move Center. The Sim Racing Dream Car has done that, heading out of turn 11 and now going down the back straight. Turn 12 is a
49. This will be a blue flag with 666.
Yeah, for the Royal Racing Car in the background. They need to let him through, otherwise they may incur a penalty for not doing exactly that. But they are going side by side, so maybe they're just throwing caution to the wind and thinking, sorry, down the inside goes the Sim Racing Dream Car. The 275, they have to let the Royal through. He's thinking, please let me through. He's going down the inside of both of them into here, which is a brave move at best. But that is nice. Yeah, it was a very strong move, nicely handled by the Lamborghini. Great respect between all three.
Yeah, it was great to see the two Mercedes weren't hitting into each other and still were able to give the Lambo just enough room to not incur a blue flag penalty, as they get forced out wide a little bit there through the final corner. But now up to T1, can they dart down the inside or maybe try and take a later apex through here to straighten out the corner a little bit?
We'll see. He's gone a little bit early, has PMO, but he's been able to handle that very nicely. That was a brilliant move around the outside of turn 18 and then heading into 19 by the 275. Brilliant stuff provided here by GT3. Well, as always, by GT3. So, brilliant stuff.
Yeah, great close racing. They can get away with being a little bit more, I wouldn't say reckless, but risky with their moves, I'd say, where you can get right next to each other and push on each other a little bit, and that you won't have race-ending damage or damage that'll lose you any significant amount of time. While something like the LMPs, where they're so finicky with their little aero devices, where they can't quite get away with that. But we see not too far back is the Move Center 275, so possibly if they can keep up the pace and try and have a bit more grunt down that back straight, they can close this gap and get back into P24.
P24 is 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th in class, so decent amount of points, especially considering, again, there is more points on offer because it is a longer race.
It's been quite...
Go on.
It's been quite a competitive position to be in, because earlier we had Park Motorsport and Race Spot also fighting for that 24th, 25th position.
Yeah, the mid-pack in both classes has been delivering, essentially. In earlier stints, we had a lot of fighting in sort of 7th, in about sort of between 5th to 10th in Hypercar. There was a lot of fighting sort of Park Motorsport was in there. One of the Kichita Mafia cars was in there. There was a lot of cars that were sort of getting involved. The Gnado Bauelemente car as well. But you know, the mid pack really does seem to have delivered.
Yeah, we are seeing the mid pack delivering a lot better, as you have the top teams all just pushing for the fastest laps they can set each lap, while in the mid pack the pace is so similar. You'll have sort of only a tenth or two between each team on sort of average lap time, so it's just who can get the lap down correctly earliest. So then, as we can see, the 133 just behind Team Delta Infinite, possibly thinking of a move, but it's about 5 or 6 LMPs all looking at the same bit of tarmac to either lap or be lapped, but all trying to get on the same bit of tarmac as a GT3 as well. Gets involved. There's not quite any contact, I don't think, which is just impressive how, with the level of drivers we have, that they can get so close, even with a significant speed difference, and still not be hitting each other.
Yeah, and again, it does also go to show the amount of respect they have amongst each other. I mean, the space of them giving is enough for racing room, but not much beyond that, and that is all you need to do, right? They're giving each other space. It is lap or be lapped, pass or be passed, but it has sort of, you know, they're not going as crazy as they were at the very start of the race. They have sort of mellowed down a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. So it's not like, oh, you'll be lucky if you fit a piece of paper between the drivers, but now you can fit sort of at least 2 or 3 sheets between them when they're making moves like that.
Well, exactly. So, you know, it is always brilliant to see when we've got battles like that. But, you know, all we can hope for is that more is provided, because we always love to see fights like that.
We do love close racing, as Team Delta Infinite are trying to pull away. You can see the lag jumping them back and forwards a little bit, but the 133 car just trying to close the gap and gain the position without burning their tyres up too much. It's all about gaining the position without using too much tyre, because if you gain the position but use all your tyre, then you're still going to lose in the long term. With the pit stops, they're getting very close to the back end of the 81 there.
Yeah, they've got to be careful. In fact, the 81 goes wide. Ooh, almost contact.
Getting past the not sure which GT3 that was. I believe it was a Park Motorsport with the purple. Yeah, just about not having contact there. Talking of GT3s, we've got Squadra Corsa actually leading the pack at the minute by 2 minutes to Warhol Racing, but I'm gonna check and presume that they probably haven't made a pit stop and they're quite late on a stint. The 20 car. 20 car, yeah, they've got
Yellow S's,
20 laps in their stint.
We should have Daniel Ratai from the 41 car coming, hopefully, soon. We've got the 97 off track, as with the 46 Racing's Race Spot Emeritus car. He's gone off track. That looks to be through the S's. In fact, that's turn 7.
Green.
On entry. But yeah, that is good to know. Sorry, I'm trying to sort the internet.
Yeah, that's That's great. We'll be able to get the interview, but for now we're watching the 133 getting very close with a couple of GT3s as well as the Team Delta Infinite car that they are battling aggressively with. As that looks like the GT3 for Team Delta Infinite as well. Just being passed there a little bit. There's now round the outside of the multiple apex turn 18, just sweeping through there, sort of one steering movement, and then high speed turn 19, just try not to get too far off the curbs. The final turn 20, and then up about 100 meters, I want to say, to turn to T1. It's quite a high elevation as you get on the brake, so you can brake later than you'd expect because of the elevation and angle that the floor is at, or the track is at even. As they just try and use as much curb as possible to straighten out the S's. It's not quite like Suzuka where the curves are giant and have next to no grip. You can batter them a little bit. As you can see, the GT3 there.
Easy time.
There might have been a little bit of a tap there. As because the OC Racing
The yellow at the exit of the SS.
And that's why, as the OC Racing lifeless in the wall.
Yeah, gonna have a lot of front end damage there. And now have the Lexus Kashita Mafia from their class. And that's just getting up to speed as quickly as possible. As we see AOT Turtle Beach in GT3 making their way around one of the Lexuses, I believe. But now we watch the Mystic Warhol 731. Yeah. One of the Lexuses.
Yellow in the last corner. Green.
We don't have a yellow flag in the final corner. We did for a split second there due to probably a car going a little bit wide. But the gaps are definitely not opening up so much that we get time to ramble on about nothing there. Sort of within 2-3 seconds, which even within 10 seconds in endurance racing is pretty close. But when there's only 2 seconds and the drivers are looking in their mirror and still seeing the car they were battling since hour 9, or hour 3 hours into the race, that gets difficult for them to just not be too predictable, because obviously they've been watching you for an hour and a half, studying your line, seeing where they need to make the move, but you've also been trying to be as fast yet unpredictable as possible, so they can't learn something like that.
You need to let 666
Yes.
by.
Staying behind another car, you do learn stuff from that. Pardon me, but you do also save tyres, save fuel, because you do pick up slipstream and all that sort of stuff. In the same vein, there is a little bit of a dirty air element, but it's not very big in hypercars, thankfully. Relatively chill, so it's not as drastic, but it is still an aspect that is worth mentioning, as it were.
And then considering as a driver when you're going through corners that you might not have as much grip as you did the lap before, or going into the braking that you can't brake quite as late because the car's sucking you into the corner, the car ahead sucking you into the corner. But these hypercars, where their wheels are covered and they're so streamlined for the lowest drag in a straight line they can get away with, they're not creating much turbulence with the car. Apart from maybe the little corners on the rear wing, there's not much to create any vortices or turbulence.
Defensive goes the 81, it's about for 13th on track. The 133 Gigante Bioelemente is trying to get past the 81 Team Delta Infinite car, who they've, for most of this race so far as I'm aware, they've sort of been knocking on to that top 10 or been just inside it. So they're sort of very much stuck in the mid-pack as they come through the S's. And we've just finished a third of the race now.
Yeah, just past the 4-hour mark. As we now look to the back straight where the 133 car is just trying to close that gap and pick up a slipstream to maybe try and get past. Maybe they're just, as Casper was talking about, no, they're trying to get past. I was going to say that maybe they're trying to sit behind, as you were saying earlier, just to save tyres a little bit, but they're getting right next to the Team Delta car, and
down the inside.
Now they're
nicely done.
Now they're getting in front of the Team Delta car, but there's a little bit of a tap there as they turn in a little too early.
Smidge of contact, but we're all okay. No major damage. Careful for the Mercedes coming back on track. Opportunity? No, not really. There's another car behind them as well. That I think is the one of the GLS PXN cars. The 4th place 32, although I might be very drastically wrong. As they head into turn 1. Would have been a very, very brave move if it had worked, but little too far away for that.
As the 17 car of SD1 Vision is in
81 and 133 blue flag with GLS 42.
Yeah, GLS PXN 32 car is trying to make its way past the 2 drivers we've been watching battle for the past sort of 20 minutes, 10-20 minutes. But now they're opening up their gap a little bit as the 14 Cadito Racing Esports is in pit lane.
There's quite a few people going into the pit lane. The 17 SD1 Vision Esports car is currently in there as well in 11th place, as is the Kirito car. Sorry, I'm trying to sort out the interview so that we can chat with one of the drivers for the 41 car. As that's a brave move trying to get through traffic. How has the race been so far from your perspective? Obviously, you've not been in here for very long.
No, I've only been about an hour. Yeah, it's been eventful. I was keeping up with it on the side before my stint, but it's been definitely eventful since I've gotten into the commentary booth. But from what I saw, even more eventful before. So, lots of names I recognise from past races being at the top, but also a lot of new names for this race. Stuff like the Squadra Corsa is a name I haven't recognised. Who else is there? The Strefa Racing. A couple of GT3 teams more so, but the Project A 161's another car doing very well for being a new entry, I believe.
Which ones?
The Squadra Corsa and the 161. Where are they gone?
Project A definitely are. I don't think the Squadra Overcrest cars are, but they're still doing very well regardless. Project A actually managed to make it into the Hyperpole session where top 5 went for one final lap to determine the top 5. But that's brilliant. And actually, perfect timing because we are able to speak with Daniel Rataj, who is driver for the 41 crew. How are you, buddy?
Hello, guys.
Hi, mate. How are you?
I'm very good.
Yellow in the
How about
SS.
you?
Green.
I'm very, very well. How has the race been for you?
For me, it hasn't started yet.
Ah,
I didn't drive my stint at this point, but I'm about to in like 40 minutes to jump in the car. But for the team, it looks kind of okay now. We are happy with the result because we started in P14. Now we are like perhaps P6, P7, so we are happy about that.
yeah, that is brilliant stuff. Given the increase in position that you've had and all that sort of stuff, where are you hoping to finish now at this stage in the race?
Hopes are always to be top one, but realistically speaking, I think top 5 would be good result for us for this weekend. We are not driving in our main squad. We had to bring another driver who isn't driving as fast as he could, but it's okay at this moment. We're enjoying the race. It's very nice. There is no big drama with the hypercars. We managed to avoid any big trouble with GT3 cars. So at this point we are happy. I hope I will bring some speed to the race and will bring some nice results. But you know, we have 7 or 8 hours of the race still, so everything can happen.
Yeah, there's still plenty that can happen. How many long stops have you guys done off the top of your head?
1.
1. Okay, so 4 to go. So yours and then 3 more. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. So how has the reduction in long stops been for your team? Because obviously initially there was the plan to do 6, but with the red flag that has reduced to 5. How is that? Is that worked in your favour, or is that sort of hampered your strategy?
To be honest, the reduction to 5 long stops made us change everything. We are not very happy with this. We have a driver who can drive only 2 hours more, and if he drives 2 hours more, it will be like 4 stints in a row, so it's not possible for him to do this. So it's not very good for us. We are hoping for the 6 long stops, but you know, it is what it is. You need to adapt to the situation. Because of the 5 long stop, I will have to make 3 stints in a row, so it's 3 hours of driving in a row.
Blimey.
Yeah. Because otherwise, someone have to do 3 hours in a row to balance the driving time for every driver in our team. So it's very unfortunate for us. We are not pleased with this information, but you know, we have to move on, and it is what it is.
It is what it is. How has your team's season been so far? Because we're looking at the championship leader, I believe, for GT3, the number 1 Apex 1. You guys are currently in 6th place. Best finish last time out in Istanbul in 5th place. How's the first half of the season been? Is there any missed opportunities, maybe?
Yes. The first half of the season is unfortunate in every way we can imagine. First race, we are practicing like hell. Like I was doing around 20 hours of preparation, maybe something like that. It's a lot of. I've never done so much preparation for one race, but I was hoping to have very good season and be top 3 all the time. But in the Shanghai was the first round.
Yes.
We've got contact every stint. every stint we have damage, we had contact with hypercar, with the GT3. It was very unfortunate because after the first stint of the Shanghai Grand Prix, we were top 3, and after I exited the pit, after the stint, in the first 3 corners I had massive crashes, broken suspension, broken wings, and had to come back to pit stop once more and do long stop, and everything went wrong. What was the next round? Hockenheim, I guess?
Hockenheim?
Yeah, Hockenheim. We were leading at some point at Hockenheim, but Alexander Rogoza was driving with me in Hockenheim. His wheel disconnected, the force feedback went completely off. In the middle of the stint, he lost like, I don't know, almost 2 minutes on the track. He got spun in the gravel and couldn't exit the gravel or the grass because of the no feedback, and he couldn't like move the car out of the grass. So we lost everything. He had to change with me because of the issue with the wheel, and we lost the lead. We lost the good result. We had chance to win this race, but you know, it is what it is again. And on the Istanbul Park, me and the driver Wojtek, we've driven it only with 2 drivers. We said between us, okay, I don't like Istanbul, I don't want to race this. If we crash, then we exit. Don't make us drive it. But unfortunately, for all the race, we didn't crash.
The irony, I suppose.
Yeah. But it was a shit race for us. We did very poor at this race, but the P5 result, I guess, it was so kind of happy knowing that the track was unfortunate for us, but it is what it is again. So the season isn't going as I hope so, mostly because I supposed to start in the cubic system car. I was driver at the beginning of the season. I was team of the cubic system, but one of our drivers had some issue with his hand. I think he broke it or something, and we need to make a switch. So from the cubic system, from the winning team to not so winning team, but maybe bad luck I brought is better for us.
Think of it as a project. You can grow the team from there.
Yeah. We are having fun, so I think that's the most important part. We are not hoping to win this race. We are not hoping to win. We were not hoping to win Hockenheim or Shanghai, so it's okay with this how it goes. I guess we will try to do our best at Portimao and Daytona. We'll have a long time to prepare because now it was like 2 days to prepare, maybe 3 days. But I believe in the Portimao and Daytona we can beat top 3.
How do you like this track? Because obviously you've not been on track yet. How do you think you're going to do?
From the practice, I can say I'm the fastest in the team at this point in AOT Turtle Beach, but we'll see on the live server. To be honest, it's my second time in the history of my racing, which is 10 years now, driving on the Circuit of the Americas. To be honest, it's kind of sketchy. You know, there's some places when you can lose lots of time. There are places where you can win lots of time. So it's 50-50. But after the long practice I had before this race, I can say I'm feeling comfortable with the car, with the track. I know where I can go, where I cannot go. I'm enjoying this track. I wouldn't say it's my favorite track of the season or elsewhere, but it's kind of fun to drive.
Ooh, well, we're just watching on with the stream. Like, you can very easily lose time. The 81's just had a spin through turn 13, so it is very easy to do. I don't want to keep you much longer because I know you've got a stint coming up. So So unless Ethan's got any questions, have you got any?
Nah, he covered most of it pretty well.
Fair enough. The only other thing I'm going to ask is have you got anything else to say to anybody watching?
Yeah, have fun watching, have fun to you commenting the whole show. You have a lot of time left, so I hope you have great fun doing that. And I hope everyone will be happy with the result at the end of the race. So fingers crossed for every team racing today, and
7:09
have a great fun.
and 46
All right,
blue flags.
thank you very much, Daniel Rathai, part of the 41 AOT Turtle Beach car. Thank you very much, dziękuję bardzo, and
Thank
we
you,
will
thank you.
we'll
Cheers.
see you soon. Bye-bye. Well, that was fun.
That was great.
It was great fun. Love chatting to a driver, and you do get that sort of insight from a driver that you wouldn't just sitting in a comms box.
Yeah, 100%. Like, you can speak to someone who, like, it's not like having a former driver even. It's like they're someone who either half hour ago or in half hour will be on track, sitting in the cockpit, racing, so you can sort of sense the adrenaline off them as they're sort of building up or winding down from it.
Yeah, you can tell the excitement because his team are going to be stopping shortly. So it is going to be brilliant scene. You can tell he's sort of excited. He's ready to get out on that track, which is brilliant to see. Because he's going to definitely be able, to make those moves, sort of left, right, and centre to try and climb up as close to the Apex One and all the other cars that are ahead of him. Speaking of the Apex One, they're currently in 25th place, just under a second off the 217 Shigaku One Vision Endurance car in 24th. That is, what, 8th in class, I think? Somewhere around about that number?
That sounds about right.
Yeah, I guess that looks about right, yeah. The 665's come into the pits, as has the 20, as also has the COTA Racing Esports number 14, who were struggling about an hour and a half into this second race. They weren't often at the back. So hopefully they've been able to sort at least some of their problems.
Yeah, they have fallen quite far back off of the hypercars in this pit stop, so either having possibly an issue with swapping a driver, or they've had a large amount of damage throughout their stint. But they're sort of 10 minutes off, or the GT3 pack is 10 minutes off of the hypercars, and then they've fallen quite far into the GT3 class, so it's if they come back into the race. They are back on now.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think at this point they are hoping for a lot of things to go their way, let's put it that way. Safety cars, possibly even a red flag. So, you know, they are definitely going to be hoping for a lot to happen, but, you know, as we've seen, anything can happen, and usually often does. Looks like a change of position. I think that's the AOTL and the Park Motorsports car in the background. Meanwhile, there's a GLS-PXN car getting past the Mystic Royal team. This is for 5th and 6th place overall. The 731 at a disadvantage. They've just been overtaken by the 32, the one who has, who's had less of the luck in comparison to its teammate sister car. Struggled quite a bit early on. Ooh.
As the Apex One is shoveled out the way and just about keeps it rotating around. Looked like a little bit of a slide as they came through all of that.
I was going to say, I thought he fully Tokyo drifted that.
He might have actually. I mean, the car, just watching the car, it does seem quite loose through lots of the corners, like it sort of gets the rotation done. Yeah, look, it looks like it gets the rotation done really early, and then they just sort of push it through the rest of it. Ooh,
Just let the back hang out. That is...
Race spot, I believe.
That's one of the race spot cars, 30th place. So it's either Emeritus or the Academy. I think it's the Academy car.
Yeah, the Race Academy.
The Academy car, 30th place, number 246. A little bit of contact, possibly from this car, the Chicago One Vision Endurance. The 217 being effectively hounded by the Apex One number 1 championship leading car behind him, which not going to be quite an ideal result for the number 1 if it finishes this way.
No, yeah, they're usually sort of on the sharp end of the grid, but today they are struggling a little bit with something. I'm not sure what. I've not seen them much. They've just sort of always been dwelling sort of in the mid-pack, near the front of the mid-pack.
Yeah, I mean, the gap is pretty hefty at this point in time. And I'm just looking at the championship as well. And currently, it is Apex One in first, Cubic System in second in every single race so far. They have finished the bridesmaid. They've been second in every single race. P2 in Shanghai, P2 in Hong Kong, P2 in Istanbul, and should the checkered flag go now, which, well, in terms of percentage terms, we're going further than the Nürburgring 24 recently did, but in terms of, yeah, they would stay second, but crucially, they would pick up points on Apex One, because it is 1.5 points if I'm correct. And, you know, second to what looks like around 7th in class is a relatively large margin. Would probably half their deficit with 2 races to go.
Yeah, they second in every race is an impressive feat. It proves just how consistent they are and how strong of a team they are by the fact that we haven't had a team winning every race. The fact that they've always been there or thereabouts shows the consistency across all sorts
blue
of
flag.
track.
Yeah, I mean, the 3 tracks that we've had so far this season have been quite different, because Shanghai is quite power heavy. There's a lot of power elements. Yes, there is obviously turn 1 and that snail section and a few, and I think as well. Ooh, bit of rubbing. Here we go, 14th place overall. It's Team Delta Infinite against the number 133 Cañado Bauelemente. They're making it through relatively unscathed. 61's in the pits as well, so the 51 takes the lead. As AUT Turtle Beach is in 3rd place. Ooh, through the S's, that's a difficult spot to overtake traffic through 7.
Yeah, through that sort of never-ending right-hander that leads onto quite a sharp left. It's quite a difficult overtaking point, and the 133 and Team Delta are still battling it out within a second of each other, pushing on each other each time they get close to it, and coming down this back straight. They're trying to break the toe, but just being followed across the track. Gonna try and get the switch back here, maybe. Can't quite get the car rotated.
Tries it. He's gonna try the outside through here, but block pass parks it on the apex. Inside of 15, gives it a go, forces the Team Delta Infinite car wide, but a great drive out of turn 15 is all he needs to cement that position. So that is P14 for now, at least. For the Team Delta Infinite car. I'm just looking at the standings, because we get standings by result as well. So in Shanghai, the number 51 Apex One car, who's currently leading, finished in 2nd place In Hockenheim, they did not finish. I think you can see where I'm going with this. In Hockenheim, the AOT Turtle Beach car finished second. In Istanbul, they didn't finish. In Istanbul, the number 71 Apex 1 came in P2. In COTA, they didn't start. Could there be
275 and 997 blue flag?
Blue flags 3997. Ooh, back end sliding. Park Motorsport and 275, the Move Center Sim Racing Dream Car. As the hypercars make their way past GT traffic, but you know, I don't want to say anything, but do you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
it does seem a little bit too far-fetched to be a coincidence.
Hypercars have a little bit of a P2 curse. It
Yellow
seems.
flag penultimate corner.
Quite. I think
So we'll
it's,
have to keep an eye on
yeah.
the P2 car next race.
Very much so in that case. Well, welcome along to anybody who hasn't been watching for the past 4.5 hours, in which case, why weren't you? It's been a hell of a race. Apex 1 leads from Kijita Mathiakoli own a change of position, but I think probably done off track because the position was given back gracefully. But Apex 1 leads Kijita Mathiakoli own in second, AOT Turtle Beach in third, with GLX PXN Racing in fourth place in GT3. It is the 666 Royal Racing car in the lead at this point in time, with the number 31 Cubic System car in second place. They can't seem to get out of that second place rut. Down the inside goes
Yellow at the
Delta
end of the
Infinite.
S's.
Yellows in the S's. These guys are coming up to it now. They are still side by side, heading down the hill. Then into the S's, who are going to have the advantage. It is going to be the Team Delta Infinite car forces the Gnadaba Elementi car off track, and quite possibly even giving them a track limits warning, which would be nowhere near ideal. My name's Casper, glad to have you all along with us. I am with Ethan
Hello.
Mills, and I know we've not hit halfway. We've only recently hit a third, but given what you've seen, have you got any people that you think we should look out for?
I mean, that Apex 1 are always a team to keep an eye on because they're very strong. If they've not got one team at the front, both of them are at the front. But I'd say Project A are a car that
Yellow sector
have
3.
impressed me quite a lot with their first run out in the series, being able to get into
Green flag,
hyperpole
green
and
flag.
then being able to sit at the sharp end of the grid
Yellow
for
ones
the entire
again.
race. And the Kashita Mafia car seems to be doing very well in P2 at the minute, not
Green.
having too many mistakes, not being too much on the radar, but sort of still being at the front of the grid. So I say that's the best way to have a race where you're not really on the radar
Yellow
of
in the
commentators,
penultimate
you're not
corner.
all over the place. It's just sort of, you just quietly make your way to the front and then just sort of sit around there the entire time.
Very much
Green,
a quiet race is sort of one of the best ones to have, because if you're not getting involved in stuff, you're just getting on with it, and if you're doing well, that's all you really need to win a race. If it's quiet, then that's just ideal, because obviously you're not getting involved in anything. You're not risking a crash, but we could be risking one here. 81-133, these guys are battling. They've been battling for a good few laps now. A sort of on and off, down the hill through 10, into the hairpin at 11. A little too far away for a move, but we've seen dive bombs before, so it wouldn't surprise me if we got one there. 81 deep though, so gives 133 the position. I'm not sure if that's intentional, just trying to avoid damage from another car. Or, oh Christ, right, lag, lovely. On your right is the on your left, on this right, is the team, the Guillermo Baulamenti car. And then into turn 13, he switches back to the right-hand side, tries the outside contact, can't quite get that to work. So he comes through 14 and then into 15, not able to pull any move like that off. With 7.5 hours left on the clock, and we're 106 laps into this red flag restarted 12 hours of COTA.
Yes, as we are watching Team Delta Infinite just try to pull away from Guinardo Ballamente, but they've been trying for about an hour now, and they can't quite pull away. So this is definitely a battle that's going to be going on all race. But I'm noticing that for P12 as well, the Petronas Cynthium car is very close to the 665 there. Only 0.3 separating them as it is.
Yeah,
and the blue
there's
for
lots.
133 and 81 with car number 16.
Then you collect the number 16 past this Jigaoka Sim Racing Dream Team hypercar. They're still nattering on side by side. Once again down the back straight here as they head into turn 12. One of the bigger overtaking opportunities around this circuit. See the Project Endurance advertising board. And then into the left, no, this is a different battle even. This is the 175 and the 665. This is for 12th place overall into turn 13. So the Petronas Cintium car stays ahead of the Royal Racing car. But of course, the big question is for how long?
Yeah, well, we've seen with the Team Delta and its compatriot being next to each other on track for so long that no matter how easily or difficult it is to get past someone, they can still sit in your mirrors for most of the race. I mean,
Green flag.
race spot. Mitos.
Problem out of 15.
I'm not sure if that was a problem or just them letting the 6 or 7 hypercars pass.
Could be as well, but they were going slowly. Okay.
Definitely is.
Let's be specific. They were going slowly on the exit of 15.
As the 133 kicks up one of the rear tyres a little bit on the sausage curve on the exit of the penultimate corner, but up to T1 now. Huge elevation change in just one straight. So it's a very dynamic track when it comes to the elevation and the height.
Ooh, I thought there was going to be a bit of an incident with the GT3 car there, but thankfully, thank God for that there wasn't. So we are all A-OK at least for now. There's a battle that's starting to brew up ahead. 4th and 5th are getting up close and personal. Mystic Royal and the 9180 total beach car there within half a second, but that gap's closed quite quickly, so it might be sort of some other problem or thing, as it were. We're looking on with this battle here for 14th and 15th now, though.
Back to this battle we've been watching for most of my commentating stint. The Barrel Elemente car just staying in the mirrors, trying to force the 81 into a mistake so that they can get past and then pull away, while each time they've gotten past so far they've just sort of been able to sneak their way underneath through turn 17. But yeah, just getting in the mirrors, getting next to the car, trying to force an error out of the car ahead is the most effective way to get past.
One thing that I've just seen in the Discord, I've been chatting with Filip Radomski, who is one of the drivers for the number 17. That's the SD1 Vision Eurosports, esports even, and he was saying that he did a whole stint at pace with 20 frames a second.
That's just impressive at that point.
And that's a big old spin there on track.
Yellow in the S's, yellow in the S's.
The 709 Strefa Racing team.
Green, green.
But they're back underway, but them tyres are going to be toast.
Yeah, the outside tyre, that was actually a big stop actually. Every single tyre will be cooking and flat spotted, and you'll just be hopping up and down as you hit the flat spot on each tyre separately. Because each one will spin slightly faster and slightly slower, so at the moment it will feel in line, but after a lap it will start feeling different corners each time, and then you'll have to come in because the vibrations will just keep getting worse and worse, and you'll keep locking up on those tyres.
Which is going to be too much for him. Down the inside goes the Team Delta Infinite, trying to stay ahead of the Yadabao Elementi number 133 car, one of the reserves slash crews which have limited opportunity. Not one of the main guys that are racing in all 6. They will, I imagine, be back for Daytona a little bit later on in this season. In fact, the very last race of this season, the last weekend of September, is when that is. We get a 2-month break in terms of racing coming up now. After this, because we haven't got a race in July, but we do have one in mid-August. That's going to be the 6 Hours of Portimao, for which I will sadly not be here. But for the 24 Hours of Daytona, that is... Daytona always delivers, I think.
It's a very difficult track to race, and the fact that we have to do it for 24 hours, I'd say some people it's a blessing, some people it's a curse. It depends on your opinion on the track. Personally, it's not a favourite of mine. Turn 1, I just can't find the line through it, so I always end up 3-4 seconds off the pace. So I steer away from Daytona, but I know there are definitely people that enjoy the racing, and then there are people that enjoy racing it. It can be very good. With the difficulty, you get people that are able to use any line into any corner, whatever they want, and can still be on pace.
Yeah, exactly. And it's a difficult track to set up for as well, because you've got the infield, which is a little bit twisty, so you want a bit more downforce, but at the same time, you've got the oval section, which is basically full pelt in near enough whatever car you take.
Yeah, so it's about the compromise between how much aero you need and how soft you're willing to take the suspension.
Side by side here, 49 and 83. This is for 20th place overall. Brilliant battle so far. They've been battling since about turn 13. We'll jump on board with the number 83, the Rivals Racing Team, again, one of the limited action teams, as he's going into the slipstream as they head up the hill towards turn 1. Can take plenty of different lines through here. Racing Rivals team tries the outside, hoping that the PMO team outbrakes themselves, which is exactly what happens. And that is very, very nicely handled by the PMO car. So PMO drops down to 21st, and Rivals just one step off the podium, but that one step is just shy of a minute away.
Yeah, that was just textbook move, just force the driver ahead into the mistake being too tight into the corner, and then they both jump on the brakes and can just get the switchback done very nicely. But PMO are not going to give this up easily, and now they're going to push as hard as they can with the slipstream down this back straight. Will Rivals Racing be able to pull away, or will the 49 of the PMO Endurance Team Red be able to close up enough to battle into this tight and twisty section of track?
We've got quite close enough into here. There could be an opportunity into turn 13. We've seen a few dive bombs be done, and there's another one coming. Forces the rival racing team to go a little bit wide. He's going to have the inside through 15 though, but that could very easily change. PMO forced to give up a little bit of time as he struggles through turn 15. Mind the AOT Turtle Beach car coming through, and then we start another lap.
Through the penultimate corner there for PMO Team Red. Definitely taking the red name literally with this interior.
There is a blue one. I'm not sure where exactly they are.
I'd love to see the interior of that.
And I think we both know what that would look like. A little bit of contact with the rival racing in the red car. Blue flags being waved at someone. Couldn't quite catch who it was as they head down towards the S's for possibly around about the 100th time for these guys in this race so far. And in they go. PMO have actually done really well lately. I think they're slightly off strategy because obviously long stops are required and such, but it is still brilliant to see how they're doing and how they have gradually improved over the course of this race.
Definitely.
Well, the 7 hours and 20 minutes to go. We've got the 7:31 in the pits as well. We've only got 4 retirements as far as I'm aware, and they would be if live timing would work. There we go, and it does. Hallelujah. Oh, they've been taken off. Okay. I was going to use the
49
timing to try and find.
83 blue flag.
There we go. Someone else has been told about blue flags as well.
Yellow in the S's.
Down to
Second part,
38.
to be exact.
Down to 39 runners in this race so far.
Looking at it, we have 5 retirements. It looks like we have
Still yellow.
That's the Royal car, I think. The 665. Struggling
Venturing
through the S's. And again, we saw this with I can't remember which car it was off the top of my head, but we saw it with another car where they had a spin through the S and the tyres were absolutely cooked. Bit of contact as well, almost
49
running there.
and 83 blue flag with cubic system.
Ooh, careful for the cubic system car behind these guys. And 32 leads this race for the first time in quite some time. But they've got to be careful, have the GT3s, because they've got to let the other cars through. Cheetah Mafia Corleone is in the pits, and there's a battle for 7th going on with Mystic Royal and Project A were on board with the newbie.
Down the back straight, looking to get as much of a slipstream as possible, save as much fuel down the back straight.
A little too far away, but goes slightly off track, blocks him off being able to go round at the outside of turn 13. So good defending there from Mystic Royal.
Yeah, doing very well. Just
blue flag.
not completely block them, but stop them looking at any door that could be ajar and just keeping it shut.
Thank you.
Stopping them from getting through. As looked like they had a little bit of a moment on the exit of the corner there, but that seems to just be how they want to exit corners, and the fastest way to exit the corner for them has up to T1 with a little bit of GT3 traffic on the outside, giving just about enough room.
That's the Kijita Mafia Lexus car there. As there's another car going around the outside of them, very, very close. I think that's one of the Apex 1 guys as they head into the S's. Looking on with the number 161 Project A.
161 and 731 blue flags.
Well, there you go. Speak of the damn devil. Getting told to behave because there's cars behind them and they need to let them past. Project A moves to the left to do exactly that, and I imagine Mystic Royal will do that very, very soon.
Still not had them pass yet, but I don't doubt we're far off seeing the lapping car pass, as yet they take a wider line through 13, I believe, to let them by. As the 61 Apex 1 car, here is the 90 OCX Lifeless, just
green flag,
having some sort of issue into the hairpin there.
Hairpin at 11. PMO going back down the inside on the Rivals Racing team. This is for 20th. This is for 4th place overall. Ooh, careful for the GT, the Hypercar Reeve, bit of contact front to rear. As they head through the long triple Apex right-hander, inspired by the one that we went to a couple of weeks ago in Istanbul Park. Here comes the Rivals Racing team down the inside into the final corner. Nicely handled, or is it? Not quite. The PMO team did have a great line around the outside of that final corner. Now it is running back up the hill, as Kate Bush would have said, into turn 1. Can he make the switch back work? The 83's hanging him out to dry, but the outside lines work brilliantly for PMO Endurance, and that is a move secured, at least for now, with 7 hours and 12 to go.
Yeah, as we now have 3 or 4 LMPs trying to find their way through, but overtaking through that SS section is difficult as it is, as the number 17 is getting blue flags for its own class, as we get a lovely curb shot there of each car taking close
blue
to the
flag
same lines,
665.
but also quite
Yellow
different
flag
lines,
mid-entry.
as the Mercedes are trying to get the best exit.
No, I was reacting. You said yellows.
Yeah.
Oh my
Just
word!
a little bit wide, probably.
Probably. There is a lot that has happened in this race, and I imagine there is a lot that will happen as the 83 rides the curves on the inside.
Yellow in the S's.
Turn 12 S's this time, because the 41, and I do think Daniel Ratai is in back behind the car. So first of all, best of luck. We were speaking to him not very long ago. You can catch the interview. It was around about half an hour ago, I think.
Yes, and right, sort of just after we'd clocked over to the 7th hour, 7 remaining.
Yeah, so it was about half an hour ago. So if you would like to watch that listen to that interview, it is on the stream. Hopefully in very, very good quality. Well, hopefully it will be in very, very, very good quality. Because why wouldn't it be? 83 locking up into turn 1. 83 in 5th place currently. I believe the best placed out of the non-full season entries. Is the PMO Endurance Team Red are in 20th now, 1.5 seconds ahead of the team that they were battling just a couple of minutes ago, which was, I think, an absolutely cracking battle.
Yes, it was a great battle. And let me just have a look quick.
Ooh.
No, the gap.
Ooh. Oh my word, contact there. That is the Park Motorsport and AOT Total Beach 997 against 41. But I think 41 has just about been able to fend him off for now.
Yeah, just able to get that overtake done. They had a little wobble after the side-to-side tap, but now they are just trying to pull away and get as much of a gap as they can in the lap or two they have, just to break the gap and then get back into the just drive.
Well, here's the OC Racing lifeless car closing in on Team Delta Infinite GT3 entry. Blue flags for one of the, other cars. And he's managed to make that move actually very, very tidily. So is there perhaps a problem for the Team Delta Infinite car?
That's definitely a possibility. They look like... Can't tell. Let's just watch them for a little bit to see. They don't look like they're going the fastest, but they aren't lounging around, so... Are they just on an in-lap maybe, or just trying to ease the car?
Yellow in the S's.
On an outlap. Car is on number.
Ooh, that's pretty big. Keith Sebastian Corleone, 3 of the S's. We're all back under green flag conditions. The S's do seem to be a proper popular place for mistakes and that sort of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, where they're trying to straighten it out as much as possible, lots of drivers are trying to take all of the curb they can, but those 3 little sausage curbs in the middle are probably where some cars that might be set up a bit stiffer than others could be struggling. Just sort of catching that, the rear pops out and the entire car just slides to the inside of the track.
It is very, very easy to do, just because obviously it's still, you're constantly changing direction as well. So you go from left to right to left to right to left to right, and it's just does a number on your arms and on your tyres as well.
Yeah, this track is not the best for tyres, so it does take a lot of tyre saving to extend a stint because of how much energy you're putting through the tyres and the entire car with the suspension as well, through those fast weaving left, right, left. As AOT Turtle Beach 1 makes a little move to lap 1 of the GT3 cars.
I think that's the Apex 1 GT3 car. Well, speaking of, where is the Apex 1 GT3 car? It doesn't look to be in the top 10. It's in 28th. So it's in 12th place in class. That's a pretty big drop, that.
Yeah, they were sort of 24th just now. But they've fallen off quite far for some reason.
They may have come into the pits, to be fair.
Yeah, I just checked their thing. They 3 laps on this stint, so recently out of the pits.
Yeah.
With some of the leaders in class, such as the F&L 222 car being 30 laps on their stint, so they're due a pit stop any moment in the next 3 or 4.
There goes the dyno.
The penultimate corner.
Yeah, there we are. Round he goes.
Into the pits. I thought he was going to go into the pits. No, he doesn't. So, back to full green running here at the Circuit of the Americas, based near Austin, Texas. 7 hours, 5 minutes to go. AOT Turtle Beach back in the lead where they were for so long in the early couple hours that at Apex are hounding them down. Second and third, Shigaraka Sim Racing Dream Team in fourth. Good stuff from them so far. Then it's the Corleone car in fifth, then GLS PXN who are leading not 15 minutes ago down into sixth place. Which shows,
just come out of pit lane though. Zero laps in this stint.
Yeah, I figure they came out of the pit lane because the gap is about 3 minutes. So
blue
probably
flag.
long stop. 133's got a blue flag. The Guignado Bao Elemente car. We're watching on board with the Apex 1 car. I believe the Apex 1. No, it's the Project A car going through turn 15. From your experience, because I have to imagine you do much more racing than me, because I do not do very much at all. What is sort of the most challenging section around this circuit?
This circuit isn't one I've raced much this itself. I mean, all of it is very challenging, but I'd say the section we're watching through right now, where you've got to sort of be turning and braking at the same time for parts to be the fastest. So it's like you have to brake earlier and lighter just so you don't catch an inside front or catch the rear if you're someone like me who runs the brake bias as far back as you can possibly get away with.
Yeah,
definitely that sort of 12, 13, 14 is quite a difficult section for me. But then also just trying to not lose too much time trying to get the perfect line through the S's, so it's all quite challenging, and it's quite an effort to get the perfect lap around this track.
I was going to say, because this is much more, because this is still quite a high downforce circuit. So, would you try and optimize the S's or that back half of the circuit?
I'd say you'd probably try and optimize the slower speed corners, just because you spend more time in the slower speed corners than you do the high speed.
Friendly reminder that
so you can get away with losing, say, a tenth or two in the S's if you're able to gain
friendly reminder that
a tenth per corner in that really slow section.
You need to disconnect from the server and reconnect, because the long stop won't be counted if you fail to do so. And green flag.
Someone being reminded about the long stop rules, that you need to disconnect and reconnect, because of course that is what a long stop is, that you need to disconnect and then swap drivers, because that's the primary objective of those. But yeah, how much can long stops affect a team's strategy? We heard from Daniel earlier that reduction of one long stop really sort of hampered their strategy. They had to flip everything on its head.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on, obviously this league being so competitive, every team's only going to take as many long stops as they need to. So five long stops for this race, because they could have made a driver swap during the red flag period if they needed. So that someone like here, it can make, as Daniel said, a big difference, because if you're only willing to make as much as you need to, then, because you've got to think a normal pit stop's about 30 seconds to a minute at most, so you're practically taking sort of 2 or 4 pit stops in a row when you do a long stop. So it's because like one extra long stop means you have to try and gain, if it's still the same amount of pit stops as someone else, you're still gaining about a minute or a minute 30 on another team, which is, in the LMPs it's about a lap here, and then in the GT3s it's sort of just under a lap is a long stop. So you are losing quite a bit.
Yeah. We're on board with the number 17 SD1 Vision, the remaining SD1 Vision. The 117 has retired due to damage, I believe, off the top of my head. We're coming through this final sector and then into turn 15. The triple apex, right, here we go, 16, 17, and then 18. How easy is it actually to get right?
I was actually driving it in a base setup Mercedes earlier, and it's significantly difficult to do because that Mercedes, with it being front engine, it being so heavy, it doesn't really want to turn. You have to like lift quite a lot in the middle of it. Well, the way I found to get the fastest way through was to push it through into the first apex, then you have to lift quite a lot to get that second apex and third apex, and then you can get back on the throttle and just try and will it over to the right hand side so you can get it braked and turned into the penultimate corner. You do have to do quite a lot to get the correct line through this section.
So we're looking on with the number 49 and the number 775 as they come through this exact section we've just been talking about. We are now under 7 hours to go. We are approaching halfway at a rate of, well, at a rate of knots, really. It's going very, very quickly indeed. And then out the final corner. My name's Casper. Glad to have you all on with us here for the 12 hours of COTA. The OC Racing lifeless car has had a spin. Ooh, almost hit by the sister car there.
Oh no.
That would have been cautious but funny, if I'm honest. Exit turn 15, but they're back the right way and they're back underway. I am with Ethan Mills. We'll be here with you for
entry to the back
next
straight, yellow
hour.
flag.
Yellows around turn 11.
Yeah, you have the OC Racing car just letting past one of the LMPs. Looks like one of the Kashita Mafia cars, I believe. As we watch the leading car, the Cubic Systems, hoping to improve their average finish of P2 to possibly be able to get finally their first win this season.
I've just been looking in the Discord, and Adrian Kubacki, driver for
Car
the number 1
24,
Apex
Brown
1.
GP, blue flag.
The number 1 Apex 1 car. He's tagged the whole 997 crew, the Park Motorsport crew, and asked, "Do you know how to differentiate between colours such as blue?" Because yeah, I'm guessing they weren't getting out of the way. But obviously, at this point, we will be hearing a lot about blue flags. For those that don't know, would you be able to explain what blue flags are and sort of what the idea behind them is?
Yeah, so the blue flag rule is when, so at the beginning of the race, you're all in the same place on the same lap, but especially for a race like this, the pace will be quite different between the front and the back of the grid. So the drivers sort of in first, second, third most likely will catch up to the drivers at the back, and so that the drivers that are being lapped know the car behind is faster, they've already done the track once more than you, they get shown a blue flag so that they don't battle and defend against a car that isn't their battle on track, so they aren't hindering the driver that's trying to set faster laps and just get as many laps done in the race as possible, but also not hindering themselves by taking unnecessary defensive lines.
Because obviously the cars want to actually go and continue their race as such, so they need to be ideally let past. Ooh, there's another car off track. That is the 133 Guillermo Elementi car in 14th place in Hypercar. There's only 16 Hypercars left that are running. I think that makes around about 23 GT3s that are still in the mix, which out of 44 starters, it's pretty good going.
Yeah, well, we've not had, especially this last sort of hour and a half, we haven't had too many collisions, and we haven't had any race-ending collisions, I don't believe. It's been close. It's been just about fair, but it's been good racing.
We may or may not have had quite a few of those in the early portion of this race, but again, it does show that these drivers can do all these different sorts of racing, that they can, that if they need to go into like a sprint kind of mode where you need to make moves, they can do that. Whereas sort of different side of the spectrum, where it's endurance, just keep your pace, keep going in a similar pace, they can do that as well. That's a 161 going very deep into turn 11.
21 blue flag.
They make their way down this back straight, pulling every gear they have in that gearbox.
AOT Turtle Beach are in the pit, which means Apex will retake the lead here in the circuit of the Americas. 61 ahead of 51, but ahead of them still at this point in time is the 91 AOT Turtle Beach. Cars and battles to look out for include this car, the 161 car. They're going to be trying to catch up to the Mystic Royal team, who, again, they've been doing much better than they have recently, at least in the early portion of
Yellow
the
in
race.
the penultimate corner.
That's into turn 19. There's a car coming out of the pits. That's an AOT Turtle Beach. This is the 899, the Capone Mafia car. Is almost forced off. Is one of the hypercars. I think that's by. That is one of the GT3s. So in goes the Capone car. As they go for another pit stop. Squadra Corsa Overcrest in 18th place overall, second place in GT3. Cubic System are in the lead. Behind them, over a minute behind, is the Chicago One Vision Endurance, the 217, being hounded by one of the GT3s, the 175. Petronas Cintium car. Currently in 12th place, the 175, the AOT Elmar struggling in 38th place, the number 21 at the very, almost at the very back. Behind them is the Grid White Tigers, although the margin between them is not very big. We could see a change for the race for the wooden spoon. If you know your rugby and Six Nations, you know what I'm on about. Yellow's in the third sector. Motor Reporter looks to have had some sort of problem through 13 and 14, but seems to be back on track. 6 hours 51 left to go. It is Apex 1, number 61, ahead of AOT Turtle Beach 91. And Apex 1, number 51 in third place. The gaps aren't very big, and they're going to get even smaller because the Apex 1, number 61, has come into the pit lane. Fourth place, Shigaoka Sim Racing Dream Team. Fifth place, Kichita Mafia Corleone, the better placed of the two Cheetah cars. I think it's a Cheetah. The GLS PXN number 32, the remaining GLS car, in 6th place in hypercar. Number P7 is the 731 Mystic Royal team. P8 is the highest of the non-regular entry cars, the Project A number 161. P9 is the 99 OC Racing Low Pen. P10 is the SE Vision
24 blue flag
car. 24 is being waved, a blue flag. In GT3, there's a bit of a battle here. That is the 24 Braun GP Endurance car in 37th place. And they're going to have to let the 709, I think that is, P32 car through. That is the Streffer Racing team. In 32nd place, 3/4 of a minute behind Grid Racing, so can't really make up a position in ahead of them just yet, not really close enough to do that. Royal Racing against Kichita Mafia Capone this time for 12th place overall. They come into the final corner and get set to go for another run at this brilliant circuit in the south, the very, very deep south of America. Up towards turn 1, braking, back end sliding there for Royal, but still manages to make the corner downhill through the second, using the curb. Remember, it is the curbs that is the track limit,
yellow flag in
not the white line. We see why there's 2 cars off. That's the 709. And I'm willing to bet the 24's in there somewhere.
Green flag 24, and I warned you.
It wasn't a I thought it was a collision because they were very, very up close and personal. I imagine that's going to be some sort of penalty, which I can't imagine they're going to be too happy about. But you know, stuff happens. Can't always make it work. Through the penultimate corner on board with the Apex 1 car, they head into turn 20. Yeah. It's a pretty good race so far. Sorry, I was just trying to find something out, but I don't think it's here. Not really. No.
Yeah. Apex 1 there is having a bit of a difficult race today compared to usual. I'm not sure if their lineup is different or they couldn't quite get the car into the window they wanted it, but they aren't quite the front running as strong of a team as we've seen in earlier races.
Yeah, I mean, the 71, the reason why you don't see the 71 is because they didn't actually have enough drivers to start that car. So they withdrew it. 49 against the championship leader in the slipstream of the PMO Endurance Team Red, which we know is a very, very red interior.
Car number 98 OC
a...
Racing blue flag. Car number 98 OC Racing blue flag.
Blue flags for the OC Racing crew. Down the inside goes the number 1. Forces the PMO Red Endurance Team to take the outside and wider line, and then through 13 again does the exact same thing, the Apex 1, and gets the position.
Yeah, they looked like they were getting a little bit annoyed just waiting for the Apex 1 car to move over onto the racing line, and never really did. So that slam on the brakes and whip themselves over onto the racing line there, but Apex 1 have gotten the move done, and now they've just got to work hard to keep it.
Careful also for traffic. Mind the 175 as they head, starting another lap. 127 laps completed so far by the AOT Turtle Beach car. Remember, there has been a It's reset because of the red flag. We don't continue in the same lobby, therefore it's sort of, again, a kind of take two situation. So, it's going to be interesting to see what the total lap count is once all laps are added. I think we had 13 completed laps overall, so plus 13, so we're on about 141, 142-ish. AOT cars swapping positions. Aren't they AOT cars? It's the third, it's Cubic Systems even. Cars swapping positions, that's the one.
Blue flag 46.
And again, 46 blue flags as they head into turn 12. And then through this twisty little section at 13, 14 and 15. Again, crucial to get right. You can have a brilliant battle, which we've seen multiple times in this race so far. Ooh. There's a car going sideways. Not quite ideal there for the Apex. Well, the number 61 having a little bit of a lag spike.
Yeah, that's not the nicest to see when you're trying to race them drifting outside like a horse, just turning the inside in first.
Again, careful for traffic. Thank goodness for that. Okay.
Getting very, very close there.
I was worried that there was going to be some form of contact, but thankfully there was not.
Luckily, we are able to leave just about enough space with each other. Sometimes we don't get that lucky.
Yeah, so sometimes, unfortunately, you don't get that lucky. And thankfully, this track is wide. You've got a lot of space to do that in pretty much everywhere. The only place where you couldn't really is the S's. But even then, it's just through that first half of the S's. Once you slow down, you get past that double apex right, you can very much get past traffic if you need to. You can probably even get past through there, but I can't say that I'd suggest it.
No, definitely not. These high-speed corners aren't quite the place you want to be making moves.
Yeah, no, definitely.
Especially
not,
with
definitely.
how long the back straight is, you can just sort of tuck up under the diffusers through these corners and try and make your move down the back straight.
It's long. I think it is just over a kilometer. I think we're looking at 1.2. I think. AOT Turtle Beach lead this race, 91 ahead of 51, ahead of 61, so a lot of ones. In fact, the top 5 cars have got ones in their number as well, because the 16 Shigaoka Sim Racing Dream Team have got a 1. The 891 have clearly also got a 1. And then there's 2 more in 7th and 8th. So the ones are quite heavily dominating this race. It is in the UK. It's about to go 3:30, 4:30. Pardon me, in Central European time, or if you're just waking up in America, it is 11:30 Eastern Standard Time. Welcome to Project Endurance, round 4 of 6, the 12 hours of COTA. We've got 6 hours and 40 minutes left in this race. AOT Turtle Beach lead ahead of Apex 1 and Apex 1 for your podium. The Squadron Course Overcrest, who was leading, has just come into the pits, so the 217 Shigaoka One Vision Endurance will take the lead, and then second will be Royal Racing PL, the 666, And then Cubic System might finally not finish in second place. They finished in second in every single one of the 3 races we've had so far. They're going to probably jump up to third with this pit stop from the 20 Quadricorsa Overcrest car. My name's Casper, glad to have you all with us here on a gorgeous Saturday afternoon. Thought he was going to hit the traffic there. I am with Ethan. We are coming up to sort of getting close-ish to the end of our stint. How have you enjoyed the race so far?
It was definitely eventful the second I jumped in, because I was watching it. I've said plenty of times, I was watching it before I got into the commentary booth, and there was plenty going on. I got in, there was plenty going on, and all race there's been plenty going on there. It's a lot of the midfield and the new teams, and the teams that have like basically the same pace that have been doing all of the battling, like the 133 car, and then we've had like Race Spot in the midfield, and Apex 1 in the GT3s, who's been doing a lot of battling just to always be making up places.
Yeah. Just before you go, because you've got to go to work, any last bits and bobs or anything like that?
I mean, not gonna curse anyone, but I would love to see a Cubic System finish not second and not anywhere lower than second, because they're a strong team and they are doing very well. I'm not gonna curse them by saying the position, but not second, because they finished second every race so far. I don't want them to do any worse, but it'd be nice to see them do even better with their consistency.
All right, that is brilliant. Thank you very much, Ethan, for coming down.
And
thank you for having me.
There's a breeder behind you. 9-8 OC Racing at 222 FNR Racing roof lock.
2 cars being told to do blue flags. Thank you very much, Ethan, for coming. We'll see you in Portimao in about 2 months' time.
Drop off, yeah. See you in Portimao. Goodbye.
Bye. Right. Looking on with the 222 FNLRT car in 6th place in class overall. They've been doing pretty well overall in this race and across the season. So, hope that they're definitely going to be hoping for some more action, and we'll definitely be wanting to get through a lot of cars through at turn 16, 17 and 18, the triple right-hander. Sorry, Park Motorsport is a back mark. Careful though, because you've still got to be careful for the back marker, because any back markers obviously can still very easily ruin a race. The 907 Park Motorsports and the 775 Kachita Mafia very close together through the S's. So they're going to be really, really tight. As they come through the S's through turn 10 into turn 11 is usually a good opportunity for an overtake, but little too far away. So really coming down into turn 12. But is he closing up? He's not really closing up. He's got the slipstream as well from what looks like the Apex 1 car, I think. No, it's one of the other GT3 cars. So he's got the slipstream from that. So he's not really able to close in just because both cars have the slipstream. as they come through the triple right-hander. And then into turn 19 and 20. And then starting another lap. Plenty of laps still to go, plenty of time still to go here in COTA. 6 hours 35 left to go. We're looking on with the number 83 Rivals Racing team, who is ahead of this battle. I thought it was Apex 1, my apologies. As they head over the top of the hill, down into turn 2. You can't really make a move unless you're going through traffic, which is what we've just seen. And then through the SS's are again a really difficult bit because you're going left, right. You really putting a lot of stress on your arms, and it does feel like a workout. Believe me, I've not had the option to do it in quite some time because I haven't really got a wheel down here in uni. But regardless, anyway, we've got another interview coming. Here we go into 11, not quite able to pull
907 off. Blue flag.
Not quite able to pull off a move. We've got another interview coming with driver for number 98, Brian Perez. Brian, how are you, my friend?
Hello, I'm doing good.
Good. How's your race been going? How have you driven yet? How'd it go?
Yeah, I started the race. Both race hearts weren't exactly the best. You know, being at the back of the field, it's always chaos, and I was just trying to avoid chaos, and sadly, I wasn't able to avoid it on both race starts actually.
Yeah, I was there for both race starts. It was pretty chaotic, so you know, it is going to be unfortunate for that one. How's everything else been going for your team though?
Besides the race hearts, I mean, we have the pace, you know, to really gain some positions. I gained 9 positions when I got off the car and gave it to my teammate Seb. Seb has really strong pace, so he's been doing pretty good, and we're just trying to damage limitations from the issues from qualifying yesterday.
What happened in qualifying?
It was just an issue with the booking in the server with the Steam GUID. So we couldn't take part in the normal qualifying.
Yellow on the pit entry. Yellow on the
they
pit
did not
entry.
want to restart the qualifying just for us, so they said we'll give you 3 flying laps between the hyperpole. But
yeah,
obviously that's not ideal considering everybody else got like 15 laps.
Still yellow on the pit entry. Be careful.
Oh,
So
we're just looking at the Brawn GP Endurance trying to rejoin the track, doing it in a very, very creative way around the final corner.
Yeah, that's a interesting place to spin.
Yeah, I was gonna say because that's not usually where we see stuff going on as a bit of a battle here for 32nd and 33rd place on track, which is right ahead of your car, which is in 34th at this point in time. So you said damage limitation. What sort of are you hoping for points? I suppose then, or are you hoping for maybe a top 10 finish?
We're trying to get as high as possible. I think top 10 is definitely a minimum for us.
9-8 OC Racing Blue flag.
After that is just see how far up we can get. You know, I mean, if it wasn't because of the race hearts issues that we had, you know, we got taken out by the 997 actually on both race hearts, and then again by an LMH.
Yeah.
That hampered us quite a bit.
Thank you.
And if it wasn't because of that, we would be a lot further up. But then again, there's a lot of ifs, so we just have to perform.
Yeah, it's also like what could have been. Talk to me about your season, because it's very much sort of up and down, because you got 13th in Shanghai and you've got 10th in Istanbul, but you also got 4th in Hockenheim. So sort of...
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, I can't talk on behalf of the team because I just joined for this race. I'm new to the...
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but from what I know from them, it's, you know, it's just a bit of unlucky stuff during the race, you know, either from the start and, you know, just issues that you have in the race and then trying to get back on into it. Just like this race, for example, you know, qualifying, we had issues and then trying to gain it back. It's just, you know, doesn't go our way.
Yeah, fair enough. So are you going to be in the car as well for Daytona then?
Yeah, that's the plan, yeah.
Okay, good stuff. So just a four-man crew then?
Yeah, well, right now it's just a 3-man crew for us as one person that was supposed to drive for us, Tom. He has some family emergency, so you know, we wish the best to him, but now we have to fill in for him, but I think we're doing just fine on that.
Yeah, I was gonna say you're doing pretty well, because put it this way, at least you're able to start the race. Let's put it that way.
We're able to...
Yeah.
Sorry, go.
No, because I was gonna say the 71 Apex 1 hypercar, I know for a fact was not able to start because of not having enough people.
97
there.
blue flag.
And I think likewise for the 157 as well. So yeah, again, at least you were able to start the race.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's good that we're able to start the race, and like I said, it's just stamina limitation. See how far up we can get. We have a pretty strong lineup. We are in a little bit of a under BOP car. You know, it's in being in the Lamborghini, but that's the fun of it, you know, seeing how many Mercedes you can beat.
Mercedes versus the world, kind of thing.
Yep.
What's because this track we know is like challenging kind of thing, right? That's why a lot of people quite like it. What's your like favorite or sort of most challenging section around this circuit?
Sector 1 is fun. I actually the strongest part of the sector from when I drive is the S's actually, which is usually the part that everybody hates. But I tend to be pretty fast there and do really good, and then so yeah, it's a strong part for me. But then I don't like sector 3. I can't get it right.
Car
and I
number
lose
20 blue flag with
there,
both 217 and 666.
Yeah, no, mate, I'm honestly the same. I like the S's, but then especially through turn 15, the one before the triple right-hander, I can never get it right in any car, whether it be sort of F1, GT3, Oldale MP2 back on Project Cars 2. Can't get that right either.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, it's tricky. Yeah, I mean, I've been up like on sector 1 and 2. I've been up like 3/10. You know, I've had like a, you know, almost a 4-second lap. A 4-second lap in the delta, and then I get to that section and I lose it all, literally. So it's
No, I know enough. I fully understand.
Seb is a lot stronger than me across all sectors though, so having him in the car right now is pretty good, and we're matching the other Lamborghini, which is right in front of him right now. So we have the pace, so that's good.
That is very, very good indeed. What's your plan for the... Ooh, hello. Your sister car's just had a spin. Yeah, big old spin. That looks through 16, 17 there as well. Quite easily done. What's your plan for the rest of the race? Because there's obviously 6 hours 25 left to go. What's your plan? Like, how many long stops have you got left? Like, what are you thinking? What can you reveal?
Well, I think we are. I think we're good on our strategy for the long stops. We're not, we're not behind or anything. I think we're doing just fine, and we have some strategy planned. Hopefully to gain as much time as we can on track and just stay clean. Try not to waste too much time battling worthless battles. Trying to keep out of the way of the LMHs, as they can be a little bit questionable at times. They get a little bit impatient with us.
Yeah.
So we just try to stay away from them. Keep it clean from the rest of the way. We have 6 hours left, and we think that's plenty of time to get us into our goal of at least P10 and as high as possible on the points.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say there's been quite a lot of times we've seen just across this first half of the race where some of the hypercars were getting a little bit nervy and just trying to make a move, trying to just push you out of the way, kind of thing. But yeah, no, that's wait. So how many long stops have you guys done so far?
We have 2 right now.
So you've done 2, so 3 to go. We were talking with I was talking earlier with Daniel Ratai, part of the 41 crew, saying how much the strategy had to change when the long stop number got dropped down by 1. Was that the same for you, or did you already kind of have a plan?
We didn't have a plan for it. Like, we didn't plan for it, but luckily our strategy and the way that it played out, it worked fine. Just a little slight adjustment to our strategy. But besides the slight adjustment to the strategy, I think it was fine. We adjusted pretty fine, actually. We didn't lose time or had to sacrifice anything.
I suppose I'm gonna try and keep the rest of this short as well. Any cars like from when you were on track that's worth keeping an eye on? Who's got the pace? From your opinion?
From being in the back of the, when I was driving, we were towards the back, just trying to gain position. So I couldn't really see exactly the pace, but from looking at the lap times, we're comparing ourselves to Wojo Racing and the yellow Lamborghini, and
yeah,
they're pretty good. I think PMO Endurance and AO Turtle Beach, they've been we've battled them before, and Riva, although we were in different laps due to the strategy, we were actually keeping up with them, and they were doing pretty good laps. So yeah, those are some teams that I guess we can keep an eye on. And but yeah, I think the main objective we have is just kind of keep the lap times around the same as the Wojo Racing, because they're in the same car as us. So
I was about to say, yeah, they're probably for you guys the best car to compare with, because obviously you guys are both running Lamborghinis and Royal are currently in the lead, but there is a little bit of a battle forming with the Ścigałka One Vision Endurance, with your car actually very conveniently quite close behind.
Yeah, Seb is getting an amazing view at this battle right now, so
yeah,
so that's good to keep him awake at the wheel, not fall asleep.
Who do you think is going to have the upper hand in that battle?
The Mercedes, absolutely. You know, the Mercedes has really good acceleration and good balance, but their tire wear is also better than the Lambo, so they do have a bit of an advantage. But the guys at Woja Racing are some pretty fast guys, so it's up to grabs.
And just quickly before you go, have you got anything that you want to say to people on stream or people who might be watching later on?
Not really. Just hopefully we can all put a good show for the people watching, and hopefully something for them fun to watch. And we're going to keep battling through the field, so don't be surprised if we're up there battling for some good positions later on.
All right, thank you very much, Brian Perez, for the 98 OC Racing Lifeless crew. Thank you very much for coming, mate.
Thank you very much, man.
Just under 6 hours and 20 left to go. 80 Turtle Beach still lead the pack. Apex One following very, very close behind in second and third, with the Chigalco Racing Sim Racing Dream Team in fourth, and Conchita Mafia Corleone in fifth place. A couple of dive bombs being done, or at least attempted, by a few cars heading into turn one there. This is a Race Spot Academy car, the number 246, currently in 22nd. Sixth place on their class, whereas their teammates, the Race Spot Emeritus, are in 26th place, so 10th spot in class. So Race Spot are doing quite well, but there is a flurry of pit stops coming in as we speak. The 891's gone in, the 99's gone in. There's quite a few as well. The 666, the Royal Racing, and the 217, the Chigalco One Vision Endurance. They've both come out from the lead pack off and then into the pits. So Cubic System lead the race so far behind Rival Racing Team. Again, they're doing very, very well. Oh, look at that. That is adorable. An adorable little picture of a certain Spike LMP2, I think. Looking on briefly with the leader, but now on with the 26th spot, Race Spot Emeritus. Ahead of them is the Turtle Beach car from AOT. Careful for a little bit of traffic as well. That looks to be the 175 Petronas Cintium SD team, as they're heading around the outside of 41 into turn 16, and then through 17 and 18, still very, very close between these pair. Then it's left into turn 19, still a very, very fast corner, but the Petronas car seems to have taken the IndyCar line through there and going almost into Mexico. And then down the front stretch once again. Could we see a move being made into turn one? They are pretty close. We could very easily see a move being made. Considering it, he's going for it down the inside. He's going to try and block him off. He's going to give it a go, but a little bit more speed around the outside of that first corner is going to be absolutely crucial. They're still side by side. The inside line through that second corner, though, is all that he needs to take that position. The AOT Emeritus car tried down the inside into turn 3, but nowhere near far enough alongside to make that work. So the 41 stays in 4th place. Not in 4th place, 26th place. Down into turn 11. Again, normally you don't see that many overtakes into there, but we've seen quite a few tonight. Today even, it's not even tonight, it's almost 4 o'clock here in the UK. So 5 o'clock in Europe, or if you happen to be watching on the east coast of America, it is midday. Or
Yellow sector 3,
Sector 3, yes.
The Resurrection clashing once again, trying to say that there's yellow flags. And there's the 794 Grid Racing team, as well as the 665, I think. Royal Racing Crocodile team as well. We do love Resurrection having a bit of a chuckle now and then. As is that the 82 Turtle Beach car? Yes, it is. They were in the pits, and they still are in the pits. Just changing driver. 6 hours 15 left to run, left to rumble. Got my stint will be coming to an end shortly as well, but don't worry, we're going to leave you with some very, very good commentators indeed. You're going to be left with Luca Cintorbi and Nick as well. So there's plenty more good stuff where that came from. And of course, if you're watching this and thinking, oh, I've missed out on 6 hours, or I've missed out on the rest of the season, we're all streaming all the races on YouTube, and we are also doing 2 more after this. So the finale of Daytona in the back end of September as well. So lots to come. I should also mention that once it does hit 4 o'clock, so in about 5 minutes time, this specific stream will be over. We will jump to a part 2, Część druga. So be sure to be on the lookout there. We will go live there pretty much immediately, just so you are all aware that it is happening. There's a little, very close there between the 31 and the Park Motorsports 97, which I'm surprised they're that far down, because they were doing incredibly well in the first portion of the race. Probably some sort of damage befell the Purple crew. So, you know, unfortunate to see, but hopefully they can make their way back up the field. OC Racing a moped.
709 technical flag, so box this lap please for repairs.
709, I think that was, for a technical flag. They've got to box to go fix some damage. Looks to be the Streffer Racing team, and their windshield is cracked. Very, very cracked. Could possibly be that, as they're braking into first gear for turn 12. They've got to come in this time around. 31st place overall. As they come through this final section. Remember, they have been told by Race Direction to come into the pit lane, and that is exactly what they're going to have to do. They're going to peel off into the pits after the penultimate corner, which is this left-hander now. And they have to come in whether they want to or not, and they're going in now. So they have to fix whatever damage they have. I think it's the windshield. But I couldn't really comment because I'm not fully sure. As Turtle Beach are in third, but they are still in the pits. They look to be doing a long stop. So trying to get one of those out of the way, if they can. So looking on with the 666.
709 off the track already, so track is green completely.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Love. We do absolutely love Race Direction sorting these out very, very, very quickly indeed. Shigeoka One Vision Endurance has dropped back 3 seconds off of this car. I think has just come out of the pit lane, the 666. It came out last lap, I believe, because it looks to be around about... Actually, no, it probably just had a normal stop. I thought it would have been a long stop. The 98 OC Racing Lifeless crew, just talking to Brian Perez a couple of minutes ago, and he was saying that these guys are on damage control at this point in time, which, considering the amount of incidents they were in, I can't really say that I blame them. There was quite a lot for them to handle and for them to do. So, you know, there is still a lot to come. There is 6 hours left in this race, 6 hours and 10 minutes if we're going to be specific, which I think we should be. Apex 1 still lead 1 and 2. AOT Elmar in 38th, the second last running car at this point in time. As they come through this twisty final sector, brilliant for battles. Again, we've seen this throughout the race. A lot of the things happening. You can take quite a few different lines in that section of track through 17, 18, and then into turn 19. Well, I should mention once again, that this stream will be coming to an end, but the second part will be going live ever so shortly once this is over. So be sure to go to the second part so that you can finish watching what's actually happening in this race. But that'll be it for the first half of the stream. We will all see you very shortly, hopefully.